Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by AntiXerem on Wattpad. Now let's start. Today marked another successful heist for the volcano thieves. Their operations had become almost routine, thanks to their impeccable timing and the effective combination of their quirks. First, the trio would scout a target, such as a bank. Next, they would observe the surroundings, gathering information. Finally, they would execute their plan, launching a coordinated attack to seize valuables. 𝗬𝗵𝗃, known as Gust Boy, possessed the quirk fan, which allowed him to generate powerful winds and strong tornadoes by spinning his wrists. He served as the opener, creating chaos and distraction to divert the attention of heroes, police, and anyone else present. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗲, also known as Dusty Ash, had the quirk Dust, enabling her to produce ash-like dust from her body. She would generate a thick cloud of dust, which Gust Boy would then disperse, creating a massive smokescreen that heightened the confusion and obscured their movements. 𝗵𝗃, the leader of the trio, was called Volcano. His quirk, Eruption, allowed him to burn fat and produce a lava-like substance. He was responsible for breaking through any defenses at their target location, and he excelled at his role. The three had come together by chance, forming an unstoppable team driven by their shared experiences of poverty and quirk discrimination in their childhoods. Their loyalty to one another was fierce, as they understood each other's struggles. Together, they had become wealthy, indulging in luxurious lifestyles and celebrating their birthdays as a family. Today was their most ambitious heist yet, targeting the 𝗖𝗎𝗄𝗧𝗔 Corporation, one of the wealthiest corporate conglomerates in the world. They had raided one of the luxury jewelry stores owned by the corporation, swiftly making their escape with their loot, their quirks creating a perfect cover of chaos. As they dashed through the streets, Gust Boy expressed a longing for a getaway vehicle, but Volcano reminded him that they were all athletic and that cars could be tracked. Dusty Ash chimed in, suggesting there had to be an easier way to carry their haul. Volcano insisted they focus on their escape. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap startled them, and the smoke they had created dissipated almost instantly. Confused, they found themselves on a different street, facing a stranger who resembled a traditional samurai from the pre-quirk era. The figure wore ominous black clothing, a straw cape, and a mask that concealed the lower half of their face, brandishing an unsheathed sword. Volcano scoffed at the stranger, questioning their identity. The samurai introduced themselves in a voice that sent chills down their spines, sounding almost inhuman. Dusty Ash mockingly dismissed the samurai's appearance, but before she could finish, the samurai vanished. Dusty Ash was suddenly struck, collapsing to the ground. Volcano attempted to retaliate with a blast of magma, but the samurai evaded the attack effortlessly. Gust Boy picked up his fallen friend, but the swift footsteps of their opponent echoed around them, leaving them on edge. Gust Boy, feeling the pressure, questioned whether the samurai had a speed quirk. Volcano noted that their opponent was faster than Ingenium. Just as they strategized, Gust was kicked, causing him to stumble and separate from Volcano. The samurai calmly stated that Gust was now unable to execute their escape plan since Dusty Ash was incapacitated. Despite the pain, Gust stood firm and defiantly shouted back. In a flash, the samurai appeared behind him, and Gust fell, unable to move. Volcano fired multiple magma blasts, but the samurai dodged with ease. As Gust collapsed unconscious, the samurai declared that Volcano stood alone against an opponent too fast to perceive. The samurai offered a choice: surrender or face defeat. Realizing the futility of the situation, Volcano admitted defeat. The samurai sheathed their sword and vanished, leaving Volcano to confront the reality of his unconscious friends as the police and pro-heroes arrived to apprehend them. He felt a surge of anger as he stared at the spot where the samurai had been. Meanwhile, Izuku sat alone at his lunch table, a space that seemed to repel others. A hand slammed down in front of him, belonging to Bakugo, who demanded to know what Izuku was watching. Unfazed, Izuku continued to focus on his phone, ignoring Bakugo's frustration. But he was on the other side of the table, so all Izuku had to do was move back a little to keep Bakugo from reaching him. Angry, Bakugo got up and walked around the table. Now, people were watching and snickering at Izuku's expense as Bakugo grabbed him by the collar. Izuku remained expressionless, not even looking at him. Bakugo briefly noticed a small blinking red dot on Izuku's uniform but brushed it off. He accused Izuku of thinking he was superior just because of his grades, claiming that a few perfect scores had gone to his head. Izuku mentally corrected him, noting that he had achieved a few dozen perfect scores. He checked the time, still not looking at or speaking to Bakugo. He was surprised that his grades had not been tampered with by the staff. He had never received anything less than perfect scores on anything presented to him. He wasn't cheating, he was simply that good, and he knew Bakugo hated that. As Bakugo was about to continue his tirade, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Bakugo shoved him aside and walked away, promising to have a chat later. Izuku finished eating and left as well. During class, a girl with short brown hair and eyes called out to him, using the nickname Bakugo had given him. Izuku instantly knew not to trust her intentions. Today was Valentine's Day, and the teachers were a bit more relaxed with lessons. This PRD, there was no work to do, so Izuku used the time to study, even though he didn't need to. He acknowledged the girl silently, making her blush. She handed him a letter adorned with a heart and quickly scurried away, prompting a few oohs from his classmates. Izuku thought to himself that he would not fall for this again. Last year, a similar situation had almost resulted in paint being dumped on him, which was likely what Bakugo had meant when he said they would talk later during lunch. Whatever prank they had planned this year held no interest for him. He wondered who would be romantically interested in someone like him and flushed the letter down a toilet. Izuku was genuinely surprised when he found another love letter in his locker. It was blue with swirls, and the heart keeping it closed was also blue. 2 letters. If the first one had likely come from a Bakugo crony, who had placed this one here. He didn't know and didn't care. Assuming it was yet another fake confession, he tore it up and tossed it on the ground. The girl with floaty blue hair who had placed the letter there watched from down the hall, nearly crushing the wall she was holding. To avoid encountering Bakugo and his annoying friends, Izuku took a different route home. On his way, he removed a tiny camera he had made himself from his uniform and inserted it into his phone's charging port. Moments later, it was ejected, and he pocketed both devices. A little more footage of Bakugo's actions never hurt. He already had over 100 gigabytes of evidence of Bakugo's misbehavior, along with some bizarre words and actions from their teachers. Soon, this would all be over. He would not be foolish enough to miss capturing proof of his mistreatment. Upon arriving at his large home, Izuku took an electric scooter down his front yard, admiring the path and the abundance of trees in the forest-like area. He parked his scooter near the front door and entered, stretching in the middle of his spacious living room. His prized robot, Metal Sonic, appeared at his side moments later. He was Izuku's first handmade creation. Shortly after, Samurai appeared, still obscured by his vigilante costume. Izuku took off a few more tiny cameras hidden in various nooks and crannies of his uniform and hair, handing them to Metal. He instructed him to upload the footage to the supercomputer. He then turned to Samurai and acknowledged his performance during lunch, encouraging him to keep up the good work. After Metal left, Izuku sat on the couch, feeling bored. He had an abundance of free time, and it would only increase after graduation. He didn't need to work or even attend high school. He could live comfortably for the rest of his life. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to help people, yet he also wanted to avoid too much attention, which was why he had created Samurai. Samurai was the first iteration of his hero robot, or more accurately, vigilante robot. He was a test run of sorts. If this worked, he would create more. But was that all he wanted? To sit in his house, consumed by loneliness, surrounded only by metal and robots. Despite his denial, that thought was unpleasant. But he felt he couldn't associate with others. He was quirkless, a fact his classmates constantly reminded him of. After a few minutes, he got up, changed into casual clothes and a dual-colored hoodie, and commanded 𝗵𝗃 to wash his uniform. He instructed Samurai to shadow him just in case and went out for a walk, feeling proud of his speed, stealth, and precision. As it began to get late and no one was around, Izuku found himself unable to clear the conflict in his mind. He didn't want to be alone his whole life, but he also didn't want to associate with people. What was he to do? Make a choice. Suddenly, he was caught off guard when someone bumped into him from behind. He turned to see a little girl in bandages and rags. She begged him not to let them get her, shaking in fear. A fake apologetic voice shouted from down the sidewalk as two men in face masks approached. One of them called out to the girl, revealing her name as Eri. He feigned concern, stating they were hired to be her guardians because she kept getting herself hurt. Izuku picked up Eri, ready to protect her. She clung to him desperately, fearing that, like everyone else, he would hand her over. Then Samurai appeared, kicking one of the masked men in the face, drawing the other one's attention. As Samurai fought off the masked men, Izuku took off with Eri. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as a rare feeling pooled within her, the feeling of hope. Izuku ran all the way home. His legs felt tired and weak, but he didn't stop until he was safely inside his house. He thought to himself that he should consider working out. He was too reliant on his technology. Eri stayed close to his side, looking worried. Metal Sonic appeared, startling her. She backed away but remained close to Izuku. He asked for water, and Metal left, returning with a cup of lemon water. Izuku drank it and sat up, feeling exhausted but somewhat reinvigorated. Eri eyed the machine warily, still clinging to Izuku. He introduced Metal Sonic, explaining that he called him Metal for short and reassured her that she didn't need to be afraid. Eri remained tense and silent, like a frightened animal. Izuku gently pushed her away to show her that Metal was harmless. He looked at Metal and nodded, and they performed an elaborate handshake that took over a minute to complete, ending with playful finger guns. Eri's fear shifted to confusion as she blinked, looking back and forth between Izuku and Metal. Izuku reassured her that Metal was harmless to them, but he dealt with bad guys decisively. He then sat down with her, and Eri quickly attached herself to him again, trembling as she asked who the masked men were. In a moment of vulnerability, Eri burst into tears and buried her face in Izuku's chest, repeating that he was the only one she could rely on. Izuku froze for a moment but then awkwardly hugged her back, doing his best to calm her down. He promised her that he wouldn't let anyone harm her and gently urged her to gather herself so he could understand what had happened and who was after her. After some time, Eri stopped crying, and Izuku lifted her to the couch, as the cold granite floor was uncomfortable. He asked her to tell him everything, and she recounted her experiences in distressing detail. Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he learned about 𝗬𝗏, the leader of the group. He regretted not gathering more information from the two goons and not having his body cameras on him. However, he remembered that Samurai was recording everything he heard and saw. He realized he couldn't bring that footage to the police, as it would trace back to him. He decided he could use facial recognition technology to track them, noting that their face masks wouldn't ultimately help them. Izuku focused on Eri, assuring her that the masked men didn't know what he looked like or where he had gone. He placed a reassuring hand on her head, telling her she was safe and that it was too risky to go outside for now. Eri nodded rapidly, determined to stay close to him. As Eri slept in Izuku's lap, he reviewed the footage Samurai had gathered. He noted that the 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝗃 base had to be located in a specific area, but it wasn't enough information to act on. He instructed Samurai to gather more information about 𝗬𝗏 without engaging unless lives were at stake. Looking down at Eri, he realized she would be living with him now. He would have to adjust to having company and talking to another person, something he rarely did. He felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, questioning whether he could take care of a child, especially one who had suffered so much. Determined to provide for her, he decided to feed her properly, knowing that 𝗬𝗏 likely hadn't given her the care she needed. He laid her on his bed and prepared a futon for her, deciding it was best for her to stay close to him for now. As he settled down, he suddenly remembered he had school. He worried about leaving Eri alone for a significant part of the day, not wanting to deal with her distress. He contemplated dropping out, realizing he didn't need to attend anymore. He was confident in his intelligence and could manage online schooling if necessary. However, he also thought about the evidence he had gathered against bullies at school. He had enough to spark an investigation, but he didn't want to lose the opportunity to hold them accountable. He resolved to find a balance, ensuring 𝗧𝗍's safety while still pursuing his goals. He just wanted things to be more challenging. At least he had tasks to focus on aside from school, investigating the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗧𝗂𝐁𝗵 and taking care of 𝗧𝗍. He went to sleep. 𝗧𝗍 woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare. She looked around, her breathing quickening. Mr. was gone. Her savior had vanished. Had she been found? Did 𝗕𝗏𝗄 get him? Was she going to be dragged back into that horrible, dark, cold place? 𝗧𝗍 was snapped from her panic by the light snoring coming from the floor. She looked and saw Izuku sleeping on a futon. Relief flooded her being as she quickly got out of the lonely bed and snuggled up with him. She soon fell back asleep. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 stated bluntly to his two trembling underlings that they had let her escape. One of them started shakily, explaining that they had been sneak attacked by the new vigilante, Samurai. The other gained courage and added that they had been about to retrieve her when Samurai had come out of nowhere and attacked them. While they were distracted, the guy 𝗧𝗍 bumped into had run away with her. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 glanced at his right-hand man, 𝗕𝗵𝗵𝗄, who stepped forward and used his quirk. Shin asked if Samurai had stopped them from reclaiming 𝗧𝗍, and they answered easily that he had. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 sighed, telling them they could live for now, but to get out of his sight. They scurried away. Shin then asked what they would do next. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 expressed his frustration at having nothing on the one who took 𝗧𝗍, no face, no name. He decided they would focus on Samurai, who was troublesome but ultimately just one person, unable to run to the heroes for help. Shin noted that Samurai's quirk seemed related to fast movement. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 agreed and instructed Shin to gather 𝗳𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗍𝗔 to remove Samurai's weapon, 𝗕𝗨𝗧𝗂𝗁𝗍 to hinder his movement, and 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗁𝗍 for stronger defenses. Speed without strength was worthless, and he ordered them to hunt Samurai first thing the next day. As Toya walked the streets with 𝗕𝗨𝗧 and 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍, he expressed his frustration about the situation. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍 chided him to quit complaining and just do the job. Toya, still annoyed, questioned how they were supposed to find the elusive vigilante. 𝗕𝗨𝗧, slightly inebriated, interrupted him, urging him to quiet down. Toya rolled his eyes and reiterated his concerns about Samurai's speed and stealth. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍 calmly reminded them that it was their job to figure it out. They walked and talked, unaware that Samurai was watching them from the shadows. As soon as they passed an alley, Samurai dashed away, pursuing them quietly. Izuku observed Samurai on the supercomputer from the safety of his home. In the background, Metal Sonic was playing Connect 4 with 𝗧𝗍. She was still a little unsettled by him but was beginning to warm up. 𝗧𝗍 won the game, and Metal Sonic began organizing everything to start again. Izuku pondered his next move. Those three guys were clearly with 𝗕𝗏𝗄 and searching for Samurai. He considered having Samurai get captured on purpose to learn the location of 𝗕𝗏𝗄's base, but that would risk exposing his true nature. Plus, he didn't know what their quirks were. He thought about having Samurai confront them, which might incite panic in the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗧𝗂𝐁𝗵, but he questioned if that was wise. Finally, he decided to take action and instructed the computer to zoom in. The monitor revealed that the one furthest in the back of the group was 𝗕𝗨𝗧. Samurai acknowledged the command to attach a tracker to the drunk one. Samurai shadowed the three of them until they stopped for food at a small ramen bar. When they sat down to eat, Samurai aimed his blowgun carefully and shot a tiny, bug-like tracker into 𝗕𝗨𝗧's coat. No one reacted or noticed anything. Just as quickly as he arrived, Samurai left, moving as fast as the wind. Izuku leaned back in his chair, a smirk forming on his face as he waited. 𝗧𝗍 appeared beside him, startling him slightly. She nervously held up the Connect 4 box and asked if he had any more games. Izuku explained that he didn't play games often because he had lived alone for most of his life, focusing on making robots and other projects. He offered to go out and buy some, but 𝗧𝗍 suddenly changed her mind, saying she didn't need any more games and would be fine. Izuku frowned, sensing her reluctance to be alone. He reassured her that he wouldn't be gone long, as the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗧𝗂𝐁𝗵 didn't know what he looked like. He assured her he was capable of defending himself or escaping if necessary. He hugged her and promised he would come back. After leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲, felt a strange mix of emotions, trusting 𝗵𝗃 with her safety. He stood in front of a decently large store, reminding himself to go in, get games and necessities for 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and get out without anything eventful happening. Inside, he considered buying clothes for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 but decided against it, opting to order them online later. He focused on toys, picking up one of every kind he saw and adding them to his cart. He felt a sense of pride at being able to afford so much. He decided to top off his shopping spree with a plush for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to keep with her. He searched for the perfect one, hoping to find a unicorn plush to match her horn, but there were none. Frustrated, he continued his search but eventually gave up, not wanting to keep 𝗧𝗵𝗲 waiting. He grabbed a bipedal purple cat plush and added it to his cart. As he did so, he suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Ow!" He looked around, realizing he was alone in the aisle. Was he hearing things? He trusted his body to not be foolish, but still. He made his way to the nearest register, bought everything, and then realized he had a problem. How was he going to take all of this home? He sighed, reminding himself that perseverance and hard work were key. Or he could order multiple rides and have each one carry everything to his house, which he decided to do. It was a lengthy process, but he eventually made it home. He and 𝗵𝗃 carried everything inside. "𝗵𝗃, where's 𝗧𝗵𝗲?" 𝗵𝗃 pointed upward. "In my room." "All right." Izuku headed up and opened the door. "Hey, 𝗧𝗵𝗲!" A large bundle of bedsheets exploded, and out shot 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a white-haired blur, who tackled Izuku into the wall. Izuku clenched his teeth, hiding how much the impact hurt him. He managed to say he was home. Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 unpacked everything together, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 staying very close to him during the process. 𝗵𝗃 picked up a strangely creepy purple cat plush, staring at it for a moment before placing it on the couch behind them. Just as he was about to walk away, he heard a small sigh of relief and turned his head, looking around in confusion. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stepped in front of Izuku, holding a pack of Uno cards. Izuku had bought every version, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was holding the regular one. She asked if they could play. After putting everything away in the closet next to the couch, Izuku played Uno with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The games were quiet. They enjoyed each other's company, but an uncomfortable atmosphere lingered due to the lack of conversation and smiles. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grew nervous, wondering if she was annoying him or wasting his time. She genuinely couldn't tell how he felt about this. Then the TV suddenly turned on, showing the news. Two reporters spoke about Samurai, calling him the most elusive vigilante Japan has seen to date. One reporter seemed critical of him despite acknowledging his efforts against the volcano thieves, while the woman with him gave him credit. The sudden activation of the television startled 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but Izuku calmly turned it off and returned to the game. A game or two later, the TV changed to a strange children's show, where sad children were being taught how to smile by an adult character. This was odd. Izuku's technology almost never malfunctioned, and the timing after the shopping trip felt like a strange coincidence. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku walked over and picked her up. Although she liked being held by him, she was confused by the suddenness of it. He told 𝗵𝗃 to stay put and walked off for a few minutes. He returned with a handheld device, pointing it around the room. It beeped rapidly when aimed at the purple cat plush. This device detects non-perceivable human life forms, like invisible quirk users, he explained, tossing the device onto the couch. "If you're here, make yourself known." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 clung closer to Izuku, fearfully looking around the room. Nothing happened. "Fine. Keep being quiet. I'll just..." Suddenly, the purple cat shouted, causing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to shriek and cower into Izuku's arms. Izuku glared at the creature, making it sweat. "I'm not," Izuku interrupted harshly, demanding to know who it was and why it was there. The plush held up its hands defensively, saying it didn't know. "You don't know." "Don't know what?" Izuku pressed. "I don't know who I am. I don't have a name." "Seriously? It's the truth, okay?" The plush took a step forward. "Look," 𝗵𝗃 stepped forward as well, eyeing the plush and causing it to step back. "Okay. Stay here. Got it?" The plush stated sadly. "Alright. I'm in this toy because of my quirk." "You're eyeing the plush. You aren't the plush." Izuku asked. I am inside, possessing the plush, yes. My quirk is one of those that comes into play at BR. Except I wasn't born. Not normally, any. Izuku patted Eri's head, asking what that meant. Well, I was born. Just without a physical body. Izuku was taken aback. Quirks were strange, allowing people to control elements, grow in size, or unleash flames. But being born without a physical form seemed impossible. It wasn't feasible for a conscious being to exist without a tangible body. Sure, Izuku relented for now. What is your quirk? I don't really have a name for it, but I can possess anything non-organic, like pencils or toys. The bigger something is, the harder it is to control. If it's too big, I end up just being in it, perceiving things like a moving security camera. Izuku nodded. And how old are you? 7. And if I'm a boy. You're pretty smart and well-spoken for a 7-year-old. I've been basically everywhere in Japan. Then why were you just sitting on that shelf in a store, in a plushie of all things? Because, well, I've kinda been looking for a family. Izuku remained skeptical but felt a tug at his heartstrings. 𝗲𝗲. The what? That could be your name. As for your quirk, something like motherboard could work. I can make you a body to stay in, but I'll need your input on what it should look like. He received a stare in response. Don't give me that face, Izuku said with a smirk. As long as you don't overstep with your quirk, I'm fine with keeping you here. 𝗲𝗲 squealed with joy and leaped into Izuku's arms, thanking him repeatedly. As he hugged Izuku, Eri watched with a blank stare. The emotion she was feeling was difficult to name or even interpret based on her expression. However, it was clear that what she was witnessing was unsettling. In the large lab basement, Izuku rolled his shoulder, smirking after putting the finishing touches on 𝗲𝗲's newest and permanent body. The robotic nature of the body was evident from its joints. As soon as it was completed and fine-tuned, 𝗲𝗲 left his plush form and took possession of the new body. He had neat shoulder-length black hair and bright green eyes with silvery metal sclera that functioned as flashlights. He wore a dark green shirt and black shorts, and Izuku noted that 𝗲𝗲 had specifically requested some green on him, leaving him curious about the reason. The body didn't require a power source because 𝗲𝗲 himself was one. The potential of 𝗲𝗲's quirk made Izuku feel a bit uneasy, and he was relieved to have reached him first. 𝗲𝗲 exclaimed that it was perfect, grinning widely. He performed a backflip and struck a cool pose, declaring it more than perfect, super-duper perfect. He then embraced Izuku, hugging his leg, which prompted Izuku to ruffle his hair affectionately. 𝗲𝗲 turned to Eri, who was sitting in Izuku's floaty chair. He cartwheeled over to her, beaming as he offered her a hug. However, Eri glared at him and turned away. 𝗲𝗲 frowned, expressing his disappointment that not everyone appreciated hugs. Izuku explained that not everyone would like what 𝗲𝗲 liked and that everyone reacted differently to things. He encouraged 𝗲𝗲 to practice mindfulness. 𝗲𝗲 looked up at him and asked if he liked hugs. Izuku felt embarrassed as he thought about his answer, admitting that he had never received one before. 𝗲𝗲 gasped in surprise, and Eri subtly glanced over her shoulder, intrigued. 𝗲𝗲 asked why, and Izuku explained that his life had been complicated. While his parents weren't abusive, they hadn't treated him well either. He clarified that he didn't dislike hugs, but he also didn't have strong feelings about them. If 𝗲𝗲 wanted to hug him, he wouldn't be against it. With determination, 𝗲𝗲 held up his arms and requested to be picked up. Izuku obliged, and once again, 𝗲𝗲 hugged him, declaring that he would give him all the hugs he would ever need. Eri watched them, feeling displeased. Meanwhile, Mirai Sasaki, also known as Night Eye, asked a group of pro-heroes if they had received the same message. They confirmed that they had, and Night Eye expressed concern over how one person or a group managed to contact all of them simultaneously with the same information he had been searching for. The message on their phones read, "Overhaul is here." 𝗲𝗲 barged into Izuku's lab while he was tuning up Samurai, causing Izuku to fumble his blowtorch. He quickly turned it off and lifted his welding mask, crossing his arms as he looked at 𝗲𝗲, who shrank back at his displeased gaze. Izuku reminded 𝗲𝗲 to knock next time, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 apologized before suggesting they hang out. Izuku replied that he would join him after finishing his work, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 cheerfully flipped away. Eri, wearing a new set of clothes Izuku had gotten for her, was watching TV in the living room with 𝗵𝗏𝗃 when she felt a thud on the couch. It was 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who flopped over the arm of the couch, smiling as he held up his face with his hands. He asked if she wanted to hang out, but Eri, unable to look at him, firmly declined. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was about to press on but remembered Izuku's advice and accepted her response. Eri watched 𝗕𝗏𝗏 walk away, presumably back to Izuku, and felt a wave of displeasure. She considered following him but hesitated, not wanting to be a nuisance. She thought about how Izuku likely preferred 𝗕𝗏𝗏's company over hers, and she felt unworthy of his attention. Leaning on 𝗵𝗏𝗃, she tried to push away her growing discontent while watching TV. Minutes later, Izuku emerged with 𝗕𝗏𝗏 in his arms, the boy smiling brightly. Eri scowled at the sight. Izuku noticed her expression and blinked, sensing something was wrong. He asked if she was okay, but Eri, avoiding his gaze, insisted she was fine. Izuku frowned, questioning if she trusted him. Offended, Eri turned to him, affirming her trust. Izuku reassured her that she could share whatever was bothering her, promising that he wouldn't be angry. Eri looked up at him, her mouth quivering as she asked if he liked 𝗕𝗏𝗏 more than her. Izuku was taken aback but remained calm, stating that he didn't prefer one over the other. Eri shouted that he seemed happier around 𝗕𝗏𝗏 and pointed at him, tears welling in her eyes. Saddened by her accusation, Izuku set 𝗕𝗏𝗏 down and hugged Eri, who cried into his chest. He apologized for making her feel that way, feeling doubt about his ability to care for children. Despite his insecurities, he knew he had to do his best because no one else could. Wiping her face with a handkerchief, Izuku prepared to share the truth with Eri. She nodded, indicating she wanted to hear it. He explained that, while it wasn't an excuse for her tears, he struggled with social interactions due to his parents' warped perspectives. He felt haunted by their influence, which made him doubt his abilities as a caregiver. Eri listened intently, her eyes widening as she recognized the familiarity in his words. Izuku continued, expressing his frustration at feeling inadequate and unable to bring joy to his child. 𝗕𝗏𝗏's interjection snapped him out of his spiral, reminding him that he was not alone in this journey. Caught off guard, Izuku and Eri looked at him. He had just made a surprising statement about Eri being his daughter, which caused Izuku to turn red. He quickly clarified that he didn't mean it in that way, feeling flustered by the implication. Realizing his blunder, he addressed Eri, who was taken aback by his sudden grip on her shoulders. He stammered, trying to find the right words. Eri couldn't help but snicker, her cheeks puffed out as she held back laughter. Izuku sighed, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He expressed how grateful he was to have Eri in his life, admitting that she brought him happiness and that he hoped to make her happy in return. Eri smiled tearfully, and Izuku returned her smile. They shared a moment of connection that felt instinctive and wonderful. Eri then declared her affection for him, and he reciprocated her feelings. After a brief, awkward silence, 𝗕𝗏𝗏, who had been watching them with a smile, suggested they have dinner. She mentioned making apple pie, which piqued Eri's interest, though she didn't know what pie was. Izuku smiled genuinely, assuring her that she would love it. He hesitated, wanting to keep the surprise, but ultimately asked if she wanted to try it. Eri eagerly nodded, and he lifted her up, sharing a light-hearted comment about his mother's cooking. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 then approached 𝗵𝗏𝗃, curious about the enigmatic machine. She asked what his purpose was, and 𝗵𝗏𝗃 explained that he was designed to protect his creator and defeat a troublesome foe. He expressed determination to face this adversary when the time came. Meanwhile, Eri and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 watched Izuku as he worked on a project to enhance the house's security against invisible intruders. Eri munched on a large apple and pondered the possibility of creating robots like 𝗵𝗏𝗃 one day. Izuku encouraged her to think about it for the future. As Izuku focused on his supercomputer, he detected faint signals of a familiar energy, causing him to frown. He realized that a threat was returning and called for 𝗵𝗏𝗃, who rushed to leave. Izuku stopped him, reminding him that he needed an upgrade to ensure victory this time. A mysterious message suddenly appeared on a phone, capturing the attention of someone who had been through a lot. She was not one to believe in fate but felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a potential ally. She recalled a previous encounter with a powerful robot that had helped her against a formidable enemy. This time, she was determined to confront 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the villain she had heard of, hoping to gain the trust of the robot and its creator. Meanwhile, Eraserhead surveyed the location of the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐵 from atop a building. He was on a stealth mission to investigate the truth behind the mysterious text he had received. He considered the possibility of a trap but remained vigilant, ready to uncover the secrets hidden within the compound. As he scanned the area, he noticed someone on a nearby building, prompting him to hide and observe carefully. It was someone short wearing a strange mask and holding an unusual weapon. Eraserhead wondered who they could be. If they were with the enemy, why would they be out here? Perhaps they were a vigilante. After a few moments, he held his breath and looked back in their direction, but they had vanished. Startled, Eraserhead scanned the area and suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head before everything went dark. The last thing he saw was the same figure from earlier leaping off the building. Eraserhead blinked, realizing he was on a roof. He shot awake, exclaiming that his roof was fine. Night-Eye, who had been reading something, reassured him that he was glad they were monitoring him. He trailed off, hinting at something more serious. Night-Eye then asked what had happened to him. Eraserhead explained that he had staked out a location as requested, trying to determine if it was an elaborate trap. His thoughts were interrupted by someone else watching 𝗏𝗏𝗏's base. He had no information on them and hid when he first noticed them. Night-Eye pressed for details about the figure. Eraserhead recalled that they were short, wore a strange mask, and held a weapon that vaguely resembled a gun. Night-Eye asked if there were any noticeable traits, and Eraserhead remembered that the figure had a mutation, a tail. This revelation helped narrow down the possibilities. Eraserhead continued, explaining that he had waited and listened but found the figure had disappeared. Night-Eye speculated that they might have a quirk that dampens their presence, suggesting they could be a stealthy vigilante who fights at long range. Eraserhead recounted how he had tried to find them, but they had somehow gotten behind him without making a sound and knocked him out. Night-Eye sighed in frustration, remarking on the series of mysterious figures appearing. He then revealed that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was dead. Eraserhead was taken aback, his usual stoicism shattered by shock. Night-Eye handed him an article on his phone, which caught Eraserhead off guard with its title. Everyone in the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐵 compound that night had been killed in the same way, with a projectile going clean through their heads. Night-Eye added that there was no evidence of a struggle, nothing was broken, and everything seemed in place. If Eraserhead hadn't been there, they might not have known anything had happened until much later when the culprit was long gone. Whoever had done this was exceptionally skilled, managing to wipe out an entire organized crime group in one night without anyone noticing. Eraserhead mused that perhaps he should take up gambling or praying, as it was a miracle he was still alive. Meanwhile, Izuku stared up at his supercomputer, confused, while Eri and Avira celebrated behind him. They were thrilled that the bad people were gone. Eri, however, soon felt nauseous and stopped, muttering that it was a bad idea. Avira cheerfully praised her efforts, and Eri, feeling better, tackled Izuku in gratitude for being the reason the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐵 was no more. Izuku explained that Samurai had obtained the location of the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐵, which was then sent to various pro-heroes across the country. He read the article's title again, Mysterious Figure Wipes Out Yakuza. Avira excitedly suggested that it must have been a hero, but Izuku firmly disagreed, stating that a hero did not act in such a manner. Avira insisted that the bad guys were stopped, and because of that, they wouldn't hurt anyone again, especially Eri. Izuku, aware of Eri's past, reminded Avira that anyone could stop bad people, but that didn't make them a hero. He explained that heroes save lives and help people, while villains and vigilantes do not adhere to the same principles. They do not decide who lives or dies. They are meant to uphold the law. Izuku elaborated that allowing heroes to kill would lead to a dangerous shift in society, where even minor offenses could result in severe punishment. He emphasized that heroes draw the line at saving lives, while vigilantes do. Whoever had taken down the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐵 was not a hero. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 absorbed this information and apologized for her misunderstanding, to which Izuku responded that it was fine as learning was part of life. Eri looked up at him, admiring his wisdom. Curious, 𝗬𝗃 asked what that made Izuku and samurai. Izuku quickly clarified that samurai was a vigilante who followed a hero's code, but ultimately remained a vigilante. As for himself, he was just someone who helped where he could, not a hero. Eri insisted that he was a hero because he saved her, and her fierce determination left Izuku slightly intimidated. He nodded, making Eri smile triumphantly. 𝗬𝗃 blinked in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Izuku continued to ponder the situation, considering whether a message had been sent to someone who wasn't a hero by accident. Regardless, he would keep this mysterious figure in mind. He didn't like not knowing too much or anything about someone so dangerous. She arrived at her old home, the floorboards creaking as she dropped onto her couch. A girl with mutant traits and an especially large tail, who was cooking dinner, asked if she had another success. She whispered that the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗂𝗃 were gone. The girl with the large tail appeared in the living room, handing her a plate of curry and a cup of water, inquiring if she had found any trinkets. She pulled out a small case containing red cylindrical objects, admitting she had no idea what they were. The girl suggested they might be bullets, but she crushed them into a red powder, expressing indifference. They agreed it was best that those items didn't fall into the wrong hands. They shared a meal together before the happier one brought up the creator guy she wanted to meet. She mentioned receiving a message from someone who wasn't her friend, indicating it had to be from that person. Her friend suggested it might have been an accident from someone else, but she dismissed the idea. A sigh escaped her friend's lips as she expressed her support, hoping she wouldn't end up disappointed after raising her expectations too high. For years, it had just been the two of them, the only ones aware of the overwhelming threat they faced. They had fought and lost repeatedly. However, during their most recent confrontation, a robot had appeared, a remarkable piece of technology capable of contending with the abomination that had taken her friends. When they fought together, it was the closest she had ever come to defeating that monster. She felt a strong need to know who had created the robot, believing they needed to unite to stand a chance against their common enemy. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted her thoughts, and her mask began blaring. Her expression turned serious as she put on her mask, recognizing the threat. Her friend urged her to be careful, but she didn't respond. Meanwhile, Izuku was sifting through news related to overhaul when an explosion and an alarm on his supercomputer interrupted him. 𝗬𝗃 and Eri, startled and scared, stood nearby as he pinpointed the location of the explosion at Tetsuin Station. Metal nodded and flew out of the room. The supercomputer switched to show Metal's perspective, and Izuku grimaced, his thoughts aligning with someone else's. She dashed through the streets, weaving around people, determined to confront her enemy. Izuku watched as Metal approached the location, knowing this had to end right there and then. She arrived, leaping into the air with her weapon aimed at her foe, who noticed her with an unimpressed yet excited expression. One of the 4 pro heroes that had arrived to confront the attack demanded to know who she was and why she was attacking the station. Shadow the Hedgehog loomed above them on top of 2 destroyed cars, surrounded by the remnants of chaos. He remarked on their colorful appearance, dismissing them as insignificant. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, eager to take action, rushed forward, telegraphing his intentions. Shadow quickly teleported in front of him, twisting his wrist and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying into a ruined building. Shadow stood unimpressed, revealing that he was luring someone and had no interest in fighting them. The heroes exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to proceed. Native felt fear creeping in as Shadow waited, knowing he couldn't just stand there. Ingenium charged past him, attempting a kick at full speed, only for Shadow to block it effortlessly with one hand. Native felt a sense of dread wash over him. Shadow seized Ingenium's leg, overpowering him and tossing him aside as if he were nothing. The tension in the air thickened as Native urged the others to take action, but they remained frozen in fear. Smoke filled the area, and Native noticed Shadow's stance shift as he looked up, unimpressed yet excited. A familiar weapon was aimed at Shadow by a familiar figure. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 the wolf appeared, ready for battle. She activated her weapon, firing a blue laser that struck the ground, causing a small explosion. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 dashed beside Shadow, shifting her weapon into a hammer form and striking at his side, but he blocked it, resulting in a painful outcome for him. Shadow chuckled lowly as he stood, his injuries healing rapidly. He inquired about the whereabouts of the robot, 𝗵𝗃, revealing his boredom with their encounters. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sneered, questioning if he was afraid of the robot. Shadow retorted, expressing his longing for a more challenging fight. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 lunged at him, disappearing in a blur, but Shadow teleported away just in time. Frustrated, she fired energy rockets at him, but he countered with energy bolts of his own, creating a tense standoff. They clashed, creating a smokescreen as Shadow landed. He listened for his opponent, turning his head sharply when he heard a rock break on his right side, but she wasn't there. His eyes widened as he looked to his left, only to be struck across the face by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's weapon, which had transformed into cube mode. She had made a sound elsewhere to draw his attention away from her true position. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struck him 3 more times before Shadow ducked the 4th swing and delivered an uppercut that sent her into the air. He teleported in front of her, ready for a follow-up attack. Hover mode. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's weapon glowed green, forming an energy-based hemisphere from the barrel, resembling an umbrella. Shadow was caught off guard by her ability to remain airborne, allowing her to kick him in the face. She sucked her weapon back to cube mode and slammed it down onto his face, sending him crashing to the ground as she descended. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly stood as Shadow got back on his feet and skated toward her. "Spikes mode," she declared. She dodged his swinging fist and aimed her weapon at his chest, blasting him point-blank with a solid pink spiky ball of energy. The energy cut into his chest until Shadow retaliated with a backhand that sent her crashing into a car, denting it. She quickly recovered and sidestepped a punch that shattered the car's frame as Shadow lunged at her. Suching her weapon back to cube mode, she swung at him, but Shadow evaded by spinning and attempted a kick, which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 ducked, countering with another swing of her hammer-like construct. They fought fiercely, hand to weapon, their clashes producing powerful shockwaves. After several exchanges, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 switched to laser mode and shot Shadow in the eye. He reeled back, letting out a pained cry. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smirked, but her expression changed when she noticed Shadow smiling back at her. He shot an energy bolt through her side, causing her to stumble. Despite his own injuries, Shadow landed a series of punches on her face, striking her repeatedly until her mask fell off. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he was kicked away by someone. Shadow calmly spat out some BLD and began to regenerate, recognizing his new opponent. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, in awe, quietly acknowledged 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼's presence. She never expected to see him again, but he had just saved her, indicating that the elusive creator remembered her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 propped herself up with her weapon as 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 regarded her. She suggested they talk after the battle, and 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼, through Izuku, agreed, startling 𝗧𝗵𝗲. She had expected a different voice but was relieved that he was who he claimed to be. Shadow smirked, relishing the challenge. He taunted them, declaring that he now faced 2 pests, old and new, in an easy position to defeat. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼, unfamiliar with the concept of death, warned Shadow that he would soon experience the gripping fear of the end. As Shadow prepared to teleport behind them, a deafening sound emitted from 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼, causing Shadow immense pain, making him scream. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, unable to hear it, was confused but enjoyed the sight of Shadow in agony. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 commanded 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to join him in attacking Shadow, and together they relentlessly assaulted him while he was incapacitated by the sound. Shadow struggled against the pain, but eventually he adapted and managed to move, flying away from them. However, he was still hindered, allowing 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 to crush his ankle and throw him back toward 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 4. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out, swinging her weapon like a golf club and sending Shadow back toward 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼. After a few more exchanges, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 kicked Shadow to the ground. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took a risk, transforming her weapon into rocket mode and drawing upon the full power of her quirk, aiming to obliterate Shadow in one shot. "Die!" she shouted, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Time slowed as her attack approached. Shadow coughed, and 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐼 noticed the strange braces around Shadow's wrists and shoes had fallen off. He sensed a massive amount of energy building up rapidly. Shadow was glowing. An explosion was imminent. 𝗵𝗃 dashed toward Whisper, and they narrowly escaped the blast, as the heroes who had been present earlier had already fled. As the explosion erupted, 𝗵𝗃 deactivated the sound that had hindered Shadow's teleportation and redirected his power toward a function Izuku had designed for him. Teleportation was a challenging ability for 𝗵𝗃, requiring significant energy, and could only be used once per day. As a result, he would be inactive for a full 24 hours after its use. 𝗵𝗃 and Whisper reappeared behind Izuku, Eri, and Avira, narrowly avoiding the chaos. Whisper, somehow managing to stand, found her vision blurry and her head pounding. She stumbled forward and fell into something warm and comforting, unaware that she had collapsed into Izuku's chest, where she let herself drift into unconsciousness. When Whisper awoke, she found herself in a comfortable bed, a stark contrast to her usual waking experiences. Realizing she was without her gear and that her friend might think she had died, panic set in. She called out, only to recoil in pain as her arms were covered in bandages. "Hi," Eri said, entering the room with a tray of food, startling Whisper. The adorable child approached her bedside, presenting the tray. "Mr. told me to bring this to the pretty stranger. So here." Whisper took the food, staring at the bowl of cereal and assortment of fruits. She wasn't accustomed to such luxuries. Her focus had always been on survival and strength, never on indulgence. She put everything into defeating Shadow. Looking back, she began to feel a pang of guilt for making her only friend live in such a way. She devoured her food in seconds, and every moment spent eating left Eri feeling anxious, even flinching as Whisper handed the tray back to her, asking for more. Eri nodded slowly before rushing out of the room. She returned with the same food she had given her initially. Whisper went through it all again. And again. After the fourth serving, she was finally satisfied. Whisper spoke awkwardly, returning to her usual quiet tone, unsure of how to interact with children. She asked about Mr. Eri, not quite hearing her, asked if she had mentioned Mr. Whisper confirmed, and Eri left again, returning with not just Mr., but another robot, slightly older than the little girl. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and asked for their names. Avira was surprised to learn his name, and Eri awkwardly admitted she hadn't told them. Whisper found their interactions adorable as they decided to keep calling him Mr. Izuku was fine with it, even jokingly suggesting that if Avira adopted more kids, they could call him Mr. too. He couldn't be mad at Avira's playful banter. Whisper then nervously asked if Izuku remembered her. He responded with confusion, recalling their previous encounter where she had fought alongside 𝗵𝗃 against Shadow. He explained how he had added a scrambler function to 𝗵𝗃 to counter Shadow's teleportation abilities. Whisper was stunned. This person truly had the capability to help them. Curious, she asked why he continued to fight Shadow. He revealed it was due to a grudge, as Shadow had harmed people he cared about. When Whisper mentioned the diamond cutters, Izuku noticed her shock and darkened expression, prompting him to share that he had been tracking Shadow for a while. He explained that Shadow was a bioengineered life form created by his mother, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku anticipated a negative reaction, but to his surprise, Whisper remained calm, expressing mild surprise instead. She acknowledged that he was opposing Shadow and his mother, and even if she had attacked him, she recognized his preparedness. Eri excitedly asked if they had a grandmother, but Izuku firmly told her not to trust either of his parents, explaining their dangerous nature. He described his family's legacy of genius and the terrible deeds associated with them, including a historical disaster caused by a Midoriya. Avira explained the Chernobyl disaster to Eri, who listened attentively. Izuku continued, detailing how Inko was particularly terrible, despite her scientific expertise, while his father specialized in machines. Whisper inquired about Izuku's own specialty, and he admitted he hadn't figured it out yet. She encouraged him to explore his potential, suggesting it could be crucial against his parents. Izuku expressed his longing to help others and stop any harm from his relatives, seeing himself as a unique force for good amidst a legacy of evil. He sighed, feeling disappointed about failing to defeat Shadow again but resolved to improve 𝗵𝗃. Whisper offered to help, and Izuku tossed her a map of the house, confirming her involvement in taking down the 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐿. He acknowledged her talent and insisted on paying her for her assistance, wanting her to have the resources to support herself. Whisper held back tears of joy, finally feeling a glimmer of hope for her future. And then she remembered something. Izuku recoiled, causing Whisper to blush in embarrassment. He mentioned 𝗕𝗏𝗁, a friend he had left behind when Shadow appeared, and asked if she could live with them. Whisper smiled and confirmed that it was fine. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and Whisper assured him that no thanks were necessary. In her extravagant lair, Izuku Midoriya spoke to her finest creation, Shadow, who knelt before her, feeling nervous under her gaze. She wore dark green and gold silk robes and seemed excited about her son's recent actions. Shadow felt the weight of her expectations, and the silence that followed was heavy. Izuku revealed her goal of creating the ultimate life form, which was currently Shadow, and she hoped it would remain that way. After a moment, she told him he could leave, and he teleported away, relieved to escape her intense scrutiny. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗁 the lemur stood in Izuku's yard with Whisper and Izuku, marveling at the house and yard. She was thrilled that they were allowed to live there, and Izuku confirmed that he was paying Whisper for her services as well as 𝗕𝗏𝗁's. 𝗕𝗏𝗁, excited, saluted Izuku, who found it odd and asked her not to call him sir. She offered a handshake with her fluffy tail, and Izuku accepted, pleased to see 𝗕𝗏𝗁 and Whisper getting along. 𝗕𝗏𝗁's eyes lit up when she spotted Izuku's children on the couch. She exclaimed about their cuteness, and Izuku introduced them as 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 complimented 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and made 𝗬𝗏𝗏 puff up with pride. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 seemed a bit overwhelmed by 𝗕𝗏𝗁's energy, while 𝗬𝗏𝗏 enjoyed the attention. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 proudly showcased her tail, explaining it was part of her quirk, and invited the children to touch it, which they did. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 playfully clung to her tail, and 𝗕𝗏𝗁 enjoyed the interaction. Curious about Whisper's quirk, Izuku listened as she explained it was called color power, and that it was unstable, requiring her special weapon, the variable Wispin, to use effectively. 𝗕𝗏𝗁, eager to share her skills, mentioned her cooking abilities, claiming she was good at it despite limited ingredients. Izuku admitted he wasn't much of a cook, having lived on junk food before taking in 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Whisper offered her skills for more dangerous tasks, and Izuku considered her as a potential bodyguard. He expressed the need to develop more anti-shadow weaponry and mentioned they could simply live life for now. Whisper found the idea of just living to be foreign but welcomed the thought of relaxation after so much fighting. Izuku suggested they have dinner to celebrate their new friends, and everyone, except 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who didn't eat, expressed excitement. Izuku decided on making katsudon and asked Whisper to accompany him in case they encountered any trouble. As Izuku left the house, Bakugo was filled with frustration. He had expected Izuku to be gone for just a day or two, but it had been weeks. He wondered where Izuku was and had asked around, but no one had satisfactory answers. Some thought Izuku had run away, but Bakugo dismissed those ideas, knowing Izuku's personality well enough to believe he wouldn't just abandon everything. He sensed that there was a deeper reason for Izuku's absence. Did something happen in his life? He didn't particularly care about the reason, he only wanted to know. And he would find out one way or another. Interestingly, sometime after his disappearance, he noticed a girl with floaty blue hair giving him angry stares. Whatever. If she had been more attractive, he might have cared a little more about her opinion. In any case, he decided to visit his punching bag's house to get the answers he deserved. After school, he went home, changed out of his uniform, and made his way to the super nerd's house. He hated how much bigger it was than his own, and despite his insistence and threats, he had never been allowed inside. No matter. He could easily hop the gate. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 felt joyous. She had never felt so free in her life. There was so much space in Izuku's yard to move around, and plenty of trees to swing from. She was a glutton for physical activity and quite the athlete. While her previous living situation had limited her, the fire for adventure was reignited thanks to Izuku. Whisper may have had her beat in combat ability, but 𝗕𝗏𝗁 was confident she could at least outrun or outclimb her. As she leaped from tree to tree with her tail, she suddenly stopped upon seeing something. She pulled herself up onto a thick branch and looked out at the front gate. A mean-looking blonde had just jumped the gate and was heading toward the house. 𝗕𝗁 shouted to draw his attention before leaping in front of him. She pointed out that there was a bell for a reason. The blonde, 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗄𝗏, demanded to know where Deku was, insisting he needed to see him. 𝗕𝗁 was confused. She informed him that no one named Deku lived there. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 insisted that he was looking for someone with green hair, green eyes, and freckles, which 𝗕𝗁 clarified was Izuku Midoriya, not whoever Deku was. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 grew frustrated, claiming that they were the same person, but 𝗕𝗁 stood her ground. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 threatened to drag Izuku out himself, explosions crackling in his hands for intimidation. 𝗕𝗁 sighed, offering him an out by stating that this was private property. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 scoffed, claiming he could easily defeat Izuku. 𝗕𝗁 informed him that Izuku was out shopping and suggested he leave. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏, undeterred, declared he would wait in the house until Izuku returned. 𝗕𝗁 was adamant. She would not let him near Eri and 𝗕𝗏. She warned him again that this was private property and that he needed to leave. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏's anger flared as he accused Izuku of hiding from him. 𝗕𝗁, ready for a confrontation, prepared to use force to remove him. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 charged at her, and while 𝗕𝗁 was not as skilled in combat as Whisper, she was far from weak or inexperienced. She easily dodged his attack and countered with a strike to his gut, followed by a swift move that sent him crashing to the ground. As she held him up with her tail, she expressed her disinterest in his insults towards Izuku, stating that he wasn't worth her time. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 struggled against her grip, but 𝗕𝗁 tightened her hold, insisting he needed to leave. He attempted to use his explosions to free himself, but 𝗕𝗁 remained unfazed, bringing him closer and delivering a sharp slap. She made it clear that she didn't care about his issues with Izuku and that he needed to leave. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏, filled with frustration, tried to break free again, but 𝗕𝗁 was relentless. She slapped him again, demanding he either leave on his own or face the consequences. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏, seething with anger, finally nodded in agreement when she asked if he would leave if she let him go. 𝗕𝗁 released him, warning that if he ever returned, she would make sure he regretted it. She tossed him out onto the sidewalk, making a final jab about his appearance and how girls probably didn't like him. With that, she leaped away, leaving 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗏 to wipe the BLD from his nose as he seethed with anger. This encounter was far from over. Izuku returned home after an uneventful shopping trip for Katsudon ingredients, unaware of the confrontation that had just taken place. As he entered, he noticed Whisper leaping just beyond the gate. Izuku had anticipated some last-minute complication while he was outside. Whisper, walking beside him in the yard, asked why he thought that. Izuku shrugged, suggesting it was a good thing he wouldn't be adopting any more children under strange circumstances. Just then, he tripped over something, causing Whisper to rush over to help him. They discovered a small girl with short light blue hair that faded into yellow, adorned with pink fairy-like wings. She wore a dirty white shirt, brown khaki shorts, and red shoes. In her hand, she clutched a strange green gem that seemed almost too large for her tiny grasp. Meanwhile, a man with red hair and purple eyes, dressed in a red suit, stormed through a large metal facility. He was surrounded by men and women in white lab coats, all searching frantically for something. Flashlights illuminated every corner, but nothing was found. The man, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, demanded to know where the conduit had disappeared to, expressing his frustration with a punch that left a massive dent in a solid steel wall. After taking a moment to calm himself, he ordered a thorough search of Angel Island, insisting they find both the girl and the gem at any cost. A scientist nervously asked what would happen if they couldn't find either, to which 𝗬𝗏𝗏 silently glared, emphasizing the importance of their mission. He warned that failure was not an option and left to oversee the 𝗵𝗃 shrine. Back in the yard, the girl stirred awake in a bed, relieved to find the conduit still in her possession. She greeted Izuku, who was sitting at her bedside, with excitement, revealing her name was 𝗏𝗏. Izuku introduced himself, but before he could continue, 𝗬𝗏 burst in, insisting 𝗏𝗏 call him Mr. before leaving again. Izuku sighed, while 𝗏𝗏 cheerfully complied. 𝗏𝗏 explained she needed a safe place to hide, showing Izuku the glowing gem in her hand. She revealed it was a chaos conduit, which she had created using her quirk called gather, allowing her to hrss and redirect energy. As she demonstrated her wings, Izuku was impressed by her abilities. However, when she mentioned bad men, Izuku tensed, recalling the dangers associated with such individuals. 𝗏 explained that the Chaos Enforcers had captured her for her quirk, with their leader, 𝗕𝗏𝗃, wanting to use her to create super weapons. 𝗏 shared that after making the MSTR conduit, she had escaped using the one she created, teleporting to safety. Izuku offered her a place to stay, and she joyfully accepted, promising not to be a burden. They secured the gem in a small safe under Izuku's bed before heading to meet the other children in the living room. 𝗏 introduced herself enthusiastically, declaring her age and expressing her longing to make friends. Avira introduced himself, while Eri complimented 𝗏's wings. Tangle, delighted by 𝗏's appearance, called her an adorable little fairy. Whisper introduced herself quietly, prompting laughter from the others. Izuku reminded 𝗏 to work on her introductions in the future. Avira bluntly inquired about how Izuku had come to adopt them, to which Izuku clarified that they simply lived there now. Avira recounted how she had virtually broken into the house and how Eri's past was too troubling to discuss. 𝗏, curious, asked Eri if she had also faced bad men. Eri responded with a tilt of her head, prompting 𝗏 to share her own harrowing experience with the Chaos Enforcers and the dangerous gems they had forced her to create. Avira raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the connection between their stories. Izuku wanted to be somewhere safe, and by sheer luck, he found himself here. Avira gave him a curious look and asked if he was sure he didn't have a quirk. Izuku confidently replied that he was quite sure. He had been in denial for a while, so he learned how to conduct multiple tests for quirks and performed them on himself thousands of times. There was no quirk. Avira, still skeptical, glanced at 𝗏 but decided to drop the subject. Izuku, assuming Avira was just surprised, let it go. Tangle then shifted the conversation, mentioning something important for Izuku to know. While he was out buying ingredients to make katsudon, which she enjoyed and hoped he would make more of, a mean blonde guy had hopped the gate and tried to enter the house. He was looking for Izuku and had called him Deku. Izuku's expression shifted to one of concern. He had expected this, but he didn't anticipate Bakugo to trespass. Tangle asked if that was Bakugo's name, commenting that even his name sounded unpleasant. Ignoring her remark, Izuku explained that they had been friends when they were younger, but when Bakugo's quirk emerged and his did not, their friendship soured. He had tried to stay friendly for a while, but after years of bullying from everyone around him, he eventually gave up and started ignoring Bakugo. Whisper noted that Bakugo must have felt entitled to enter the house due to their past, despite the no trespassing sign outside. 𝗏's demeanor changed as she expressed her anger, suggesting she would hang Bakugo off a building if she ever saw him. The room fell silent, and Avira blinked in surprise. Izuku was caught off guard by 𝗏's violent words, and she quickly shrank back, apologizing for her scary thoughts about someone she hated. Whisper pointed out that Bakugo had bullied Izuku when they were younger, which made it understandable for 𝗏 to feel that way. Izuku reminded them that they shouldn't resort to violence, as Bakugo wasn't worth the effort, nor was anyone from Aldra. Whisper, however, was ready to confront anyone who dared to trespass, but Izuku urged her not to hurt anyone. She reassured him that she would just have a talk with them, albeit in a very explosive manner. 𝗏 eagerly wanted to join in, expressing her longing to cause harm to those who intruded. Tangle, who had successfully driven Bakugo away, received praise from Izuku for defending the kids. Tangle was taken aback by his compliment, realizing that the physical contact made her feel pleasantly flustered. Avira noticed her reaction and couldn't help but tease her, prompting a glare from Tangle. Izuku then shifted the focus back to Bakugo's trespassing, acknowledging that he would likely return. He suggested they come up with defenses against potential break-ins. He proposed a group activity where they could decide on those defenses together. 𝗏 excitedly suggested deadly spears, but Izuku interrupted, clarifying that he wasn't looking for lethal options. Whisper suggested something subtle that wouldn't be noticed unless someone was uninvited. Izuku wrote down camouflage, noting that the yard was large enough that intruders wouldn't encounter it unless they entered from the wrong place. 𝗏 then proposed laser eyes for instant annihilation, but Eri timidly suggested sleeping gas to incapacitate any intruder. Izuku agreed that it was a good idea, considering how they could use facial recognition to avoid accidentally triggering it. As they brainstormed, Tangle marveled at Izuku's ability to create anything he wanted. Avira took the opportunity to compliment Izuku, which made Tangle flinch. She insisted that Whisper was a close contender for the title of coolest, but Avira challenged her, claiming Izuku could even make her blush. Tangle's face turned red, and she accidentally covered Izuku's face with her tail, denying the suggestion. Izuku decided to make the scary sleeping gas robot a giant purple cat, recalling that Avira had once been a purple cat plush. Whisper cringed at the memory, and Tangle agreed that it had been creepy. With everything settled, Izuku announced that he would get started on the defenses right away, leaving the others to do as they pleased in the meantime. Days later, Izuku stood triumphantly in his lab, declaring that his house defender was complete at last. And he was quite proud of it. Tangle looked up at the creature with fear in her eyes, questioning its terrifying presence. Whisper struggled to find her words, acknowledging how scary it was. 𝗏 had stars in her eyes, exclaiming how cool it was. Avira smirked, finding it neat, while Eri remained silent, unable to look at the robot for more than a few seconds. Izuku gestured to the towering mechanical cat beast, introducing it as 𝗵𝗃𝗄. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 was a giant dark purple-furred cat, with its spine and ribcage visible through the fur. It had a permanent, wide, toothless smile and white eyes, along with a yellow crescent moon hanging from its neck. The eeriest aspect of 𝗵𝗃𝗄 was its unsettling quietness for such a large creature. It simply stared at them. Izuku explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗄 was currently downloading their faces into his database. Once finished, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 raised his head to look at Izuku and received his instructions to guard the house. If he detected an intruder with malicious intent, he was to knock them out and bring them back. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 nodded and walked off, astonishing everyone as he turned invisible, his footsteps barely audible. Izuku described 𝗵𝗃𝗄 as a stalker, an apex predator. He paused, noticing the deadpan expressions on everyone's faces, which made him sweat. He continued explaining 𝗵𝗃𝗄's abilities, such as camouflage and sleeping gas, along with his excellent hearing and ability to detect vibrations in the ground. He hoped that 𝗵𝗃𝗄 would remain inactive most of the time, which would conserve his already long battery life. Whisper expressed her mixed feelings, stating that 𝗵𝗃𝗄 eased her concerns about the house's safety, despite making her uneasy. Avira inquired if 𝗵𝗃𝗄 could talk, to which Izuku replied that he could, but like Metal Sonic, he wouldn't be chatting often. The 𝗵𝗃𝗄 conduit was the first of its kind, the biggest and most powerful. 𝗏, forced to create it, was led to believe it would only serve to keep Angel Island floating. However, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 had other plans. If things went awry, it would also serve as a contingency against the other conduits and to track them in 𝗏. After failing to find and retrieve her, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 resorted to using Angel Island's battery, despite the protests of his underlings. He placed his hand on the large gem, closing his eyes to use it to track the conduit in 𝗏. The island began to destabilize, and to everyone's horror, as 𝗕𝗏𝗃 used the 𝗵𝗃𝗄 conduit, the island started to fall. Screams echoed across the island, but 𝗕𝗏𝗃 remained focused, sweating as he concentrated. Just before the island landed in the water, he removed his hand from the gem. Some people were injured from the fall, but 𝗕𝗏𝗃 remained indifferent. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 chuckled victoriously, addressing no one in particular, reveling in the chaos he had caused. He declared that he would retrieve the child personally. 𝗏 heard a knock on the door of her room, which was decorated in blue and pink. She opened it to find Avira standing there. He greeted her cheerfully, and they exchanged pleasantries. Avira asked if she could fly, and after a moment's thought, 𝗏 agreed. She leaned forward, her wings fluttering as she hovered off the ground, picking up Avira by the arms. She was surprised at how light he was. They flew around the house and through the trees, enjoying the experience until a small bird collided with Avira's face, causing him to exclaim in surprise. After several laps around the house, 𝗏 returned him to the door, admitting her wings were tired. 𝗬𝗏 smugly reminded her that organics tend to get tired, which earned him a playful retort from 𝗬𝗁. They exchanged goodbyes, with 𝗬𝗏 playfully winking as he dashed away. 𝗬𝗁 was given a top-secret mission of great importance from 𝗬𝗏. Curious, she listened closely to his instructions. While Izuku was busy checking on Samurai and making repairs, she entered his lab. She greeted him, and Izuku, caught off guard, stammered a response. 𝗬𝗁 smirked, sensing his surprise. She casually commented on his work before leaving Izuku to ponder her casual use of dad. He shook off the thought and returned to his task. Eri also received a top-secret mission from 𝗬𝗏. Feeling a bit nervous, she approached Izuku in the kitchen while he was on his phone. She greeted him, and he was startled, clearing his throat to regain composure. Eri casually asked what he was doing, and he explained that he was watching 𝗕𝗏𝗄's apple pie recipe while she was outside. Eri seemed uninterested but smiled before leaving, prompting Izuku to internally chastise himself for stuttering. 𝗬𝗏 had a grand vision. He assessed that Izuku, the most important person to him, wasn't happy enough. It was a fact he couldn't ignore. He recognized that Izuku's family situation was dire, with his parents being villains and others treating him poorly due to his quirklessness. As a result, Izuku had become closed off, likely not smiling until 𝗬𝗏 arrived. The solution to the lack of smiles was simple: a better family. Izuku already had everything he needed: children like himself, Eri, and 𝗬𝗁, along with potential mothers like 𝗕𝗏𝗁 or 𝗧𝗏𝗏. All that was required was a few gentle nudges in the right direction. 𝗬𝗏 was determined to make Izuku happy, believing he deserved the world. Knocking on Izuku's door, 𝗬𝗏 entered to find him doing calisthenics. He smirked, teasingly asking what Izuku was doing. Izuku stumbled over his words, explaining that he was inspired to exercise after seeing how active 𝗕𝗏𝗁 was. Instead of leaving like the others, 𝗬𝗏 lingered a bit longer, noticing that Izuku seemed a little nervous. Izuku sat up on the floor, wiping the sweat from his face. He sighed and reflected on the day when the kids had called him Dad. It was a bit overwhelming for him, as he felt he was still quite young and had expected them to see him more as an older brother. 𝗬𝗏 pointed out that he took care of them like a father would, which made it logical for them to call him that. Izuku felt a mix of emotions. He liked the admiration but questioned if someone like him was truly worthy of such a title. Eri, who had been listening, suddenly made her presence known. She stomped toward him, pouting and declaring that he was their dad, and that was final. Izuku hesitated, feeling unqualified for the role, but Eri insisted, sitting between his legs and hugging him. He returned the hug, feeling a warmth in his heart. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗬𝗁 soon joined in, wrapping their arms around him. Despite his doubts about being a good father, Izuku felt a surge of determination. If they believed in him, he would do his best to care for them as their father. With that, Eri Midoriya, 𝗬𝗏 Midoriya, and 𝗬𝗁 Midoriya became his official children. After completing the first part of his grand MSTR plan, 𝗬𝗏 moved on to the second part, focusing on 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏𝗁. He was uncertain about their feelings toward Izuku but decided to investigate. He assigned his siblings a top-secret mission. While 𝗧𝗏 polished her mask in the living room, Eri approached her. She asked 𝗧𝗏 what she thought of Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 reflected on this, expressing her respect for him, his talents, and his kindness. She appreciated everything he had done for her and 𝗕𝗏𝗁, considering him a great friend. Eri smiled at 𝗧𝗏's response and thanked her before leaving. An hour later, as 𝗧𝗏 did some light exercises in the kitchen, 𝗬𝗁 approached her with a question about her goal to defeat Shadow. When he asked what she would do afterward, 𝗧𝗏 froze, realizing she had never thought about life beyond her quest for vengeance. She admitted to 𝗬𝗁 that she wasn't sure. 𝗬𝗁 encouraged her, reminding her that she had Izuku and 𝗕𝗏𝗁 in her life. 𝗧𝗏 felt a warmth at the thought of them, realizing how much they meant to her. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 had been there for her during her toughest moments, and Izuku was someone she was beginning to care for deeply. Just as she was lost in thought, 𝗬𝗁 called her name, snapping her back to reality. She felt embarrassed for spacing out. 𝗬𝗁 scurried away, and 𝗧𝗏 sat on the kitchen floor, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗁 pulled out a toy walkie-talkie, reporting that he had successfully planted a seed of thought in Whisper's mind. 𝗕𝗁 was outside, resting against a tree when Eri approached her with a question about Izuku. 𝗕𝗁 expressed her respect for him and how grateful she was for the happiness he had brought to Whisper. Eri thanked her and left, and 𝗕𝗁 decided to have some fun running around. Later, while grooming her tail in the bathroom, 𝗬 approached 𝗕𝗁 with a question about her goal to help Whisper defeat Shadow. 𝗕𝗁 confirmed her commitment to helping Whisper and mentioned how Izuku had made things easier for them. When 𝗬 asked what she would do after Shadow was gone, 𝗕𝗁 admitted she wasn't sure, but she knew she had Izuku and Whisper by her side. 𝗕𝗁 knew she could always stay with them. However, with Whisper's unwavering focus on defeating Shadow, 𝗕𝗁 had to concentrate on keeping her steady, on her feet, and as healthy as possible. She never had the time to slow down and think about what would happen afterward. But with the recent calmness, old feelings that had been forgotten began to resurface. She thought Whisper was really cool, and despite her serious demeanor, she was good company. New feelings also began to spark within her. It was a small spark, but it was undeniably there, and she didn't know how to process it. Izuku Midoriya was another reliable presence in her life. He went out of his way to help them, providing shelter and delicious food. Initially, a tiny part of her considered abandoning Izuku after Shadow was defeated, thinking she would simply use him until he was no longer useful and then convince Whisper to run off with her. It was a temporary alliance against a common enemy. However, the more time she spent with him, the less she wanted to follow through with that plan. He was kind, talented, and good with kids, a quality she found attractive. He was confident without being arrogant, and while she didn't usually focus on looks, she found his freckles charming. 𝗕𝗁 was confused about her feelings. She was fond of Izuku, but she also liked Whisper a lot. If given the choice, she thought she would choose Whisper, but Izuku complicated things. It felt strange, and she was unsure how to navigate it all. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗁 jolted back to reality when she heard someone call her name. Realizing she had spaced out while thinking about Izuku and Whisper, she turned red and quickly looked for a clock, but there wasn't one. Fumbling, she brushed her tail and threw the brush back into the cabinet before leaping over 𝗬. She hurriedly declared she had to go and disappeared downstairs. 𝗬 smirked and pulled out her walkie-talkie, reporting a successful mission to 𝗬𝗏, who responded happily that they were free to relax now. Izuku noticed that 𝗕𝗁 and Whisper had been acting strangely for a few hours. They had unexpectedly shown up in the lab and silently watched him work, which was unusual since they typically did their own things. He wondered if it was because of the possibility of something more between them, but he was hesitant to confront them, fearing it might ruin their friendship. The thought flattered him, but the risk of misreading the situation terrified him. He stopped working and rested his hands on the large metal table in front of him. He decided to speak up, addressing Whisper and 𝗕𝗁. Whisper's heart raced as she wondered what he was about to say. 𝗕𝗁 took a deep breath, clearly trying to calm her nerves. Izuku finally revealed that he had gathered data on Shadow during their last battles and could theoretically create a near-perfect replica of him, excluding his teleportation ability. This replica could be useful for training against Shadow. He looked at them seriously and asked if he could create Metal Shadow. Whisper quickly agreed, surprising even 𝗕𝗁, as she expressed a need to de-stress. Izuku began creating Metal Shadow, ensuring he was visually distinct from Metal Sonic while maintaining some similarities. The girls and the kids came and went, but they all watched as Izuku worked. Once Metal Shadow was complete, he and Metal Sonic faced each other, a clear sense of rivalry evident between them. 𝗬 asked 𝗬𝗏 what they were saying, but 𝗬𝗏 simply looked at her, puzzled by the question. With overhaul gone, Izuku wanted Eri to experience the outside world, but he worried about running into Bakugo. He thought about how he would handle it if Bakugo started acting up in front of Eri. He didn't want to deal with Bakugo's antics. He wanted him to face the consequences of his own actions. After a series of intense training matches, Izuku called for a break. Whisper, tired and bruised, and Metal Shadow, visibly damaged, paused their fight. Izuku tossed Whisper a bottle of water, surprised by her durability. She proudly stated that she didn't go down easily, especially when trying to impress him or 𝗕𝗁. Izuku began repairs on Metal Shadow, acknowledging her impressive resilience. Izuku had plans to take Eri out that day. He believed children needed physical activity, and while she could play in the yard, it was important for her to be around other people outside the house. There was also the challenge of helping the children make friends their age and providing them with education. Although Izuku possessed remarkable intelligence, he wasn't a teacher, and it would be better to find someone more qualified for that role. They had been cooped up in the house for too long, and that needed to change. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smirked, trusting Izuku to make the right decision. She teased him about being smart, which made him deadpan at her, noting how sometimes it was hard to believe they were the same age. She asked why, and feeling bold, he complimented her strength and talent, contrasting her with Bakugo. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blushed, trying to convince herself it was just a friendly compliment. Once repairs on Metal Shadow were complete, Izuku stretched and instructed it to guard the house and everyone in it. After a quick shower and a change into casual clothes, he approached Eri, who was playing with her siblings. She lit up upon seeing him, but a beanbag thrown by 𝗕𝗲𝗏 hit her in the face, causing her to pout before retaliating. Izuku chuckled at their playful antics and asked Eri if she wanted to go out into the city with him. Initially hesitant, she remembered Overhaul was gone and decided to join him. To ease her worries about potential threats, Izuku showed her his black wristband, which transformed into a stun baton. He assured her that he had permits for various things, and weapon laws had relaxed due to quirks. He also revealed a can of pepper spray, humorously referring to it as blindness in a can. He reminded Eri not to call him Dad in public to avoid drawing attention. Feeling reassured, Eri walked closely beside him, excitedly asking for a beanbag chair. Just then, a familiar boy with large red wings nearly grabbed Izuku, but an unseen force sent him crashing into a tree, knocking him out. Eri was shocked to see Apex appear, and fear crept in as she asked who the boy was. Izuku observed the unconscious figure with a neutral expression, relieved he had deployed Apex when he did. Later, everyone gathered in the living room, where the unconscious boy was tied up and blindfolded. 𝗫𝗏 inquired about his identity, and Izuku flatly identified him as a crony of Bakugo. The room shook as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗕𝗏 expressed their anger, with 𝗕𝗏 growling about her longing for revenge. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was incredulous, questioning the boy's motives and behavior. Izuku, feeling exhausted, pinched the bridge of his nose and expressed his lack of patience for the boy's antics. He explained that he had ignored the boy until now, but enough was enough. When 𝗫𝗏 asked what he would do, Izuku mentioned filing a restraining order, prioritizing his children's safety. He had security footage and recordings from his time in school to support his case. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗫𝗏 smiled at his determination, and Izuku prepared to call for a ride, asking 𝗫𝗏 to accompany him for emotional support while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stayed behind with Metal Sonic to watch the kids. Metal Shadow took the unconscious boy away, ensuring no one saw him. As Izuku and 𝗫𝗏 waited for their ride, the silence was awkward yet pleasant. 𝗫𝗏 joked about being his emotional support, and Izuku expressed his appreciation for her upbeat personality, noting how she and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 brought balance to his life. 𝗫𝗏 felt her heart flutter at his words, and when she placed her hand on his, they shared a moment of connection, both blushing. They held hands until the gate bell rang, prompting them to stand up quickly, both surprised at their reluctance to let go. Arriving at the district court to file the restraining order against Bakugo, they found themselves waiting in a long line alongside others. After a moment of silence, someone in the chair next to 𝗫𝗏 spoke up, breaking the stillness. 𝗫𝗏 turned to the stranger and remarked on the unusual way to start a conversation. The tired-looking girl, who had a sheep-like appearance and was around Izuku's and 𝗫𝗏's age, waited patiently for a response. 𝗫𝗏 gestured toward Izuku, indicating he was the reason for her visit. Izuku introduced himself and mentioned he was there to file a restraining order. The girl revealed she was there for the same reason, expressing her frustration about people who behave poorly without cause. Izuku agreed, adding that even if there was a reason, it often made no sense. The girl smirked, emphasizing that no justification could excuse bullying or harassment. 𝗫𝗏 then inquired if the girl was there for either of those reasons. The girl calmly explained that she was dealing with harassment and assault from her boss, who inappropriately touched her hair, thinking it was acceptable because he claimed to be joking. 𝗃𝗃 grimaced, assuming the boss was someone who couldn't take a hint. The girl confirmed this, and Izuku shared his own experience with a former friend who bullied him for being quirkless. The girl listened intently as he described how this person continued to harass him despite his attempts to distance himself. After a while, Izuku decided to leave school, feeling he could manage on his own, especially with the recordings he had from body cameras he wore. The girl was surprised to hear he had years of footage, admitting she struggled with her boss's behavior for only a few months. 𝗃𝗃 chimed in, suggesting that the less satisfaction bullies gained, the better. Izuku recounted an incident where the bully trespassed on his property, demanding to know where he had been. 𝗃𝗃 had spotted the intruder and, after several attempts to make him leave, had defended Izuku by confronting the bully. The girl agreed that the bully seemed desperate for Izuku's attention and advised him not to give in. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and the girl introduced herself as 𝗓𝗨𝗏. 𝗃𝗃 joined in, and they all enjoyed the conversation about their experiences with difficult people. Izuku then asked 𝗓𝗨𝗏 about her internship, to which she explained that she was considered a natural leader and had taken the role to explore those qualities, though she found her workplace lacking. Intrigued, Izuku offered to hire her, surprising 𝗓𝗨𝗏, who noted he seemed young for such a role. 𝗃𝗃 encouraged her to consider his offer, praising Izuku's abilities. Izuku nervously downplayed 𝗃𝗃's enthusiasm but wanted to ask 𝗓𝗨𝗏 one important question about her skills with children. 𝗓𝗨𝗏 confidently stated she believed she was decent with kids, not perfect but certainly not harmful. As they wrapped up their conversation, Izuku noticed the day was getting darker and felt relieved that they could finally resolve their legal issues. After presenting his evidence, Izuku successfully obtained his restraining order, and 𝗓𝗨𝗏 appeared pleased with her outcome as well. They parted ways, and 𝗃𝗃 excitedly pointed out a nearby restaurant, asking if they could get takeout. Izuku considered it and agreed, leading 𝗃𝗃 to cheer in delight. Unbeknownst to them, two homeless onlookers observed from across the street, one of whom was a slouching boy in dirty clothes. He was covered in bandages from head to toe, with bits of black hair poking out and his striking bright red pupilless eyes visible. Beside him stood a girl with white hair, pale skin, and light gray eyes, dressed in brown shorts, shoes, and a gray shirt. The brother spoke in a low voice, muffled by his bandages, mentioning that he heard they were getting takeout. The sister, hopeful, wondered if they would share some if asked. The brother scoffed, pointing out that everyone was ignoring them and they would likely be told to find a hero like everyone else. Despite his brother's cynicism, the sister insisted they should try. They crossed the street and waited for the duo to emerge. When they did, the sister approached nervously while the brother appeared despondent. She called out to them, asking if they could have some food. The duo exchanged glances, and Izuku looked at the brother, who rolled his eyes, anticipating the usual questions about his bandages. Instead, Izuku surprised them by handing over his takeout. 𝗃𝗃 was about to do the same but was stopped by Izuku, who suggested she get another one. When she asked about him, he replied that he could manage without it. 𝗃𝗃 nodded and returned to the restaurant while Izuku sat with the children. The sister tried to give the food to her brother, who pushed it back to her. Izuku broke the silence by asking who they were. They paused their food struggle and looked up at him. The girl, cheerful, introduced herself as 𝗕𝗵𝗲 and her brother as 𝗓𝗨𝗏. The boy remained unresponsive until nudged by his sister, prompting him to begrudgingly confirm his name. Izuku inquired why they were out there, asking if they were homeless. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 frowned and explained that they were indeed homeless, sharing the unfortunate story of their parents, who had abandoned them after a brief period of care. 𝗃𝗃 returned with 2 containers of takeout, distributing one to Izuku and another to the children. As they began eating, 𝗕𝗵𝗲 devoured her food with enthusiasm, while 𝗓𝗨𝗏 maintained a calmer demeanor, using a spork. Despite his restraint, it was clear he was hungry. Izuku then posed a question that caught the children's attention. How would they feel about living with him? The children nearly choked at the suggestion, and 𝗃𝗃 continued eating, unfazed. 𝗓𝗨𝗏, skeptical, questioned why Izuku would want to take them in after just meeting them. He voiced concerns about potential danger, but Izuku reassured them with a smile, insisting he meant no harm. 𝗕𝗵 quickly dismissed her brother's worries, while 𝗕𝗵 remained hesitant, voicing fears of being sold or worse. 𝗕𝗵, sensing her brother's anxiety, turned to him with a stern expression, urging him to be quiet. Izuku introduced himself properly, sharing that he was Izuku Midoriya and that the girl was 𝗕𝗁. They continued eating, with 𝗕𝗁 glancing around, wary of any threats, but none appeared. Soon their ride arrived. Noticing 𝗕𝗁's anxiety, Izuku and 𝗕𝗁 sat together on one side while 𝗕𝗁 and 𝗕𝗵 took the other, with 𝗕𝗁 enjoying the view from the window. 𝗕𝗁 observed the siblings holding hands, which was understandable given their situation. It made her reflect on her own bond with Izuku, and although she wanted to hold his hand again, she refrained, not wanting to seem odd. Izuku noticed the siblings' hand-holding too, and it reminded him of his connection with 𝗕𝗁. He wished to hold her hand again but held back, not wanting to come off as overly affectionate. Meanwhile, Bakugo was frustrated, having wasted hours in the park waiting for his friend to arrive with Izuku, who never showed. He wanted to confront him, to assert his place, but instead he felt abandoned. His thoughts were interrupted when his mother barged into his room, startling him. She threw a bundle of papers at him, and though he felt anger rising, he held back as he picked them up and read. As he read, his expression twisted into rage. His mother questioned how he had gotten a restraining order against him, and he had no response. The disappointment in her voice stung, and she warned him that this would follow him everywhere, affecting his future opportunities. She urged him to stay away from Izuku, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation before leaving the room. Bakugo stared at the papers for several minutes, feeling a mix of anger and betrayal. He couldn't believe that Izuku had gone to such lengths to interfere in his life. It felt like another instance of Izuku getting the better of him, always outshining him in academics and now tarnishing his record with this restraining order. He couldn't let this slide. He wouldn't allow Izuku to continue hiding and laughing at him from the shadows of his seemingly perfect life. Deku was using his money to sabotage him, and he wouldn't let him get away with it. But this restraining order. One wrong move, and he'd really be in trouble. No matter. He'd think of something. In the end, he'd humble Deku and become a hero. 𝗕𝗵 introduced herself, saying she was 6 years old. 𝗕𝗁, who was 7, followed suit. Eri, Avira, and Cow quickly joined in, showering them with compliments. Eri was the more reserved of the group, but the praise flowed freely. 𝗕𝗁 was cool, 𝗕𝗵 was pretty, and 𝗕𝗁 had an intimidating presence in a good way, while 𝗕𝗵 exuded elegance. 𝗕𝗵 relished their kindness, while 𝗕𝗁 felt overwhelmed. Izuku intervened, reminding them not to overwhelm the newcomers. He appreciated their trust but noted they were new and needed time to settle in. 𝗕𝗁 looked at Izuku and questioned whether he just adopted any child he found on the street. Izuku explained that the three of them, along with 𝗕𝗁 and 𝗕𝗵, had found him. Eri had bumped into him, and Avira and Cow had broken in. 𝗕𝗁 and 𝗕𝗵 had asked for food, and he had brought them to his home. 𝗕𝗁 chimed in, playfully stating that if Izuku hadn't helped, she would have punched him. Izuku took a small step back, acknowledging that he couldn't just leave them on the streets. He had more than enough to share, and 𝗕𝗁 appeared stunned by his kindness, questioning if Izuku was genuinely kind for the sake of it. Izuku simply nodded, and 𝗕𝗁 remarked that he was either weird or extremely bored with his life. 𝗕𝗁 made a joke, which earned her a glare from Izuku. 𝗕𝗵, now fast friends with Eri and Cow, approached Izuku with questions. She eagerly wanted to know about their quirks. 𝗕𝗵 proudly demonstrated her quirk, creating a pair of white disembodied hands that floated beside her. She explained that she could create many hands, and if they touched someone, they would feel great. When the hands made contact with Izuku, he felt a wave of calm and happiness wash over him. 𝗕𝗁 provided a more specific explanation of 𝗕𝗵's quirk, calling it hands of grace. He explained that every good deed done for someone else would be reflected back to the person who performed it. 𝗕𝗵's hands faded, and Izuku found the quirk intriguing, asking if it worked based on memory or intent. 𝗕𝗁 speculated that it was a mix of both and then revealed that his own quirk was similar but worked differently. He conjured a pair of hands that had a darker aura. 𝗕𝗵 appeared nervous while 𝗕𝗁 smirked beneath his bandages. The hands rushed toward Izuku, grabbing his shoulders, but nothing happened. Izuku awkwardly noted the lack of effect, while 𝗵𝗲 squealed with joy, and 𝗓𝗏𝗄 looked stunned. 𝗓𝗏𝗄 questioned how Izuku could be unaffected, expressing disbelief that someone could have no evil in them. Izuku responded thoughtfully, suggesting that everyone has some bad within them, but he encouraged 𝗓𝗏𝗄 to have more faith in others. He shared his own experiences, revealing that he had a rough life, though not as rough as 𝗓𝗏𝗄's. He explained that his parents had abandoned him, and while they weren't abusive, they weren't good either. He had faced challenges and considered using his skills to retaliate against the world but ultimately chose not to. 𝗓𝗏𝗄 pressed him for answers, confused by Izuku's perspective. Izuku explained that adding to the negativity wouldn't have helped anyone and that he was grateful for his experiences, as they shaped who he was. He emphasized that inflicting pain on others without sufficient reason was not something he could imagine doing. His words resonated with everyone present, leaving 𝗓𝗏𝗄 speechless while 𝗵𝗲 and the other children admired him. 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗬𝗫 shared a thought, both secretly wishing to marry him, but their moment was interrupted when 𝗓𝗏𝗄 suddenly ran away. Izuku was about to chase after him, but 𝗵𝗲 stepped in his way, assuring him that 𝗓𝗏𝗄 just needed some time. She wasn't used to this kind of openness. 𝗵𝗲 shuffled her feet and asked if she could call Izuku Dad. He responded that if she felt comfortable doing so, she could go ahead. 𝗵𝗲 hugged his leg, thanking him for accepting her. In a less than desirable apartment, a mother and daughter spoke. Lanolin's mother, who had a sheep-like appearance, asked if Izuku had offered her a job. Lanolin confirmed this and mentioned that he had inquired about her skills with children. Her mother sighed, questioning whether Lanolin had asked about the job's details. Lanolin called Izuku, who answered the phone. Lanolin asked about her pay, and Izuku explained that it would depend on a few factors. He mentioned that she would need to bring her mother to discuss a contract, but she would start at 30,000 yen per week. Lanolin's mother was taken aback by the amount. Lanolin hung up and looked at her mother, excited about the opportunity. They were leaving right away. As they drove toward the address on the card, Lanolin's mother expressed her surprise at the size of the place, noting it seemed as big as UA. Lanolin pressed the doorbell, and moments later, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 appeared, munching on a sandwich and wearing bright, flashy shades. She greeted them with a smirk, confirming that Izuku was indeed cool and not egotistical. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 gestured for them to enter with her tail, excited to give them a tour. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 enthusiastically introduced the yard, describing it as big, spacious, and a fun place to swing around. Lanolin's mother, however, pressed her about security, concerned that such a large space might have exploitable blind spots. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 assured her that security was in place and would improve in the future. When Lanolin's mother asked to see it, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 cracked her knuckles and explained that they had a guard animal, a cat named 𝗵𝗃𝗄, who was designed to remain undetected by unwanted visitors. As 𝗕𝗏𝗄 called for 𝗵𝗃𝗄, the ground shook with thunderous footsteps. A towering shadow loomed over them, and they turned to see 𝗵𝗃𝗄, whose intimidating presence startled both Lanolin and her mother. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗄 would quickly handle any threats to the house. With a wave from 𝗕𝗏𝗄, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 retreated, blending seamlessly into the environment. Continuing the tour, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 introduced them to the house and three of the kids, Avira, who was bouncing on the couch, and Eri and Cow, who were engaged in a game of Connect. The kids paused to look at Lanolin and her mother, making Lanolin feel somewhat out of place. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 introduced everyone, mentioning that there were two other kids named 𝗓𝗏𝗄 and 𝗵𝗲 who were not present. Lanolin's mother noted the kids seemed well behaved and the place was tidy, but Lanolin quickly silenced her with a sharp remark. Sensing the tension, 𝗕𝗏𝗄 offered Lanolin the freedom to use any of the facilities, including the numerous bathrooms and kitchen. Lanolin was intrigued, while her mother felt uneasy about the situation. She inquired about what Lanolin would be doing there, to which 𝗕𝗏𝗄 explained that they would determine her role based on her skills as a natural leader and communicator. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 then led them to the basement lab, where Izuku created his robots and inventions. Lanolin's mother inspected the clean and organized space, asking about security measures. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 reassured her that there were protocols in place to handle any potential accidents, which had never occurred during her time there. Finally, Tangle opened the door to Izuku's office, where he sat behind a wooden desk flanked by two robots. He introduced himself, and Lanolin's mother questioned his age and the presence of the robots. Izuku explained that he had created them to guard the house, while Apex handled the outside. Lanolin's mother was taken aback by his responsibilities at such a young age. As the conversation continued, Lanolin asked about the contract, which Izuku produced for her to read. She carefully examined it, noting the freedom it offered her, including the ability to modify the terms every couple of months. The pay was decent, and both her and her mother's signatures were required. Izuku prompted her for a decision, and Lanolin surprised her mother by expressing her longing to live there. Her mother reacted with shock, but Lanolin firmly reiterated her choice. Izuku confirmed that living there while working was optional, but Lanolin insisted she wanted to stay. He agreed to help with the move, but only with her mother's consent. Lanolin turned to her mother, asking for the room, and Izuku stood up, ready to assist. With that, Izuku left, promising to return in an hour. Lanolin's mother let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Lanolin, without hesitation, signed her part of the contract before sliding it to her mother and tossing her the pen. She insisted that her mother sign it. Her mother hesitated, expressing concern about the gravity of the decision. Lanolin interrupted, emphasizing that she had thought it through thoroughly and knew what she was doing. Her mother tried to voice her worries, but Lanolin's frustration boiled over. She raised her voice, demanding her mother sign the contract. The tension escalated as her mother, taken aback, questioned Lanolin's outburst. Lanolin retorted sharply, pointing out the irony of her mother's sudden concern now that she had a chance to escape. Lanolin expressed her deep-seated resentment, revealing that her feelings were not just a reaction to minor grievances. She declared that she truly despised her mother for her inaction during critical moments in her life. Despite her mother's attempts to defend herself, Lanolin laid bare the pain of feeling abandoned and neglected. She recounted the struggles she faced, including the lack of support when she was assaulted by her former boss, and how her mother had failed to protect her. Lanolin's anger intensified as she accused her mother of contributing to her father's demise through negligence. Her mother, overwhelmed with emotion, listened as Lanolin detailed the many ways she felt let down. Lanolin highlighted how her mother had squandered opportunities meant to help her succeed, including the inheritance intended for her education. Lanolin's determination shone through as she explained how this contract represented her chance to take control of her life. She pointed out that the people involved, especially Midoriya, were capable and had a vision she wanted to be part of. She insisted that signing the contract was the only way her mother could begin to make amends for the past. With resolve, Lanolin placed the pen atop the paper, urging her mother to sign. Afterward, she handed the signed contract to Izuku, who expressed his excitement about working together. Lanolin smiled, feeling a sense of relief and hope as her mother left the room, though she noticed the tear stains on her face. Izuku inquired about her mother's well-being, but Lanolin dismissed the concern. He assured her that he would arrange for her move and discuss her role further. Lanolin felt a renewed sense of purpose as she prepared to embark on this new chapter. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗵𝗲 sat curled up on the floor in one of the many empty rooms of the house. He found Izuku's kindness perplexing, questioning the motives behind such generosity. Unlike other heroes he had encountered, Izuku seemed genuinely good, which made 𝗓𝗵𝗲 uneasy. His quirk, which had helped him navigate dangerous situations, did not seem to affect Izuku at all. This left him feeling conflicted, as he had always relied on his abilities to judge people's intentions. Despite his reservations, he recognized that his sister, 𝗕𝗵𝗲, was happy in this new environment, and he couldn't bring himself to disrupt her joy. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 resolved to keep his distance, taking only what he needed to survive while allowing 𝗕𝗵𝗲 to flourish in her new surroundings. However, his sister's persistent calls for him broke through his resolve, reminding him that he couldn't completely shut her out. She never did. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 felt a rush of annoyance as 𝗕𝗵𝗲 threatened him, saying that if he didn't open the door in the next 5 seconds, she would strangle him with his bandages. He quickly let her in, glaring at her as she entered with a smile, acting as if she hadn't just issued a threat. She asked what he was doing in the empty, boring room, to which he replied that he was minding his business. When she pressed for more, he explained that he wanted nothing to do with the people downstairs. 𝗵𝗲, undeterred, questioned why he felt that way. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 snarled in response, asking why she was so trusting. Did she really think everything would be perfect? 𝗵𝗲 countered that everything had been great so far. She mentioned how wonderful the other kids were, calling Eri adorable, praising Cow's wings, and finding 𝗬𝗲𝗄 hilarious. She also expressed her admiration for the robots and how nice their father was. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 was taken aback and felt offended. He couldn't believe she was already calling Midoriya Dad and referring to the other kids as her siblings. What about him? 𝗵𝗲 sighed and asked him why he considered himself her brother. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 flinched at her use of his full name. He started to explain that they were related, but she interrupted, pointing out that many people are BL related yet don't consider themselves family. She wanted to know why that was. When 𝗓𝗵𝗲 didn't answer, 𝗵𝗲 continued, explaining that he was her brother because he cared for her, looked out for her, and would do anything for her. She believed everyone downstairs would do the same, despite having just met. She acknowledged that they had been awkward initially, but she felt welcomed and treated with kindness almost immediately. 𝗵𝗲 stepped closer to her brother, expressing that she wouldn't force him to do anything he didn't want to, but she urged him to give the others a chance. They had no reason to trust them, yet they were welcomed anyway. She mentioned that she was going to play competitive Uno with the girls and took her leave. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 sighed, realizing he had a lot to think about, even if he wanted to deny it. In another scene, Izuku sat with Lanolin in his office, both enjoying a hot cup of coffee. He expressed that he already knew what she could do but wanted to understand her goals and what she hoped to accomplish. Lanolin took a sip and admitted that she wasn't quite sure. She wanted to help people, but not in the traditional sense of a hero or police officer. Izuku asked her what she considered helping people to mean. Lanolin thought hard, struggling to explain that she wanted to create opportunities for others who wanted to help, but not in the usual hero way. Izuku smiled, understanding her perspective. He noted that many people, due to circumstances beyond their control, couldn't become heroes and often turned to vigilante actions or worse. Lanolin agreed, explaining that many individuals became petty criminals or villains due to bad circumstances and a lack of opportunities. She expressed her longing to prevent this from happening as much as possible, wanting to create more opportunities for others and bring people together to help one another. She clarified that she didn't want to be a hero, she simply wanted to help people learn how to help themselves without resorting to crime. Izuku nodded, asking what she would like to call her vision. Lanolin pondered and shared her belief that the rise of heroes had diminished the common people's sense of empathy. She questioned why anyone would bother to help when someone in a costume could do it for them. She clarified that she didn't want to destroy trust in heroes, she wanted to restore empathy and selflessness in everyone. They sat in silence for a moment, smiling at each other, and simultaneously thought of a name for her vision, the Restoration. Later, after sparring with Metal Shadow, Whisper faced Samurai next. He proved to be a troublesome opponent, annoyingly fast and elusive, with hits that felt sharp and stinging. Despite her experience, she struggled to land a single hit on him. Frustrated, she expressed her disappointment, acknowledging that he was holding back and that in a real fight, he could have easily defeated her. 𝗃𝗏, who was helping Whisper with her various wounds, encouraged her not to be discouraged and assured her that she would improve with practice. Whisper stared at her, and 𝗃𝗏 noticed, her face flushing slightly. 𝗃𝗏 hesitated before admitting that her happiness came from being with Whisper, feeling grateful for their time together. Whisper giggled, appreciating 𝗃𝗏's honesty. As 𝗃𝗏 continued to dress her wounds, Samurai left them alone. It felt a bit awkward, but both secretly enjoyed the closeness. Gaining courage, 𝗃𝗏 asked Whisper why she felt the need to continuously pursue Shadow. Whisper took a moment to respond, her calm demeanor hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. 𝗃𝗏 explained that they had previously been uncertain about Shadow's nature, but now they knew he had been created for a purpose. She wondered if that made him innocent in the grand scheme of things, questioning what else he was supposed to do. Whisper remained silent for a while, contemplating the idea of going against the person who had caused her so much pain. 𝗃𝗏 trembled briefly as she spoke, expressing her concern. She pointed out that she had never seen Wisper truly happy before Izuku came into their lives. The routine of eat, sleep, and train had dominated Wisper's existence until Izuku's arrival brought genuine joy. 𝗕𝗁 couldn't remember the last time Wisper had enjoyed herself before that. Wisper, feeling conflicted, warned 𝗕𝗁 against ruining her own happiness by pursuing a quest for revenge. She reminded 𝗕𝗁 that Shadow had taken their friends from them, but he was not an ordinary person. Created to be a weapon, he lived under constant threat, facing the possibility of being killed or replaced every day. 𝗕𝗁 suggested that Wisper take time to reassess her options, but Wisper coldly questioned what options she had. She felt trapped in her anger and haunted by memories of her friends' deaths at Shadow's hands. It was a torment she couldn't escape, leaving her with the belief that she had no choice but to confront him. 𝗕𝗁 sighed, not wanting to preach about the futility of revenge. Instead, she offered her support, encouraging Wisper to lean on her more. Wisper wiped a tear from her eye, feeling the weight of her sadness. 𝗕𝗁 insisted that Wisper wasn't leaning on her enough, as her sadness was still evident. An idea sparked in 𝗕𝗁's mind, causing her to blush as she proposed a way to help. Wisper, still unable to sleep, found herself cuddling with 𝗕𝗁, her head resting against her friend's soft fur. It was a comforting experience, but it made it difficult for her to concentrate. 𝗕𝗁's warmth and scent enveloped her, and she felt a mix of emotions. Internally, Wisper urged herself to calm down. She trusted 𝗕𝗁 but questioned the necessity of their closeness. 𝗕𝗁, eager to help, wrapped her tail around Wisper, drawing her in closer. Both friends struggled to contain their emotions, surprised by the intimacy of the moment. 𝗕𝗁 confidently proclaimed that cuddles could solve everything, claiming it was a scientific fact. She believed that if they slept like this, it might help alleviate Wisper's nightmares and, in turn, her anger. Wisper embraced 𝗕𝗁, enjoying the comfort of being the little spoon, and agreed to the arrangement, expressing her trust in 𝗕𝗁. They quickly drifted off to sleep. Outside a humble home, a man and a woman stood in the pouring rain. The woman, 𝗕𝗁, felt a wave of regret wash over her as she struggled to find the right words to say to 𝗵𝗃𝗁. Shadow watched the scene unfold on his television, growing increasingly agitated. He couldn't believe that 𝗕𝗁 would even consider leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗁 for a wealthy stranger. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 had been there for her, supporting her through difficult times, and Shadow felt a surge of anger at her decision. As 𝗕𝗁 ran away, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 chased after her, but his heart sank as he watched her disappear into the storm. Shadow's frustration boiled over as he paced his room, lamenting the choices 𝗕𝗁 had made. He couldn't understand how she could abandon someone who had cared for her so deeply for the allure of a mysterious billionaire. In that moment, 𝗵𝗃𝗁, Shadow's creator, appeared in the doorway, interrupting his thoughts. She was tired and curious about the commotion. Shadow, caught off guard, tried to explain but was met with her disapproving gaze. The chaos of the scene on the television escalated, and a chaos spear suddenly pierced through the screen, leaving a gaping hole. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 sighed, clearly unimpressed, and Shadow knew he would have to deal with the consequences later. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗲, possessing the gate, kept a watchful eye on things, grateful for the ability to observe without being seen. Late at night, while everyone else slept, he remained vigilant, hoping nothing would disrupt their peace. However, his hopes were dashed when a group of helicopters appeared in the sky, and a man in a red suit jumped out. The tension in the air thickened as he realized trouble was brewing. Izuku, deeply concerned about the existence of the chaos conduits and enforcers, had been secretly experimenting with a powerful gem hidden under his bed. He knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. With determination, he focused on uncovering its secrets and developing a way to counter its potential threat. His efforts led to the creation of the conduit radar, a device designed to track the conduit's energy signature, ensuring he would be prepared should it ever be used against him. With the radar, he managed to track its location. Imagine his surprise when he discovered it was on a floating island far out in the ocean. Now he knew where the big gem was, as well as the likely base of operations for the Chaos Enforcers. But what should he do next? He couldn't just walk in and attack. He had no idea what awaited him, and the only quirk he knew about was Eked's strength quirk. Instead of a direct assault, he decided to focus on countering the power of chaos and surprising the chaos enforcers with his security measures should they attack. There was no doubt they would eventually find 𝗏𝗏 and the conduit. Just in case they did, he wanted to be prepared and ensure everyone's safety. He tinkered with the conduit some more and devised a few contingencies. If they entered the yard, he installed several nearly unnoticeable vents in the ground that, when activated, would release a large amount of 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐻 sleeping gas, putting everyone to sleep. If they were somehow immune to the gas or managed to avoid it, 𝗵𝘃𝗫, 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵, samurai, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐻 would be deployed to handle them. As for how the chaos enforcers would arrive, Izuku had no idea. 𝗏𝗏's presence suggested they might be able to teleport, but based on her comments, that seemed unlikely. So he created an EMP, ensuring it wouldn't disrupt his own equipment. It would attract attention, but the safety of his family was his priority. If their weapons and transportation relied on electricity, the EMP would disable them, allowing either the sleeping gas or his robots to incapacitate them. Setting everything up was a lengthy process, but he persevered. He had the attack planned, but what about the aftermath? What would he do with the unconscious bodies of those who attacked? Initially stumped, he soon came up with an idea. Using the conduit, he would teleport himself and everyone to the base. While the chaos enforcers were distracted by the pile of sleeping bodies, he would seize the 𝗵𝘃𝗏 conduit and teleport home with it. That was his plan, and he hoped it would work out. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 had brought along a few dozen of his men to retrieve 𝗏𝗏 and the conduit. He was surprised to find that 𝗏𝗏 had apparently ended up in a house almost as large as UA. Internally congratulating himself for bringing enough backup, he leaped over the gate as his men landed in the expansive yard. He instructed his group to break in and find her and whoever had been taking care of her. Before they could move, a large electromagnetic pulse washed over the small army, causing their helicopters and high-tech weapons to sputter and malfunction, some even exploding in their holders' hands. Confusion spread among them as red gas began to rise from the ground, drawing 𝗕𝗏𝗃's attention. Reacting quickly, he covered his mouth, but his men were not so fortunate. Within seconds, they all fell to the ground, unconscious. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 stirred awake from her slumber, blinking a few times before yawning. As a soldier, she was a light sleeper and very reactive to unusual stimuli. She jolted upon realizing she was still in 𝗵𝗃𝗁's arms. Reflexively, she wriggled out of her grasp, causing 𝗵𝗃𝗁 to wake up. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 yawned and asked what was going on. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, feeling a surge of urgency, realized they were being attacked. She quickly grabbed her weapon and suited up, and 𝗵𝗃𝗁, now fully awake, joined her. They ran through the house, alerting the children and waking everyone up. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 knocked on every door with her tail. Suddenly, a voice came through the speakers embedded in the ceiling as the children emerged from their rooms. It was Izuku, reassuring everyone that he had everything under control. Eri rubbed her eyes in confusion, while 𝗵𝗃𝗄 panicked, asking if they were okay. Avira calmed them, explaining that they were being attacked by bad guys, but their dad had it handled. Izuku instructed everyone to stay together with Lanolin, 𝗵𝗃𝗁, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏. He would be elsewhere managing the situation and assured them it would be over soon. Lanolin smiled, knowing she had made the right choice in trusting Izuku. She led the children to one of the house's larger empty rooms. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 narrowly avoided the large paw of 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 while still covering his mouth and nose. He was bewildered by the creature's strength. Just then, he was blindsided by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏, who kicked him to the ground. He barely escaped being crushed by 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's paw, flipping away just in time. Fighting with one hand was challenging, but he managed. He ran past 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's paw and leaped up, delivering a powerful kick to its chest that created a shockwave, dispersing some of the gas. Taking a moment to breathe, he was stunned when 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 produced more gas. He held his breath, trying to cover his mouth again, but 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 struck him in the gut simultaneously. Though he was durable, the combined strength of the two robots forced the air from his lungs, and the gas overwhelmed him. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 swung at 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 but missed, receiving a punch to the face instead. Just then, Samurai appeared, slicing into his leg. He dodged a kick from 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 only to be hit in the side by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏. The relentless attacks kept coming, and soon he found himself pinned to the ground by 𝗵𝗃𝗃. In a few moments, he was knocked out. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 looked up, keeping the villain under his paw as he inhaled all the gas in the air. It disappeared in just a minute. The children, along with Tangle, Whisper, and Lanolin, nervously awaited Izuku's next announcement. Thankfully, it came sooner than expected. Izuku declared that it was over. They were both jolted and relieved upon hearing his voice. He informed them that all the villains had been incapacitated by the sleeping gas and the robots. He repeated that the attack had been handled and instructed everyone to stay together and remain on guard. Everyone went outside to find Izuku, Metal Sonic, and Shadow, along with 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and Samurai, piling up the sleeping bodies. 𝗏 gasped as soon as she saw them, recognizing the Chaos Enforcers. 𝗵𝗃 made a quip, calling them the sleeping enforcers, and her hand shot up for a high five, which 𝗕𝗲𝗏 happily returned. Though still a bit scared, 𝗏 smirked and joined her sister in the gesture. Whisper inquired how they had handled the situation so quickly, noting that the villains hadn't even been there for an hour. Izuku explained that he had anticipated their attack and prepared in secret. He had installed a few devices and created an EMP, which had proven quite useful in causing the villains' weapons to malfunction. He smirked as he revealed the Chaos Conduit, mentioning that he had tinkered with it to locate their base and the Emperor Conduit. Tangle blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Izuku promised to explain later and called 𝗏 over. He knelt and placed a hand on her shoulder, asking for her help to teleport everyone back to the villain's base. He explained that while they were distracted by the pile of bodies, he would take the Emperor Conduit and teleport away. 𝗏 looked hesitant and asked how long they would be there. Izuku reassured her that it would be a quick trip, just a few minutes at most. Though frowning, 𝗏 looked around, realizing Izuku had dismantled the attack swiftly, so he was likely capable of defending himself on Angel Island if necessary. With a courageous smile, she agreed to help. Izuku addressed everyone, telling them they would be right back and instructed them to go to Metal Sonic if they were gone for more than a day, as he had prepared for the worst. 𝗏 placed her hand on the conduit, expressing uncertainty about teleporting so many people but promising to try her best. Izuku offered to assist her, asking what he needed to do. 𝗏 instructed him to concentrate and focus on their destination. They closed their eyes, and as the conduit glowed, they shouted in unison, activating its power. In an instant, Izuku, 𝗏, and the unconscious Chaos Enforcers found themselves on Angel Island. Everything seemed in order, and they stood at the bottom of the staircase leading to the Emperor Conduit. Izuku marveled at its size, while 𝗏 gasped in excitement, recognizing it as the Emperor Conduit. They hurried up the stairs together. Izuku was uncertain about the consequences of removing the Emperor Conduit from the shrine, but he knew that the villains should not possess such power. He had no intention of harming them, but he would if necessary, as they posed a threat to his daughter and the others. He considered hiding the Emperor Conduit in his lab when suddenly, 𝗏 screamed as 𝗕𝗃𝗃, awakened by the use of chaos control, leaped up the stairs and struck Izuku, sending him crashing against the Emperor Conduit. 𝗕𝗃𝗃 turned his attention to 𝗏, who was terrified and crawled backward as he approached. He taunted her about her previous life, and she pleaded for her father to get up. 𝗕𝗃𝗃 continued his menacing words, revealing his intentions to destroy Izuku and everyone in their home. 𝗏's eyes widened in fear, and she felt her breath quicken as despair washed over her. But then, a surge of unyielding rage cut through her despair. She shouted for her father to be left alone, and her arm transformed, slamming into 𝗕𝗃𝗃's chest and sending him flying. 𝗏 dropped to the ground, her body shifting into a blue, water-like mass of pure energy. Her hands morphed, and her eyes glowed with anger. She felt a boiling rage directed at everything around her. As she stood on the staircase, the Emperor Conduit glowed brighter, and the stairs cracked beneath her immense power. The Chaos Enforcers awoke, terrified, while 𝗕𝗃𝗃 was taken aback by her transformation. The entire island was alerted as chaos ensued. Without hesitation, 𝗕𝗃𝗃 rushed at her, but she was ready to confront him. 𝗕𝗃𝗃 struggled to break free from the grip that held him, but it only seemed to stretch, making his attempts futile. Chaos pulled him closer, her eyes filled with intense hatred before forcefully slamming his face against the staircase repeatedly. She tossed him into the air, seized his leg, and slammed him into the ground over and over. With a swift motion, she buried him into the earth and dragged him through the dirt, displaying her overwhelming strength. As Chaos toyed with him, a group of Chaos Enforcer soldiers gathered and opened fire, but their bullets passed harmlessly through her. Chaos then used 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as a weapon, swatting the soldiers away with ease. In a moment of desperation, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grasped a large chunk of earth and hurled it at her, catching her off guard and forcing her to release him. Seizing the opportunity, he vanished from her sight and hid behind a tree, breathing heavily, trying to remain unnoticed. The sounds of gunfire and his men being overwhelmed by chaos filled his ears as he contemplated his next move. He realized that defeating her was a daunting task, especially since she seemed nearly invulnerable. He needed to find a way to revert her to her original state, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create more conduits. An idea sparked in his mind. If he could use his quirk to split the MSTR conduit into 6 pieces, he might have a chance. But the thought of destroying it would mean the collapse of Angel Island. He weighed his options and decided that it was better than facing certain defeat. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 cautiously observed Chaos, who was still near the conduit. He prepared to sneak past her. With determination, he dashed up the other side of the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 shrine. Just as he was about to reach the conduit, Chaos intercepted him, slamming him against a stone column and then throwing him down the stairs. Undeterred, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rushed back up, only to be met with a powerful punch to the chest from Chaos. He grabbed her arm and attempted to throw her over his shoulder, but she landed gracefully on her feet and flipped him, slamming him back onto the staircase. In that moment he spotted the conduit just a few steps away. He tried to reach it, but Chaos pulled him back, her grip tightening as she restrained his arms while delivering powerful blows to his chest. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled, feeling the pain intensify. He could barely see, shocked that he was still conscious after such a brutal attack. Amidst the chaos, he called out for 𝗬𝗏, hoping she could hear him. Chaos, alerted by his voice, momentarily paused her assault and turned to him. She leaned down, careful not to harm him further, and he expressed his helplessness. 𝗬𝗏, realizing her father's predicament, felt a surge of determination. She focused on him, transforming back into her regular self. Although she felt weak, she drew upon the chaos energy surrounding them, hoping to channel it into her father for healing. However, the concentrated chaos energy gravitated towards her instead. The chaos conduits were pulled from 𝗧𝗵𝗲's grasp, and the 7th one joined them, encircling Izuku. Desperately, she attempted to infuse the energy into him, shutting her eyes as a blinding flash enveloped them. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in her father's arms, who was now fully healed and soaring through the air. His hair glowed golden, and his eyes shone red, radiating immense power. He thanked her for the save and assured her he would handle the situation. In a display of incredible speed, Izuku moved like a golden light, rescuing everyone on the island. Once everyone was safe, he effortlessly halted Angel Island's descent, holding it up with one hand until it gently landed in the water. 𝗬𝗏, overwhelmed with emotion, stood up quickly and expressed her disbelief at what had just happened. Izuku praised her for her bravery, and in a moment of joy, she leaped into his arms, and they embraced. After a brief moment, Izuku looked around Angel Island, and with a smile, he declared it was time to go home. As they soared away like a golden beacon of hope, Whisper, Lanolin, Tangle, and the children watched as Metal Sonic and Shadow tidied up the area, dismantling helicopters and storing the parts for future use. Their thoughts were consumed with concern for Izuku and 𝗬𝗏, and just then, a golden light appeared before them. After blinking to adjust their eyes to the glow, everyone stood in awe. Lanolin froze, feeling lightheaded. Tangle stared, her mouth slightly open. Whisper gasped, her face turning bright red as she covered her eyes, only to peek through her fingers moments later. Izuku greeted them casually, with 𝗬𝗏 clinging to him. Tangle felt a pang of jealousy towards the toddler in that moment. Avira, almost speechless, simply gestured toward Izuku, asking for an explanation. Izuku explained that he had been injured and that Angel Island had begun to fall. Thanks to 𝗬𝗏, he had been granted new power that saved his life, allowing him to rescue as many as he could and prevent the island from crashing into the ocean. ฎ𝗏𝗏, wiping her mouth and blushing heavily, expressed her disbelief at Izuku's feat of stopping an entire floating island from falling. Izuku clarified that he had lifted the island and gently brought it down into the water. Lanolin, struggling to focus, stuttered about how the robots had cleaned up the helicopters and stored the parts. She felt embarrassed as Whisper raised an eyebrow, Tangle blinked in confusion, and Avira snickered at her. She quickly changed the subject, asking if the Chaos Enforcers had been dealt with. Izuku confirmed that they had been defeated, thanks to 𝗏𝗏. Lanolin regained some of her professional tone and inquired about the fate of the Chaos Enforcers. Izuku replied that most of them should be alive, though he was uncertain about 𝗓𝗏𝗃. He suggested that their floating island and resources should not go to waste, hinting at a project he had in mind. Lanolin asked if he meant reforming the Chaos Enforcers into a new organization. Standing on the staircase of the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 shrine, Lanolin addressed the members of the Chaos Enforcers gathered below her. She noted their strikingly similar hair colors but dismissed it as a trait of the group. With authority, she introduced herself and explained their past actions under 𝗓𝗏𝗃's leadership, detailing how they had attacked the Midoriya household to reclaim 𝗏𝗏 and the chaos conduit she had created while captive. She recounted the tragic loss of about 106 members during the attack when 𝗓𝗏𝗃 shattered the MSDR conduit, which had kept Angel Island afloat, in a bid for power. Lanolin contrasted 𝗓𝗏𝗃's selfishness with Izuku's selflessness, emphasizing that he had saved their lives despite having no obligation to do so. She presented them with a choice: they could leave and never return, or they could stay and work under Izuku in a new organization called the Restoration. She assured them that leaving would come with no consequences, while staying would offer a chance to turn their lives around and use their skills for good. After a tense silence, no one moved. Lanolin smiled, welcoming them to the Restoration. She announced that their first task would be to dismantle everything associated with 𝗓𝗏𝗃 and the Chaos Enforcers. Once that was done, they would be free to pursue their own paths, while Izuku worked on a new power source to restore the island. As everyone began to leave, one scientist approached Lanolin. He introduced himself as 𝗓𝗏𝗃, expressing his honor in working with her. Lanolin shook his hand, acknowledging the honor was mutual. Izuku hated the task ahead of him, but it was necessary. He stopped 𝗏𝗏, who was tired and sweating, from overexerting herself. He was in the process of creating a new MSTR conduit for Angel Island, which would not only keep the island afloat but also serve as a backup for the existing Chaos conduits. He had ensured that the Chaos conduits were secured and safely stored. Creating a conduit had previously involved 𝗏𝗏 gathering energy while 𝗓𝗏𝗃 shaped it. The MSTR conduit required significant time and energy, but once completed, it would gather and recharge energy autonomously. The challenge lay in shaping the energy as 𝗓𝗏𝗃 had done. Izuku devised a plan to create a container in the exact shape and dimensions of the former MSTR conduit. With 𝗏𝗏 directing the energy into the container, the massive influx of power began to shape it, achieving the desired effect. The new MSTR conduit was now 88% complete. 𝗏𝗏, visibly displeased, insisted she could continue working, but Izuku firmly told her it was time to take a break and go upstairs for a snack. He reminded her of her tendency to push herself too hard, which had caused her harm before. 𝗏𝗏 frowned, recalling her past injuries, and expressed her longing to help, not wanting to see him hurt. Izuku wished he could protect everyone he cared about, especially from harm. If it were up to him, he would remain in the super state, a powerful form that combined the energy of 7 chaos conduits. However, this was not feasible. The super state had its limitations. It could wear off, and while the user could choose to release the conduits, the immense chaos energy could strain the body. Although the form could theoretically last indefinitely, the user might have to stop using it. 𝗏𝗏 had the ability to forcibly remove the super state from anyone using it. Ultimately, 𝗏𝗏 harbored a deep resentment for 𝗓𝗏𝗃 due to the pain he caused Izuku. Izuku understood that he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get hurt again, but he was determined to do better. He recognized that going into battle unprepared was a mistake he wouldn't repeat. In the kitchen, Whisper confronted Izuku, cornering him against the fridge. He stuttered, feeling a mix of anxiety and something else he couldn't quite place. Whisper pressed him about his injuries on Angel Island, and he reluctantly confirmed that he had been badly hurt. She demanded to know why, and he explained that he had teleported in without a plan only to be attacked by 𝗧𝗑𝗫. Fortunately, 𝗏 had saved him by putting him in the super state, which healed his injuries. Whisper's expression shifted as she recalled the sight of Izuku in that powerful form, but she quickly refocused. She pointed out that he often relied too much on others and his technology. On 2 occasions he had been attacked, and both times he had been saved by luck rather than his own strength. She urged him to become stronger and more self-reliant. Izuku acknowledged her concerns and admitted he had been considering learning to fight without relying on his robots. Whisper offered to help him train but emphasized that he needed to decide on his primary arsenal first. He mentioned needing something inconspicuous to carry with him, similar to his wristband. Together, they brainstormed ideas in the lab until Whisper excitedly suggested a jacket. Izuku liked the idea and began crafting a varsity jacket that was not only stylish but also functional. It was black with dirty white sleeves and dark green stripes, featuring a dark green 𝗵 on the front. The jacket had several advanced features. The upper stripe on the left wrist activated a tracker that sent his location to his robots. The bottom stripe activated a hidden camera and audio recorder. The right wrist's upper stripe deployed jetpack wings, while the lower stripe released controllable robotic tendrils that also served as body armor. Additionally, he concealed a black and green laser pistol and a tranquilizer gun within the jacket for emergencies. Izuku felt proud as he admired his creation in the mirror. Whisper expressed her approval, feeling reassured about his safety. They shared a light-hearted moment, joking about the past, but the atmosphere shifted when Whisper hugged him tightly, expressing her concern for his well-being. Izuku promised he would do everything he could to stay safe. As they trained together, Izuku struggled to keep up with 𝗫𝗁's rigorous regimen, pushing himself to improve his physical fitness. He was determined to become stronger, not just for himself but for everyone he cared about. He was very aware of how unhealthy his lifestyle was, but like most people, he did nothing to change it. 𝗕𝗁𝗏𝗃 stood next to him, looking completely unfazed. Izuku lay on his back, breathing, while she effortlessly maintained her energy. She remarked that she could easily do 30 laps a day. Izuku, feeling the strain, admitted that he lacked her stamina and unique abilities. 𝗕𝗁, with a playful tone, told him that while his machines and intelligence were impressive, what was even cooler was him. Izuku, surprised, asked if she really thought so. She confirmed it and added that even though he was already handsome, a bit of muscle wouldn't hurt. Some girls like that, she noted. Izuku smirked and asked if she liked guys with muscle. Without hesitation, 𝗕𝗁 replied that she did, but it had to be just the right amount, someone who took care of themselves. Determined, Izuku declared he would do his best. 𝗕𝗁's heart raced at his words, and she encouraged him to stay focused if he wanted to protect their family. Izuku jokingly agreed to endure her rigorous training, even if it felt like torture. 𝗕𝗁 playfully interrupted him, adopting a mock serious tone, and suggested that she would allow him to put her through a tough workout if it helped her look good. They both shared a laugh, realizing that the training wasn't as torturous as Izuku had anticipated. He expressed how much he appreciated spending time with her and growing stronger together, likening it to a blessing. 𝗕𝗁 blushed at his compliment but quickly countered that she enjoyed teasing him too, which was also a blessing. Later, they worked together to place the new 𝗵𝗃 on the 𝗵𝗃 shrine, and the restoration cheered as Angel Island began to rise into the sky. Lanolin smirked, teasing Izuku about the time it took to complete the task. He explained that 𝗏 had been sneaking into the lab to work on the conduit, which had caused delays. Enerjack appeared unexpectedly, startling them. He inquired about chaos control, a technique involving the chaos conduit that allowed for teleportation and possibly space manipulation. After sharing his thoughts, he made an offhand comment that Izuku and Lanolin would make a good pair. Lanolin was taken aback by this observation, prompting Izuku to ask what he meant. Enerjack explained that while opposites attract, similarities could draw people together as well. He noted that both Izuku and Lanolin were smart and reliable, but he playfully added that Lanolin could show a bit more personality beyond her strict leadership role. As he walked away, Izuku turned to Lanolin, who was visibly upset by the comment. She questioned whether she was boring, and Izuku hesitated before assuring her that she wasn't. However, he admitted that she could be a bit dull at times. Lanolin frowned, feeling the weight of his words. She asked how she could change that, and Izuku suggested she stay true to herself and not force any changes. He encouraged her to give it time, as 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 might just need to adjust to her presence. Lanolin smiled, realizing that she had been too HRD on herself. She expressed her admiration for Izuku, acknowledging how he brought light to those around him. As they held hands, she felt a rush of warmth and quickly stepped back, blushing. Izuku, however, took her hands again, reinforcing that she was not boring and that her rare smiles were special. Just then, 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏's voice interrupted them, teasingly suggesting they would be good together again. They both blushed and turned away, trying to regain their composure. After a moment of awkwardness, they decided to focus on their tasks ahead, recruitment and equipment. They accidentally interrupted each other again, leading to laughter. As they finalized their plans, Izuku offered a handshake, but Lanolin went in for a hug instead. They embraced, and Izuku patted her back, feeling a mix of emotions. Lanolin squeezed him tightly, and they exchanged apologies for their awkwardness. In that moment, Lanolin realized she might have developed a crush, but she was determined to keep her feelings in check. She knew that Whisper and Tangle were fond of Izuku as well. She would work through her feelings and theirs later. For now, she needed to keep working and making Izuku happy. Samurai was tasked with finding recruits for the restoration. That was why he was leaping from building to building in the dead of night. As the stealth emissary he aimed to find people who needed or wanted help while stopping crime as a vigilante. Unfortunately, he had no luck in finding anyone. No one who was able-bodied, mentally stable, and truly wanted to do good, anyway. Why were his criteria so hard to fill? He stopped in an alley, not because he needed a break, but to reassess his strategy. Suddenly, he drew his sword and easily blocked an attack from someone trying to stab him. A strange teenage girl with messy blonde twin buns leaped away, smiling widely. She was a fan of Samurai and admired his fighting style. Her yellow cat-like eyes glowed as she blushed and brandished her knife, expressing her longing to be just like him. She rushed at him, and while her speed was somewhat surprising, Samurai remained unfazed. He blocked her wild, unrefined swings with his blade while barely moving. Just by looking at her, Samurai could tell she appeared malnourished. Her speech indicated she wasn't mentally stable either. She insisted he was being a JRK and demanded something from him. In response, Samurai struck her in the gut with his palm, knocking the wind from her lungs and sending her crashing into a wall. She struggled to get up, breathing heavily and commenting on his strange smell. Samurai chose not to respond. She questioned if he was real, demanding he stop ignoring her. She rushed him again, running up the wall and coming down with her knife, but Samurai sidestepped her attack. He continued to evade her swings while analyzing her. It wasn't hard to deduce that she was dangerous, given her erratic behavior. Not wanting to waste any more time, Samurai grabbed her wrist, squeezing until she dropped her knife. He then knocked her out with a swift tap to the back of her head. Casually, he walked into a police station and dropped her off, ignoring the surprised expression of the desk officer. She needed help, but not the kind of help the restoration offered. Regardless of her circumstances or tragic backstory, he wouldn't let her near Izuku or any of his allies. Samurai soon spotted a reptile man running down the street. His heart raced, adrenaline coursing through him as he noticed the bruises, cuts, and BLD on the lizard man, as well as the large bag slung over his shoulder. The sword-wielding robot appeared in front of him, greeting the startled lizard man and asking if he had stolen the contents of the bag. The lizard man scoffed, questioning why Samurai would ask that. Samurai insisted on a clear answer, asking if he had stolen from someone. The lizard man, sweating and gritting his teeth, expressed his desperation to survive. He lamented that people only saw his appearance and not who he was inside. He admitted guilt, explaining that he was just trying to survive. Samurai pressed further, asking if he had harmed anyone during the robbery. The lizard man vehemently denied it, confused by the line of questioning. Samurai then inquired if he would dedicate his efforts to helping people if given the chance. The lizard man answered without hesitation, expressing his longing to help anyone in need. He shared his struggles with discrimination and how his appearance had hindered his life. Tears filled his eyes as he expressed his longing for a chance to make a difference. Samurai asked for his name, and the lizard man stiffened before revealing it was Shuichi Iguchi, but he preferred to be called Spinner. Later, Lanolin questioned Spinner about his intentions with the restoration. He expressed his longing to help and to end discrimination, specifically against mutants. Lanolin accepted his answer without further inquiry about his quirk, acknowledging that it seemed simple like hers. She welcomed him to the restoration, where they aimed to help others regardless of their quirks or appearances, and instructed him to get settled in for a mission later that day. In the armory of Angel Island, a massive building with wooden floors and steel walls, Spinner examined the reserve of weapons and gear. He picked up a peculiar weapon, questioning what it was. 値appeared unexpectedly and explained it was a 𝗧𝗵𝗲, created by Izuku Midoriya with the help of his friend, Whisper. Spinner was surprised to learn that the intimidating sheep girl had a boyfriend, but 𝗕𝗏 clarified that they were not official yet. He described their relationship as being in a stage of stalling their inevitable confession, but he believed they would eventually get together. Spinner felt relieved that Midoriya wasn't dense and that Lanolin wasn't the type to deny her feelings. Otherwise, he would have eliminated them both. Spinner caught almost none of that and was confused by 𝗕𝗏's words. 𝗕𝗏 then instructed him to take a 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Spinner glanced at him before accepting the hammer-like weapon, the cube 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and decided it would be his main weapon. 𝗕𝗏 tilted his head, surprised by Spinner's choice. He expressed his expectation that Spinner would prefer swords and blades over blunt weapons. Spinner shrugged, attributing his choice to intuition. The training grounds were situated deep within the forest of Angel Island, consisting of a simple patch of barren earth where members of the restoration team honed their skills through sparring. A woman with bright pink hair, blue eyes, and blue clothing had just defeated another woman using a drill 𝗧𝗵𝗲 while the latter, like Spinner, wielded a cube 𝗧𝗵𝗲. After the match, the victor wiped sweat from her brow and helped her opponent up, cheerfully asking who was next. When no one stepped forward, she spotted Spinner and pointed him out, inviting him to challenge her. Spinner hesitated, wanting to make a good impression and avoid being disliked as he had been before. However, the refreshing atmosphere made him feel more at ease. He stepped forward, introducing himself as Spinner. The woman introduced herself as 𝗎𝗏, a scientist and researcher who also enjoyed sparring. In a matter of seconds, Spinner was defeated, which surprised no one. 𝗎𝗏 helped him up, and Spinner chose to walk away afterward. At the Easter shrine, Spinner admired the massive structure, noting its swirling chaos. 𝗕𝗏 appeared beside him, explaining that the large rock was called the Easter conduit, surrounded by 7 smaller chaos conduits filled with chaos energy. Spinner was intrigued but still had many questions. As he explored Angel Island, a voice echoed across the landscape, calling all restoration fighters to the 𝗵𝗲 shrine. Lanolin stood on the staircase to the 𝗵𝗲 conduit, addressing the gathered fighters. She announced that their first mission was to dismantle a villain organization known as the Creature Rejection Clan, a cult-like group that despised individuals with physical abnormalities. Lanolin explained that their goal was to exterminate those like her, deluding themselves into believing it was a form of purification. She revealed that Izuku Midoriya's robot, Samurai, had located their base, and 50 fighters would be sent to take them down and free the mutant captives. 𝗵𝗃 harbored a deep resentment toward most humans, feeling disconnected from them due to the CRC's treatment of him and others. Despite being technically human, he struggled to reconcile his identity with the vile actions of the CRC. The organization exploited his intelligence, forcing him to create technology for their operations under harsh conditions. He had a plan to escape, using materials he had secretly gathered to construct bombs powerful enough to destroy the facility. It was a desperate measure, but he felt it was better than remaining trapped. Before he could execute his plan, chaos erupted within the mansion. He heard gunfire and shouting, prompting him to rush out of his room. To his astonishment, he saw a CRC soldier being knocked out by a blue robot. The robot introduced itself as 𝗵𝗃, a loyal creation of Izuku Midoriya, and declared that it was there to save them all. Overwhelmed with emotion, Miles fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a comfortable bed in a clean room, a stark contrast to his previous living conditions. A green-haired teenager entered, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. He informed Miles that he, along with everyone else held captive by the now defunct 𝗓𝗏, was on Angel Island. Miles was shocked to learn that the 𝗓𝗏 was not entirely defeated, but a smaller group had been taken down by the Restoration. They still didn't know where their true leader and main base of operations were located. Miles, taking on a defensive tone, expressed his confusion about the situation. Izuku sighed and began to explain. In the past, 𝗵𝗃 stood in silence after the fox boy in front of him suddenly passed out. His head turned like an owl's as he heard someone running from another hall into his, the rest of his body following briefly after. Spinner shouted to the robot, pausing to spin his cube 𝗬𝗏, and asked what had happened. The lizard man interrupted, noticing the small fox boy and asking who he was. 𝗵𝗃 replied that the boy had passed out and that he did not know his name. He instructed Spinner to take the boy to safety while he handled the rest. Spinner ran past 𝗵𝗃, grabbed the boy, and left. 𝗵𝗃 hovered off the ground and flew through the halls, taking down any 𝗓𝗏 member he encountered. A group of 3 appeared at the end of a hall and opened fire on him, but 𝗵𝗃 dodged their bullets with ease. He landed, flipped onto a wall, and boosted off it, kicking one of the gunmen in the face. He spun and kicked the leftmost one in the jaw before slicing the last one's weapon in half with his hand. He planted his foot on the chest of the last soldier, pressing him against the wall. 𝗵𝗃 pondered the perplexity of discrimination, questioning why someone would ruthlessly hate others for their appearance. The 𝗓𝗏 soldier angrily spat that humans had evolved and weathered every challenge, coming out stronger each time. He declared heteromorphs to be an invasive species that humanity must overcome. 𝗵𝗃 found the soldier's words tiresome and swiftly knocked him out, deciding it was pointless to engage with such hatred. Continuing his fight against more 𝗓𝗏 forces, 𝗵𝗃 easily subdued them alongside members of the Restoration team. He was determined to find and confront the leader, so while dispatching the lesser foes, he searched for the one in charge. Suddenly, something burst through a wall and tackled 𝗵𝗃, sending him crashing through several walls until he managed to roll and throw off his attacker. They landed in one of the mansion's mess halls. 𝗵𝗃 stood to face his attacker, a large man with white hair and gray eyes, dressed in religious robes. They stared at each other, and 𝗵𝗃 scanned the man, realizing he couldn't detect any heartbeat or breathing. The man rushed at 𝗵𝗃, initiating a fierce battle. 𝗵𝗃 dodged the first 2 strikes and attempted to deliver a quick uppercut, but it surprisingly had no effect. The robed man grabbed 𝗵𝗃 and threw him through one of the mess hall tables. 𝗵𝗃 sensed that this opponent was unlike any human he had encountered. His physiology was distinctly different. As the leader charged again, 𝗵𝗃's eyes glowed as he raised his hand, deciding not to hold back any longer. He vanished and reappeared behind the supposed leader, delivering a swift blow that seemed to incapacitate him. To 𝗵𝗃's shock, the leader's skin began to melt away, revealing a creature far from human. It had greenish-black scales, a muscular build, red limbs, claws, and large orange-yellow eyes. This being was the most alien creature 𝗵𝗃 had ever seen, and it was disguised as a human to manipulate the 𝗓𝗏 for a far more dangerous entity. 𝗵𝗃 was left with many questions about the implications of this discovery. As the base fell and the 𝗓𝗏 captives were freed by the Restoration team, 𝗵𝗃 took the strange remains of the creature to the residence of his creator. In the present, Miles felt conflicted. He wanted to harbor resentment towards Izuku and the others, but his anger was quickly dissipating since he had been saved. He asked Izuku for his name, and upon hearing it, he noted the similarity to 𝗵𝗃. When Izuku inquired if Miles had a home to return to, Miles frowned and admitted he did, but he didn't want to go back. Izuku reassured him that he didn't have to, offering plenty of space for him on Angel Island or at his house. The Restoration team would take care of him until he was ready to venture out on his own. Miles, with tears in his eyes, expressed disbelief that anyone would take care of him. Izuku affirmed his sincerity, stating that if Miles ever needed anything he should just ask. In a moment of overwhelming gratitude, Miles tackled Izuku, his tails fluttering as he embraced him tightly. Whisper and Izuku looked at a large tube filled with bubbling green liquid, which contained the remains of the creature 𝗵𝗃 had defeated during the CRC raid. Whisper interrupted with a question about the creature, and Izuku confirmed that its DNA was similar to Shadow's, indicating it belonged to the same species. This revelation suggested that 𝗵𝗃 had somehow created this being and infiltrated it into the CRC. Whisper expressed her disdain for 𝗵𝗃, and Izuku shared her sentiment. He believed that while he wouldn't rely heavily on this creature, it could be useful for reverse engineering Shadow, making it easier to confront him. He contemplated the potential for creating a counter-bioweapon targeting anything with the same DNA. As Whisper approached him, she tugged on his jacket sleeve, prompting him to kneel down. Without a word, she kissed him on the nose and left him in a state of confusion, wondering why she had done that. Tangle was doing yoga when she asked why something had happened. Whisper, overwhelmed, screamed in response. Elsewhere, 𝗵𝗃 and Shadow stood before a gigantic tube filled with bubbling green liquid. Inside was a massive, incomplete creature that 𝗵𝗃 took great pride in, evident from the smirk on her face. She quietly mused to herself about having outdone herself this time, wondering if this creature would become the ultimate life form. Shadow rolled his eyes, expressing his impatience as he anticipated how 𝗵𝗃's creation would fare against his son, Black Doom. The creature stirred slightly at the mention of its name, but 𝗵𝗃 quickly reassured it to return to sleep, noting that it wasn't complete yet. Shadow couldn't shake his disdain for 𝗵𝗃's new project. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏 interrupted Izuku and Avira's gaming session, expressing his longing to hang out with Izuku outside. He glanced back at his sister, 𝗵𝗄, who encouraged him with a thumbs up. 𝗬𝗏 wanted to understand what his sister saw in Izuku, feeling it was his duty as a brother to try. Izuku acknowledged 𝗬𝗏's feelings, though he felt a twinge of sadness over the lingering distrust. Before they could proceed, Izuku asked about the bandages 𝗬𝗏 wore. To Izuku's surprise, 𝗬𝗏 calmly explained that the bandages weren't due to any injury or condition, he simply liked wearing them. Curious, Izuku asked if 𝗬𝗏 preferred full body coverings or bandages specifically. 𝗬𝗏 confirmed it was the latter. Izuku smiled, suggesting they could pick up more bandages while they were out. Avira interjected, asking if 𝗬𝗏 ever planned to reveal his face. 𝗬𝗏 remained silent, and Izuku defended him, admitting he too was curious but respected 𝗬𝗏's choice. After a moment, Izuku offered his hand, which 𝗬𝗏 took after a brief glance at 𝗕𝗏. Together, they left the house. As they walked, Izuku was more aware of their surroundings, trying to hide his own unease. 𝗬𝗏 felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching them. He turned, convinced he saw the grass and wind shift oddly in the trees, as if darkness itself was lurking nearby. Izuku broke the tension with a plan for their day. They would eat, visit an arcade, and then shop for bandages. 𝗬𝗏, who had experienced hunger in the past, appreciated the food aspect and was intrigued by the arcade, even though he had never played games before. He agreed to the plan, feeling it was a good way to test the waters of their budding friendship. The ride to the restaurant was filled with silence, not from animosity but from 𝗬𝗏's awkwardness. He fidgeted in his seat, frustrated that he lacked the social skills his sister possessed. Despite his internal struggle, he remained quiet while Izuku focused on his phone. Once they arrived, Izuku helped 𝗬𝗏 out of the car, and they entered the restaurant, taking their seats in silence until Izuku initiated conversation. He remarked that 𝗬𝗏 reminded him of himself in some ways. 𝗬𝗏 flinched at the comment but listened as Izuku shared his own experiences of feeling isolated and misunderstood. 𝗬𝗏 found common ground in Izuku's story, realizing that they had faced similar challenges. Izuku continued, explaining how he had struggled socially until he met Avira, who had helped him open up. He expressed his longing to do the same for 𝗬𝗏, even if he didn't feel as capable as Avira. 𝗬𝗏 questioned Izuku's motives, wondering if he sought fame or validation. Izuku reassured him that while validation was nice, his actions were driven by genuine care and a longing to make a difference, starting with small steps to keep those around him happy. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 absorbed Izuku's words, particularly the idea of starting small. Izuku encouraged him to engage one person at a time, building comfort and confidence gradually. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 realized he had already begun this process with 𝗕𝗵𝗄, and he felt a flicker of hope for his own social growth. All you have to do is pick another person. He wouldn't be an instant social butterfly like his sister or 𝗕𝗲𝗄, but it was a start. He would consider it. A kind girl's voice appeared at the side of their table. She had brown hair and a round face, and her name tag read 𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗧𝗏. She asked if they were ready to order. Izuku smoothly grabbed his menu and read through it, while 𝗓𝗵𝗄 fumbled with his. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 quickly decided on the number 3, and Izuku chose the number Uraraka wrote down their orders and left. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 blinked, noting that there were 4 numbers in that sentence. Izuku smirked, pointing out that she actually only said number twice. 𝗓𝗵𝗄, with a deadpan expression, remarked that his caretaker had a terrible sense of humor. Their food arrived and they enjoyed it very much. Uraraka was nice, even though they didn't get the chance to talk much, as she seemed more inclined to work than to chat. After finishing their meal, they headed over to the arcade. Tomura Shigaraki was an avid gamer, which was why he constantly asked Sensei for arcade money. He and Sensei had a deal. For 24 hours each week, he could do whatever he wanted, and in exchange, he would train extra hard once that time was up. He planned to use some of his allotted hours at his favorite arcade, making sure to wear his artist gloves to avoid decaying anything. Gaming was a nice way to temporarily forget about his disdain for society. He knew most of the staff by name but rarely spoke to them, feeling it wouldn't be right to befriend them only to potentially harm them later. While searching for his first game of the day, he noticed a crowd gathered around a machine. Curious, Tomura approached to see what the fuss was about and found a kid with green hair dominating Tetris. The boy was completely focused, and next to him stood a strange kid covered in bandages, perhaps his brother. Tomura asked a bystander what was happening. To his surprise, the bystander didn't flinch at his appearance and excitedly explained that the green-haired kid was crushing it at Tetris. Others speculated whether he had some kind of enhanced perception quirk, and one girl remarked that he was cute. Tomura felt tempted to walk away but found himself drawn to the scene unfolding before him. After surpassing the previous record by a single point, Izuku purposefully let himself lose, raising his hands with a grin. He declared that Tetris was the easiest game he had ever played as the crowd began to disperse. He then asked 𝗓𝗵𝗄 what they should play or watch next. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 held up his arms, prompting Izuku to pick him up. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 looked around the arcade and commented on how adorable Izuku was for a mummy with BLD red eyes. Tomura felt a strange sensation watching their interaction, especially as he observed them playing Street Fighter together, with Izuku guiding 𝗓𝗵𝗄 and teaching him the game. Conflicted, Tomura walked away, unable to shake the image of the scraggly, scary-looking kid being cared for and loved by someone. Irritated, Tomura pinched the bridge of his nose as he walked to redeem some of the tickets he had earned. He wondered why he felt this way about them. They were just kids. He unexpectedly bumped into the duo, and Izuku apologized, even though he was the one who had bumped into Tomura. Izuku then pointed out that Tomura had quite a number of tickets. Tomura glanced at 𝗓𝗵𝗄, who was inching closer to Izuku's leg, and asked what he planned to buy. Izuku mentioned he was considering stuffed animals, wanting something with some permanence. Tomura introduced himself, noting that he didn't have a family name. Izuku introduced himself and 𝗓𝗵𝗄, who gave a brief wave of acknowledgement. Tomura half-lied that it was nice to meet them and complimented Izuku on his Tetris skills. Izuku confirmed he didn't cheat with a quirk and was simply that good. Tomura smirked, realizing he was still talking to this stranger when he should have left. He suggested Izuku buy his items first since he was there first, mentioning his own sweets addiction. Izuku bought his plushies with his tickets and walked away, allowing Tomura to go next. As Tomura loaded up on sweets, he glanced back at Izuku, feeling a conflict within him. Izuku didn't seem like the type to become a villain, and he was younger than Tomura. Still, having a human friend in his circle could be beneficial. Tomura called out to Izuku, who turned to him. After a brief pause, Tomura suggested they be friends. Suddenly, a familiar gloved hand tore through Tomura's chest, ending his life in an instant. The arcade erupted in chaos as everyone ran out, screaming. Izuku stood frozen, tuning out 𝗕𝗏𝗄's voice. The hand that had impaled Tomura easily lifted his lifeless body, revealing none other than Shadow the Hedgehog, who wore an apathetic expression. Without a word, Shadow teleported away with Tomura's body. Izuku arrived home unceremoniously, placing a frightened and worried 𝗕𝗏𝗄 on the couch along with his plushies. 𝗬𝗏𝗄 called out for Izuku, caught off guard by his expression, as was 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who sat with her. Izuku appeared neither sad nor happy, he simply was. Whatever he felt, he couldn't articulate. He walked off, prompting 𝗕𝗏𝗄 to shake his head at 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and suggest that something had happened. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, concerned, pressed 𝗕𝗏𝗄 for details about what occurred while they were out. Inko had sent her dangerous creation to eliminate Tomura, someone who could have been a friend to Izuku. But was she watching and waiting? Did she derive pleasure from her actions? Did she? There was no way she could have known that Tomura would ask that of him, nor if he and Izuku would even interact at all. Izuku had just been unbelievably unlucky. For reasons unknown and likely unrelated to him, Inko had sent her pet after Tomura, and Izuku happened to be there when it all unfolded. He had no idea why, but regardless, someone innocent was lost right in front of his eyes. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 barged into his lab, running toward him but not touching him as he leaned on a table, staring down at it, unmoving. She had heard about his encounter with Shadow and was concerned for him. She swallowed hard, knowing the answer to her unasked question was obvious. Shadow had been there, and someone had died, so Izuku obviously wasn't okay. Izuku assured her that he was fine, but 𝗬𝗧𝗏 pressed on, insisting that he was not. She pointed out that holding in his anger and sadness wouldn't benefit him. Izuku clenched his fist, acknowledging the truth in her words. A part of him couldn't believe he was so affected by the death of someone he didn't know, but deep down he was glad he felt this way. It reminded him of who he was and what his goals were. Frustrated, Izuku struck the table, questioning why Inko had done what she did. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 hugged him, reminding him that trying to make sense of insanity would only lead to more confusion. Instead, she encouraged him to focus on what he could do moving forward, using his experiences to elevate himself. Izuku smirked at 𝗬𝗧𝗏's mention of a friend named 𝗵𝗃, who had shared similar wisdom. They shared a moment of silence, both feeling the tension in the air. Without thinking, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 leaned closer to him, but Izuku hesitated, feeling overwhelmed. He suggested they needed to talk about their feelings, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 agreed that they should keep it simple. She confessed her feelings for both him and 𝗕𝗏𝗁, expressing how much they meant to her. Izuku reciprocated, sharing his admiration for all three of them and how each of them brought something unique to his life. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 then posed a question about what they should do regarding their feelings for each other. Izuku was unsure how to approach the idea of a relationship involving all of them, but 𝗬𝗧𝗏 encouraged him to consider that they didn't have to pick just one person. She expressed her belief that they should at least try to be happy together. After a moment of contemplation, they shared a brief kiss, which caught them both off guard. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted them, and they turned to see 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏𝗁 standing there, surprised by what they had walked in on. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, excited and oblivious to the tension, asked if he could call 𝗬𝗧𝗏 Mom, while 𝗕𝗏𝗁, though stunned, didn't appear angry. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 quickly put her top back on, feeling embarrassed, while 𝗕𝗏𝗁 processed the situation. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 acknowledged that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 had gotten to Izuku first, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 blurted out that they could all share him. Izuku clarified that they had talked about their feelings before 𝗕𝗏𝗁 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 arrived. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 expressed her affection for both Izuku and 𝗕𝗏𝗁, and Izuku confirmed his feelings for them as well. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 took a moment to process this new dynamic, and once she did, she expressed her willingness to be part of a relationship involving all four of them, provided Lanolin agreed. Izuku reassured her that if Lanolin didn't want to join, they would still be fine as a trio. The conversation opened new possibilities for their relationships, and they all felt a sense of hope for what the future might hold. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 asked if they were friends. Izuku replied that he wouldn't actively pursue people to add to whatever this was. 𝗕𝗁 suggested a vote, but she wasn't interested in that either. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 noted they should focus on lanolin first. Izuku offered to call her. Lanolin was in Izuku's lab. After receiving explanations from Izuku, 𝗕𝗁, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏, she took a long, slow drink of the tea she was given. The three of them watched her with anticipation as she calmly placed the cup down. Silence filled the room until Izuku spoke. He mentioned that he never got to live how he wanted because of his difficult upbringing. He expressed his feelings for Izuku and noted that life was short, so he might as well try to enjoy it. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 nodded in understanding. Izuku, feeling mentally exhausted, sat on the floor and pondered what to do next. He admitted he had never seen a genuine couple outside of his parents, who were quite unusual. 𝗕𝗁 suggested they could just wing it, emphasizing that being different was more exciting than following the norm. Izuku questioned if that would make them friends with benefits instead of a quad. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 pointed out that while there were romantic feelings among them, it wasn't quite the same. Lanolin calmly called for 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗁 to come over. Without a word, she sat atop Izuku and kissed him for a few moments. She then turned to 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗁, stating that she was not interested in girls, but was there for Izuku. 𝗕𝗁 cheerfully hugged 𝗬𝗧𝗏, expressing that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was enough for her. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 blushed and returned the embrace. 𝗕𝗁 playfully insisted it was her turn next, and the atmosphere shifted as the girls began to take turns sharing affectionate moments with Izuku and with each other. They lost track of time, enjoying their playful interactions. Later, Izuku gathered the girls around him and announced that he had something important to share. Avira, filled with excitement, fidgeted while Eri looked confused, Kao was curious, Hime appeared nervous, and Daimao seemed tired but attentive. As they watched, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 kissed Izuku on the cheek, followed by 𝗕𝗁 and then lanolin. Izuku awkwardly smiled at his children's stunned expressions and announced that they now had new mothers. Avira joyfully leaped into 𝗬𝗧𝗏's arms, who managed to hide her surprise at the sudden affection. He hugged her tightly, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 embraced him back with warmth. The other children quickly joined in, hugging their new mothers. Avira expressed his excitement, proclaiming 𝗬𝗧𝗏 would be the greatest mom in the universe. Suddenly, Avira looked deeply into 𝗬𝗧𝗏's eyes and asked if she would be good to Dad. A wave of genuine fear washed over 𝗬𝗧𝗏, but she brushed it off, laughing nervously. She assured Avira that she loved Izuku and would treat him well. Avira smiled brightly, seemingly satisfied, and hugged her again, declaring his love for her. Meanwhile, in another location, Shadow reported that 𝗷_1's pet was dead, dropping Tamura's lifeless body before Inko. She responded positively, noting that the quirk might be useful in the future and that it would surely anger 𝗷_1. Shadow inquired about the next steps, and Inko revealed her plan to send a spy into UA to keep tabs on her son. She summoned Mimic, a clone created from DNA, instructing him to infiltrate Izuku Midoriya's household and observe him. The clone, now taking on a small boy's appearance, confirmed his understanding with a grin. As the story continued, the narrator reflected on the family dynamics and the recent adoptions, starting with Eri Midoriya, who had a unique quirk and a challenging past. The narrator expressed curiosity about her backstory but acknowledged that it was ultimately Eri's choice to share it. Next, the narrator introduced themselves as Avira Midoriya, a spirit without a physical body, who existed through possession. They described their mechanical form created by Izuku and shared their thoughts on existence and identity, pondering the nature of their being. Avira Midoriya struggled to remember where she belonged, pondering how someone like her could exist. Despite her confusion, she found comfort in her favorite color, green, which belonged to her father, making it the best color ever. The third adoption in her family was Kao Midoriya, her sister. Kao had dark blue eyes, short light blue hair that faded into yellow, and pink fairy wings on her back. Her quirk allowed her to gather energy from the environment, known as chaos energy, and direct it. When angered, she could transform into a water monster. Unfortunately, when she disliked someone, she would express her intense feelings about them, often in a harsh manner. By chance, she had teleported into Izuku's yard through a chaos conduit, which she had been forced to create by the villains known as the Chaos Enforcers. Izuku had dismantled their group and taken control of the remnants, transforming them into the restoration. During this process, he accessed a powerful super form, which granted him golden hair, red eyes, and incredible strength. 𝗬𝗏 wondered what her other siblings would look like in their super forms. Would their hair or eye color change? Would their appearances be completely different? What would happen to their quirks? And how would she, lacking a physical form, change with the 7 chaos conduits? Her curiosity was piqued, but her father preferred not to rely too heavily on their powers or on Chao's ability to create them, fearing the consequences if their existence became known. Although using their full power could easily eliminate threats, he chose to reserve them for dire situations, despite the good he could accomplish by utilizing them now. 𝗬𝗏 wished he were more opportunistic. The next adoption was a 2-for-1 deal, her brother and sister, 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗓𝗵𝗄 Midoriya. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 was a mummy with red eyes and black hair, though 𝗬𝗏 had yet to see his face without bandages. 𝗵𝗃 was pale, with white hair and light gray eyes. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 was somewhat antisocial and distrustful, while 𝗵𝗃 was cheerful and trusting. 𝗓𝗵𝗄's quirk created hands that inflicted the pain and anguish one had caused others, while 𝗵𝗃's quirk spread happiness and pleasant feelings. 𝗵𝗃 quickly befriended the girls, and 𝗓𝗵𝗄 was beginning to warm up to 𝗬𝗏, which she found understandable. After all, she was 𝗬𝗏 Midoriya, the best brother in the universe and the coolest child of Izuku Midoriya. Next were 𝗤𝗏, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗓𝗏, who had recently become her mothers. 𝗬𝗏 didn't particularly care for any of them, but they were trusted enough to be allowed into her father's home. To her, Izuku and his happiness were what truly mattered. 𝗬𝗏 was skilled in stealth, hand-to-hand combat, and melee weaponry. Her primary weapon was the variable 𝗬𝗏, which allowed her to utilize her unstable quirk. It could transform into various forms, including a hammer and a bazooka. 𝗤𝗏, while lacking flashy powers, possessed impressive athleticism and a stretchy, dexterous tail. 𝗓𝗏 may not have had any special abilities, but she was a fast learner with excellent leadership skills. After sensing a budding connection between 𝗬𝗏 and Izuku, 𝗬𝗏 took it upon herself to encourage their relationship, hoping it would bring her father happiness. Her efforts paid off, as Izuku now had 3 girlfriends, and her siblings and she had strong, trustworthy mothers. Their family had grown significantly. 𝗬𝗏 noted that the 3 mothers were satisfactory for now, and her father had no plans to add anyone else to their family. However, if anyone were to harm or betray Izuku, they would face serious consequences. 𝗬𝗏 could only imagine what she would do in such a situation. As for her father's weapons, there was Metal Sonic, his oldest and most loyal creation, designed to rival Shadow the Hedgehog. Then there was Metal Shadow, created from Shadow's data to match his abilities. 𝗬𝗏 had trained against it to learn Shadow's moves, though it mostly remained idle at home. 𝗬𝗏 planned to suggest sending it to Angel Island to serve as 𝗓𝗏's bodyguard. Another weapon was Samurai, a robot with a retro Ronin-like appearance, known for its speed and stealth. Lastly, there was Apex, a giant purple cat that guarded their home, incapacitating intruders with sleeping gas. For now, 𝗬𝗏 felt content with her family and their situation. She could delve into the details of Angel Island and the restoration later, but for now, she was focused on her father's happiness and the bonds they were building together. Izuku and 𝗬𝗏 had shared their first kiss and were navigating their relationship together. Their date consisted of quirk training with Eri, who nervously held a half-eaten apple. In the basement lab, Izuku explained to Eri the importance of managing her quirk. The more organic matter she needed to rewind, the more energy she had to use. He advised her to practice turning her quirk on and off willingly, encouraging her to visualize it like a sink or river, drawing out only what was necessary. Or energy in this case. Just enough to rewind the apple back to the state it was in before it was eaten. 𝗬𝗏 encouraged Eri to remain calm and to use only as much energy as needed, doing it slowly. Eri focused on the apple, taking a deep breath before activating her quirk. She felt mild discomfort as her horns sparked yellow, but soon noticed the effect of her power on the apple. In her eagerness, she tried to shut off her quirk, but it didn't respond immediately. Panic began to set in, but she remembered how calm Izuku had been during previous challenges and tried to emulate that calmness. It took considerable effort, but she managed to use her quirk safely, even if the apple turned into a seed instead of returning to its original state. It was a start. Izuku praised Eri for her effort, reassuring her that mastery takes time. Eri expressed her longing to try again, pointing to her horn, believing she had enough energy for one more attempt. Izuku encouraged her to go ahead but reminded her to rest afterward. Eri tried again with another apple, showing improvement, but the result was the same. Afterward, Eri went upstairs for a nap, leaving Whisper and Izuku alone in the lab. Whisper commented on how nice the session was, and Izuku agreed, suggesting they think about dinner. Whisper responded positively, and they both felt content. Another day brought more training with 𝗕𝗁, but this time it felt less brutal. Izuku had grown accustomed to the routine, managing to run comfortably for a lap and a half around the house before needing to stop. He leaned against a tree, breathing and covered in sweat, while 𝗕𝗁, full of energy, stood beside him. Curious about her stamina, he asked if it was related to her quirk. 𝗕𝗁 explained that she had always loved running and jumping, which sometimes got her into trouble. Izuku took the opportunity to ask about her past, but 𝗕𝗁 seemed hesitant. She eventually shared that her life hadn't been easy, but it improved after meeting Whisper and then Izuku. He felt flattered but insisted that her gratitude was unnecessary. 𝗕𝗁 playfully punched him on the shoulder, affirming that saving lives was a form of heroism. Then, she suggested taking a bath together, which caught Izuku off guard. He initially recoiled, unsure if she was teasing him, but 𝗕𝗁 reassured him that it was a genuine offer and nothing inappropriate. After a moment of consideration, Izuku agreed, wanting to wash away the sweat from their training. 𝗕𝗁 smiled, and they shared a pleasant bath together. Later, Izuku found himself on Angel Island with 𝗵𝗃 and lanolin, standing by the 𝗕𝗁 conduit. 𝗬𝗃 had suggested he would be more useful there than at home. Izuku instructed 𝗵𝗃 to listen to lanolin and protect her, to which the robot complied. Lanolin playfully greeted Izuku with a peck on the cheek, making him smile. She shared that her life had improved since they met, feeling more in control. Lanolin then mentioned that the Restoration was preparing for another attack on a CRC base, aided by new technology from a newcomer. Just then, a fuzzy creature made itself comfortable on Izuku's shoulders, introducing itself as 𝗵𝗃. Lanolin sighed, acknowledging him. Izuku recognized 𝗵𝗃, who looked happier and was wearing new gear. Dark brown and white shoes with light blue laces, a dark brown and white jacket featuring a blue star on the right side of his chest, a puffy, furry white collar, and white gloves with blue wristbands adorned 𝗵𝗃 as he cheerfully greeted Izuku. His twin tails waved energetically, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Izuku placed him down and acknowledged him warmly. Lanolin had just been sharing details about someone's impressive technology. 𝗵𝗃 blushed at the compliment, insisting that his humble creations were nothing compared to what Izuku could create. He pointed to 𝗵𝗃, who had crafted a shuttle, the fast, flying kind. Izuku's surprise was evident as he learned about the shuttle. Lanolin confirmed that she had commissioned 𝗵𝗃 to make a few more for missions. She expressed her belief that 𝗵𝗃 would one day match Izuku's skills and technology, calling him nothing short of amazing. 𝗵𝗃, feeling a mix of pride and nervousness, was encouraged by Izuku's suggestion to collaborate on a project. Izuku patted 𝗵𝗃's head and expressed his excitement to see what 𝗵𝗃 could create on his own during his next visit. 𝗵𝗃's tail swung happily as he eagerly accepted the challenge, promising to impress Izuku with his next invention before running off to work on it. Izuku and Lanolin exchanged remarks about 𝗵𝗃's endearing nature and energetic spirit. Lanolin then mentioned that aside from the upcoming CRC mission and 𝗵𝗃's tech debut on Angel Island, there was nothing significant happening. She leaned closer to Izuku, expressing her longing to spend the night with him, suggesting that her bed would be nicer with him there. As the day came to an end, Lanolin enjoyed her time with Izuku, feeling content in his presence. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, 𝗬𝗃 dealt with 𝗬𝗁 the clone mimic, removing his knife with a sense of finality as 𝗬𝗁's body slumped against the cold wall. 𝗬𝗃 reflected on the obvious intentions of the infiltrator, who had sought to harm his father. With a determined stride, he left the scene, erasing all traces of his presence. Elsewhere, Izuku Midoriya expressed her frustration upon receiving news of Duo's demise. She pondered how he had been caught so quickly and resolved to adapt her strategy, recognizing that her son was more perceptive than she had anticipated. At U, Nizu had noticed a change since the arrival of a vigilante known as Samurai. Initially dismissive, he became intrigued when Samurai continued to evade capture despite impressive feats, such as taking down the volcano thieves. Nizu began to investigate, analyzing footage to uncover Samurai's quirk and identity. Nizu's instincts told him something was amiss, particularly regarding a teenager named Izuku Midoriya, who lived alone in a surprisingly large house. Nizu had been quietly observing Izuku, noting his intelligence and the care he showed towards a girl named Eri. When Izuku dropped out of school to take care of her, Nizu recognized his potential and planned to extend an invitation to UA. However, an unexpected email warning him to stay away from Izuku disrupted his plans. The message raised numerous questions, leaving Nizu unsettled. He could not trace the sender, which led him to halt his observations of Izuku and refocus on Samurai. As events unfolded, including the destruction of the 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗕 and an attack at Tatooine Station thwarted by an unidentified duo, Nizu felt a growing sense of unease. He suspected that Samurai was not entirely human, a feeling that lingered as he continued his investigation. Questions swirled in his mind about the connections between these incidents and the identities of those involved. The chimera principle of 𝗬𝗧𝗏, feeling overwhelmed by the mysteries surrounding him. And all of this because of one person. As overwhelmingly fascinated as he was, Nizu had things to do and a batch of first-year entrance exams to prepare for. Sludge Man in the Slammer. All Might's laugh boomed throughout the police station as he entered. He politely placed a bottle of sludge on the ground, announcing that he was there to drop off a villain. The nervous desk boy, surprised, could only watch as All Might blew his papers away and left in a flash. The desk boy picked up the bottled sludge villain, relieved that one less villain was off the streets. Today was the big day. Bakugo stepped onto UA grounds, feeling a mix of excitement and impatience. He was tired of his middle school and the floaty blue-haired girl who had been glaring at him since Deku left. Today was his day. He had studied and trained hard for the exams. He would pass, become the greatest hero, and surpass even Deku in fame and fortune. Yet he couldn't help but wonder what Deku was up to. Did he choose to live off his money? Whatever. While Deku stayed home, Bakugo would be out making his mark on the world as the greatest, richest, and most popular hero ever. He made his way into the building, ready and fired up. After breezing through the written portion, Bakugo was scooted to the practical portion along with the others. There, he faced faux villains in the form of green robots. It was everything Bakugo had hoped for. He could cut loose and would be rewarded for it. Late into the exams, he felt the ground shake but paid it no mind, continuing to destroy robots until the exams ended. He wiped the sweat from his brow and left with a huge grin, his body unscathed. Bakugo's ego soared. His idol, All Might, had told him via holographic video recording that he had passed with flying colors, earning first place with 77 villain points. To his mild annoyance, his parents didn't seem as excited as he was. They congratulated him, but it felt half-hearted. No matter. He had All Might's congratulations saved on his phone and computer to listen to whenever he wanted, so he didn't need anyone else's validation. On the first day, Bakugo walked into Class 1A, kicking his feet up on his desk. An already annoying voice shouted at him to take his feet off the desk. Bakugo sarcastically called out, telling the boy to back off. The boy, 𝗕𝗫𝗍, introduced himself, but Bakugo dismissed him, stating that he would learn his name soon enough. 𝗕𝗫𝗍, caught off guard, assumed this was a challenge. He offered a handshake, introducing himself again, but Bakugo scoffed and ignored it. The clamoring students fell silent when a scraggly man in a black hero costume entered. Bakugo scrunched his face in disgust, wondering who this man was. The man introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their teacher. Bakugo groaned as Aizawa pulled out a uniform, instructing them to put it on and go outside for a quirk assessment test. Bakugo smirked, eager to show off his abilities. When Aizawa tossed him a softball and told him to throw it as far as he could, Bakugo grinned wildly, preparing to impress everyone. He threw the ball with all his might, scoring an impressive distance. He tuned out Aizawa's words afterward, reveling in the shocked expressions of his classmates. However, Bakugo was not pleased with the results. He placed third, with Shoto Todoroki in second and Momo Yaoyorozu in first. At least he wouldn't have it too easy while at UA, he would have to work hard to surpass them. He glared at Momo, who looked back at him with confusion, and at Shoto, who ignored him completely, which only fueled his frustration. In last place was Minoru Mineta, who was crying, making it hard for Bakugo to resist the urge to confront him. Aizawa then announced that no one would be going home, disappointing Bakugo, who had hoped to see at least one loser leave. He shrugged it off. He would crush everyone at the school regardless. UA was boring, but he should have expected that. It was a prestigious school after all, and bound to have its share of normal classes. Then the afternoon came, bringing hero basic training. Everyone reacted when All Might burst through the door, shouting his iconic phrase. Best of all, their first lesson on hero training was fight training, which excited Bakugo. He was itching for the opportunity to put Yaoyorozu and Todoroki in their place. They dressed in their hero costumes and headed to the training grounds. After a breakdown of the assignment, they drew lots and were paired up. Bakugo was paired with Ida, and they were the first team to fight. Bakugo and Ida were the heroes, while Todoroki and Jiro, their opponents, were the villains. How should they go about this, Bakugo? Bakugo barked rudely, his hands smoking as All Might began the exercise. He declared that he was going to set that cold stoic on fire. Ida shouted for him to wait, but his teammate had already flown in without him. Ida sighed and ran in after him. Jiro nodded, her jack planted in the ground, then flinched at the noise. She remarked on how loud Bakugo was. Shoto asked where they were, and Jiro informed him they were on the second floor, nearing the staircase to the third. Shoto's hand emitted a cold air. In a blink, Bakugo was flying up the stairs to the third floor with Ida trailing behind him, and then ice had frozen most of the building. Bakugo had lost in moments. He was furious, wanting to confront Todoroki for a rematch, but he resisted the urge. He remembered Deku and his match with Todoroki. Charging in would only lead to humiliation. He understood that now. Instead, he growled and gritted his teeth at the back of Shoto's head, who annoyingly didn't acknowledge him after winning. An opportunity to properly crush him would come eventually. It was inevitable. If not, he would have to provoke the cold stoic into giving him one. He couldn't approach anymore. He had to let himself be approached. That way, no one would get upset. He needed to be patient and provoke a fight out of him without resorting to physical means. As much as he hated it, he told himself that it would be more satisfying to crush him later rather than now. Delayed gratification and all. So he would wait. He would wait, then he would crush the cold stoic and finally, Deku. It would be glorious. The day ended soon after, and for the remainder of the day, Bakugo held a sour expression, which everyone assumed stemmed from his quick loss against Todoroki and Jiro. Ultimately, no one worried about it too much. Their opinions of him were mixed, mostly neutral regarding their explosive blonde classmate. But Bakugo held nothing but contempt and disgust for the others. At the Midoriya residence, Izuku was programming his newest robot when Tangle walked in. She cheerfully greeted him, kissing him, which Izuku enjoyed, though the nickname she used confused him. She explained that it was his name backward. He bluntly stated it was a terrible nickname, to which she playfully responded with another nickname. Tangle eyed her boyfriend's robot, surprised to see it had a female appearance. She asked who or what it was, and Izuku explained it was Miss Delight, who would be a teacher for the kids. She had a friendly appearance, but Izuku admitted she wasn't fully programmed yet. Tangle quickly interjected, insisting that the kids needed a real person to teach them, as relying solely on robots could hinder their social skills. Izuku recoiled, realizing she was right. He needed to take the kids out at some point, but it always seemed something would interrupt them. He worried about hiring someone qualified. Tangle reassured him that he didn't have to find someone right away and suggested he finish his robot first before looking for an actual teacher. Izuku sighed, feeling grateful for her support. Tangle then explained to the kids that they would begin homeschooling soon, as soon as Izuku found a suitable teacher. Kou shouted in excitement, surprising Tangle, who hadn't expected that reaction. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 clarified that while privileged kids might hate school, most of them had never even stepped into one. They shared their backgrounds, revealing their struggles and how grateful they were for their current situation, but they also expressed their boredom and eagerness to learn. Tangle was pleasantly surprised by their enthusiasm and offered to help them find supplies for their homeschooling adventure around the house. Everyone cheered, except for 𝗕𝗏𝗄, who received a playful punch from 𝗵𝗃, prompting him to join in the cheer. Meanwhile, Vanilla was struggling with her situation as a single mother to her adorable child, 𝗏𝗏. She loved 𝗏𝗏 dearly but regretted how she had brought her into the world. After a brief relationship, her partner vanished, leaving her to raise 𝗏𝗏 alone. Despite the challenges, she taught her daughter manners and responsibility, leading to a well-mannered child who was liked by her classmates and teachers. 𝗏𝗏 was an excellent student, and while balancing motherhood and teaching was taxing, Vanilla could never resent her for it. Maintaining their apartment, her students, and ensuring 𝗏𝗏 was happy and well-fed was a constant challenge. Eating out and spending on luxuries were distant dreams, but she accepted her circumstances and continued to do her best. Besides, 𝗏𝗏 was a light in her life she couldn't imagine being without. Still, the fact remained that she was struggling. She wasn't a bad teacher by any means, but her appearance set her apart from others, leading to her being underpaid compared to her coworkers. Despite disputing her clear mistreatment several times, her financial situation prevented her from hiring a lawyer. After some research, she discovered that the school where she taught, a fairly large and reputable high school, had a troubling reputation for mutant mistreatment and quirk discrimination among both students and faculty. These issues were often dismissed as mere rumors. However, due to the prestigious nature of Horikoshi High School, few were brave enough to speak out. Those who did faced the threat of defamation lawsuits backed by formidable legal teams. There was no winning in that environment, and while Vanilla despised the school atmosphere, she had no choice but to endure it. There were no other job opportunities in her area, and she needed to care for her daughter as best as she could. It was exhausting and demoralizing, but she refused to quit or compromise her dignity. She believed in karma, what goes around comes around. Someday, she hoped, life would improve, not just for her, but for 𝗏𝗏 as well. One day, while on her day off, Vanilla sat at her desk searching for extra work on her bare-bones laptop when 𝗏𝗏 burst into her room. 𝗏𝗏 excitedly announced that she had received mail. Vanilla raised an eyebrow, turning in her chair to see her daughter holding an envelope. It was unusual for her to receive mail, especially since she always paid her bills on time, sometimes even skipping meals to do so. 𝗏𝗏 looked up at her with bright, hopeful eyes, waiting for her to open the letter. Despite their struggles, 𝗏𝗏 never seemed to resent her mother or their situation, which warmed Vanilla's heart. It was 𝗏𝗏's unwavering faith in her that kept Vanilla hopeful. With a sigh, Vanilla opened the letter, feeling a strange sense of nervousness. Who could have sent it? Inside, she found a phone number. Thankfully, she had a phone. A basic one, but it worked. Assuming it was a prank, she called the number and was surprised when someone answered immediately. A boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and stated that he wanted to hire her as a teacher for his children. Vanilla recoiled at his directness, stammering in confusion, which made 𝗏𝗏 worry. Sensing her daughter's concern, Vanilla quickly composed herself and asked for clarification. Izuku assured her that it was not a scam and asked her to open her front door while remaining on the line. Vanilla whispered to 𝗏𝗏 to stay behind her before heading to the kitchen to grab the largest knife she could find. Holding the knife close, she opened the front door, causing the girl on the other side to flinch, though her companion remained calm. The girl introduced herself as Tangle, Izuku's girlfriend, and insisted she was not a threat. She gestured to a robot beside her, named Metal Sonic, which stared at Vanilla with an intense gaze. 𝗏𝗏 gasped in awe at the creation, despite its intimidating appearance. Vanilla, still cautious, asked about the robot, and Tangle confirmed it was indeed a robot. Returning to the phone, Vanilla commented on Tangle's companions, and Izuku chuckled, urging her to consider his offer. He explained that if she declined, she would never hear from him again. Although she felt uneasy, refusing the offer didn't sit right with her. She decided to hear him out, agreeing to meet Izuku Midoriya. Vanilla and Cream were driven to Izuku's house, where they were stunned by the size of the building. The yard was enormous, and Vanilla pinched herself to confirm it was real. Upon entering the home, they were greeted by the sight of happy children, who acknowledged their presence briefly before returning to their activities. 𝗕𝗁 explained that the children were unofficially adopted, having been rescued from difficult situations. Vanilla felt a sense of warmth towards Izuku as a person, appreciating his kindness. 𝗕𝗁 introduced the children, pointing out Eri, Avira, Kao, and 𝗓𝗵𝗄 and 𝗕𝗵𝗄, who were all engaged in various activities. She explained that there would be more children to come, and Vanilla's role would be to educate them as she would any other class. They were then escorted to Izuku's office. Upon meeting Izuku, Vanilla expressed surprise at his youth. He acknowledged that he would likely hear that comment often, but assured her that he was capable. He asked how she would like to teach his children, offering a generous salary and impressive benefits. Vanilla inquired about the source of his funding, and Izuku explained that his parents were leading professionals in their fields, which allowed him to support this initiative. Good people, but they excel at making money. After a few years, they left Izuku with this house and a significant amount of money. Unlike them, he intended to use his resources and skills for good. He placed a pen on the contract and asked Vanilla if she would help him do good. Without hesitation, she signed the contract. Izuku expressed his gratitude, stating that she was now officially the teacher and tutor of his children. All that remained was to design a curriculum, schedule, and set up classes in the empty rooms, which he believed would not be too difficult. Vanilla shook his hand, promising to assist him in any way she could. As a small gift, Izuku opened a drawer on his desk and tossed Vanilla a sizable envelope, which contained 100,000 yen. Vanilla gasped in surprise, and Cream, who was sitting with them, leaped into Vanilla's arms, filled with joy. They were finally making progress. Homeschooling was new for the Midoriya family, and the schedule was set. Everyone woke up at 7 a.m. to prepare for the day, which included washing up and brushing teeth. For Avira, who didn't have a physical body, this meant a little more time to relax. Kao burst into Eri's bathroom while she was brushing her teeth, causing Eri to nearly lose her balance on the stepping stool. Eri glared at her sister, who nervously asked if she had any toothpaste. Eri opened her bathroom mirror, took a tube of toothpaste from one of the shelves, and tossed it to Kao, who barely caught it before leaving, still a bit shaken. At 7:30, they had breakfast, which was specially prepared by 𝗕𝗁 and Izuku. Eri bit into a comically large apple, smiling brightly, while everyone else looked on in astonishment. 𝗕𝗁 whispered to Izuku, questioning where such large apples came from, to which Izuku replied that he had no idea. Avira, of course, did not eat, as he did not require food. Instead, he spent his breakfast time studying quantum physics. 𝗓𝗵𝗄, after swallowing a piece of orange, asked Avira why he chose to study during breakfast. Avira smiled and simply replied that it was for no particular reason. Whisper, sitting with the kids at the table, felt uneasy about Avira's choice, especially after his vague answer. 𝗓𝗵𝗄, feeling a bit paranoid, shrugged it off. Kao, unimpressed by Avira's book, jokingly pretended to GG at the sight of it, prompting laughter from everyone, including Whisper, who continued to keep an eye on Avira. From 8 to 8:50 was the first PRD of Japanese with Vanilla, where the kids focused on improving their reading and writing skills. In one of the empty rooms converted into a classroom, Vanilla pointed her wooden meter stick at the whiteboard, which displayed 3 sentences. She asked the students to identify which sentence was in the past tense. Avira knew the answer but chose to let someone else respond. Eventually, Kao raised her hand and correctly identified the 3rd sentence, earning a smile from Vanilla. From 8:55 to 9:45 was the second PRD of math with Miss Delight. In a math-themed room, Delight distributed worksheets containing 15 math problems. She reminded the students to show their work and started a 15-minute timer. Avira quickly finished and placed his sheet on Delight's desk, catching her off guard as only 29 seconds had passed. She checked his work and noted that he had answered everything correctly, writing a perfect score on his sheet and instructing him to sit quietly until the others finished. 𝗬𝗏 nodded and opened his quantum physics book while Delight sighed. From 950 to 1041 was the third PRD of social studies, where the kids learned about geography with Vanilla. She drew a peculiar star shape on the whiteboard and asked the students to identify the cardinal directions. 𝗵𝗃 raised her hand but mistakenly placed north at the bottom, which earned her a pout from Vanilla. 𝗬𝗏 then raised her hand and correctly identified north as being at the top, prompting a grin from her. From 1045 to 1130 was recess, where the kids played outside with their chosen toys, supervised by Metal Sonic. Lunch followed from 1135 to 1225, with 𝗬𝗏 again engrossed in his quantum physics book. From 1230 to 120 was the fourth PRD of art, where the children expressed themselves through drawing using methods taught by Miss Delight. Today, they practiced the grid method. At the end of class, everyone submitted their artwork. 𝗬𝗏 drew an apple, which, while not perfect, exceeded expectations. 𝗬𝗁's emerald drawing was impressive, with nice shading and details. 𝗵𝗃 drew the earth, and although it wasn't entirely accurate, it was well done. 𝗕𝗏's drawing of a hand was unique, while 𝗬𝗏's drawing of Izuku was remarkably detailed and executed quickly. Despite being a non-physical child, 𝗬𝗏's talent was evident, and Delight found herself questioning the purpose of teaching him, as he seemed to grasp everything effortlessly. Nevertheless, she continued her role, waiting for any indication from 𝗬𝗏 or Izuku to change her approach. From 125 to 215 was the fifth PRD of Science with Vanilla. She explained that water, known scientifically as H2O, is composed of two elements. When no one answered, she decided to make the lesson more engaging by turning it into a game of hangman. The students eagerly participated, calling out letters as they tried to guess the word. This went on for a bit, and unfortunately, the kids didn't get the word in time before losing. Vanilla mentioned that 2 hydrogen atoms make up water, which is why the H2 is there, and then asked what the second element was. 𝗬𝗏 answered correctly with oxygen. From 220 to 310 was 6th PRD Japanese history with Miss Delight, who kept the subject away from quirks as much as possible. To the surprise of absolutely no one, 𝗬𝗏 excelled in this subject as well. From 3:15 to 4 o'clock was the 7th and final PRD, English, taught by both Vanilla and Miss Delight. They, along with Izuku, believed it would take a long while for them to begin properly grasping English. While that was true for most, it wasn't the case for 𝗬𝗏, who grasped it perfectly almost instantly. 𝗕𝗏, while a little jealous, was also a bit suspicious. Just what in the world was his brother? This went beyond being a simple talent. It had to be a quirk thing or something. Whatever the case may be, 𝗕𝗏 had nothing to go on, so despite his paranoia telling him that 𝗬𝗏 could be lying about himself and his capabilities, he had to let it be. He just hoped Izuku would catch on and do something about it eventually. Later, Izuku sat in the living room with the kids, 𝗬𝗏 joyfully sitting on his lap and kicking his feet. He asked how school was, and everyone spoke loudly and all at once, sharing good things about their time learning under Vanilla and Miss Delight. The teachers were delighted at the shower of compliments, as was Izuku, who blushed at their appreciation. However, there was something that particularly interested Izuku, 𝗬𝗏's immense talents. He grasped subjects quickly and was clearly interested in science, as evidenced by his studies in quantum physics. Perhaps he would tutor him himself one day, depending on what 𝗬𝗏 chose to do with his life. All for One was not enjoying his life at that moment. Tomura was gone, and Inko's pet, Shadow, had taken him away. He couldn't even try to salvage his corpse, meaning that all of his efforts had been a waste of time. He needed Tomura as a vessel because his current one was a shabby, old, damaged mess that could barely contain his massive arsenal of quirks. He needed Tomura's hatred, cultivated and nurtured for years, to steal one for all. But that was impossible now, all because of Inko. He hated her more than words could describe. In an ideal world, her immense talent would be under his control, and her ability to create artificial life indistinguishable from real life would be used to create the perfect vessel for him. He would have been able to obtain one for all and take over for all time. This was not that world. This was a world in which Inko was his parasite, a nuisance he couldn't swat away. He simply didn't have the resources to oppose her or retaliate for Tomura's loss. His right-hand man, Garaki, spoke evenly, asking what they would do now. AFO hit his desk in frustration and stated that they had only two choices. Garaki explained that they could either find another body, have them undergo the body augmentation plan for Tomura, and potentially forego taking one for all, or AFO spat in response, insisting that even if it was the last thing he did, he would reclaim his quirk. He sighed, acknowledging that regardless of his desires, he needed a new body. He would attain one, but he had standards. It wouldn't just be a random person. It would be someone strong, sturdy, and preferably someone with the proper hate in their heart. Until he discovered someone like that, he couldn't risk All Might finding out that he was alive. Garaki questioned where they would find someone like that. Meanwhile, Bakugo rolled his eyes as Ida approached his lunch table, where Bakugo was eating alone. Ida asked if he could eat with him, but Bakugo growled in response, telling him to leave. Ida insisted that as classmates, they needed to interact more, especially if they were going to work together in future exercises and as heroes upon graduation. Bakugo yelled that he didn't need to do anything for anyone and stomped away, choosing to eat somewhere else. Ida sighed and returned to his table, which consisted of Momo, Jiro, and Kirishima. Momo asked if he had any luck, and Ida answered sadly that he didn't understand why Bakugo was like this. Jiro suggested that maybe he preferred to keep to himself, though he didn't need to be so loud about it. Kirishima encouraged Ida to give Bakugo time, believing he would come around eventually. Ida hoped so. Another day brought another raid on a CRC base. Spinner, his restoration friends, and Metal Shadow charged in, wispons blazing. Knocking out the enemies was both easy and fun, and their custom body armor almost completely prevented injuries. Spinner cheered as he knocked the heads of two opponents together with his cube wispon, exclaiming how awesome it was. Before he could take down another, Metal Shadow sped by, grabbing a CRC soldier by the face and slamming him into a wall. Spinner crossed his arms, feeling slightly annoyed that he had been about to take that one down. Before they could continue their assault, another creature that Metal Sonic had killed and brought to Izuku fell through the ceiling, hitting the ground and roaring. A member of the restoration team shouted in surprise. The Black Warrior charged at them at almost blinding speeds but was quickly intercepted by Metal Shadow, who flew in from the side and kicked it, sending it flying across the room and into the walls. The creature stood up and charged back into the main room, targeting Metal Shadow. The robotic doppelganger sidestepped its attack, and Spinner leaped into the air, smashing his cube wispon into the back of the Black Warrior's head. Although the creature was damaged, it still managed to strike Spinner in the chest, sending him flying into the arms of his comrade. Then, Metal Shadow swiftly dealt with it. Spinner remarked that the creature was pretty tough and hit hard. A restoration member suggested bringing it back to the shuttle, hoping that the Prower Kid could find out something about it, like a weakness. The CRC base was promptly destroyed, and everyone inside was arrested. Strangely, upon finding where the trafficked mutant captives were being held, they also discovered a weird hole in the wall, indicating someone had broken out and escaped. According to reports, children had indeed managed to flee. In the yard, Izuku was attempting to do push-ups with Tangle sitting on his back. Tangle playfully teased Izuku about not being able to get off the ground. Izuku, straining to push himself upward, retorted that it was because she weighed a ton. Tangle dismissed his complaints, noting that most guys would be thrilled to have a cute girl like her sitting on them. Izuku clarified that, while he appreciated her company, he would prefer her to sit elsewhere. Suddenly, a snapping branch interrupted their banter, causing both of them to go on high alert. Izuku grabbed his weapon while Tangle prepared for a confrontation, raising her hands. They called out to whoever was lurking nearby, but silence followed. After exchanging nods, they cautiously approached the source of the noise. Tangle suggested that if the person came out, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Just then, the figure bolted away, prompting Izuku to express his frustration at Tangle for scaring them off. Later, Toru Hagakure was on her way home after a long day at UA. As she spotted her house in the distance, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Before entering, she slipped into an alley and transformed into a random civilian, pulling out her phone to make a call. Inko answered, and 𝗏𝗵𝗃 reported that the infiltration had gone smoothly, with no one suspecting anything. Inko instructed 𝗏𝗵𝗃 to gather information while ensuring their cover remained intact, hinting that some of the students might be valuable recruits. Meanwhile, Momonoko was in a state of disbelief, pinching herself to confirm she wasn't dreaming. After several unsuccessful attempts to wake herself up, she realized that someone was attacking the facility where she and others were held captive. The commotion outside suggested that heroes were involved, and she felt a surge of gratitude towards them. While others cowered in fear, Momonoko used her strength to bend the bars of her cage, urging her fellow captives to follow her. After a bit of hesitation, her brothers joined her, and together they navigated through the dimly lit room. Momonoko found a blind spot and, with a powerful strike, broke through the concrete wall. Sunlight flooded the room, and she took a moment to relish the fresh air while her brothers watched in awe. Looking out, she realized there was a significant drop outside, which could be dangerous without a plan. She turned to her brother 𝗧𝗪𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄, asking if he could transform into a bird to help them escape. He agreed and, with a flash of energy, transformed into a large black pheasant. Once airborne, he allowed his siblings to climb onto his back, and they soared away from the chaos below. Once they were safely outside the city, they dismounted, and 𝗵𝗄 expressed his relief. Momonoko suggested they focus on putting as much distance as possible between themselves and their captors. 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 raised an eyebrow at her use of the term servants, but she brushed off his comment, insisting they needed to move forward. As they ventured further, they sought food but were met with indifference from most people, who directed them to hero agencies instead. Frustration mounted, especially for 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁, who questioned why no one would help them directly. Momonoko pondered their next steps, acknowledging their predicament as children without the means to support themselves. They discussed the possibility of finding someone to take care of them, and Momonoko pointed to a large house in the distance, suggesting that perhaps the wealthy resident would be willing to help. 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 was skeptical, believing they would be dismissed, but 𝗵𝗄 encouraged them to at least try, as they had nothing to lose. Reluctantly, 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 agreed, and the siblings rallied together, excited at the prospect of breaking into the rich person's house. As they approached, Momonoko remarked on the house's size, and 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 used his quirk to help them scale the walls surrounding the property. And now they were sneaking around the yard. 𝗵𝗄 remarked that the place was pretty cool, noting the yard size and the possibilities for play if the homeowner allowed them to stay. As they continued onward, 𝗵𝗄 felt an unsettling sensation, as if they were being watched, though he saw nothing to confirm his fears. While wandering, Momonoko suddenly heard voices, 2 of them. She urged her siblings to be quiet, and they moved silently toward the sound, hoping to gather information and perhaps charm the homeowners into a conversation. They could tell there was a male and a female voice, but the words were indistinct. Then, they accidentally stepped on a branch, causing them to gasp. A boy's voice called out, demanding to know who was there. The siblings froze, hoping to go unnoticed. To their dismay, they heard footsteps approaching. The girl spoke slowly, suggesting they wouldn't harm anyone if they came out. In a panic, 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 and 𝗵𝗄 grabbed 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗪 and Momonoko and ran away. The boy shouted in frustration, while the girl, named 𝗕𝗏𝗁, called after them, clearly annoyed. Before long, the intruders were caught and restrained. 𝗕𝗏𝗁, upon realizing they were just kids, maintained her guard but relaxed slightly. Izuku crossed his arms and asked who they were. With no choice but to comply, the children introduced themselves, starting with Momonoko, who proudly declared her name and age. She had peach-colored hair and a vibrant personality. 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 introduced himself next, appearing more composed than his siblings. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗪 followed, speaking briefly, while 𝗵𝗄, the youngest, stuttered through his introduction, looking fragile and nervous. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 found their situation amusing, prompting a chuckle from Izuku. Momonoko playfully corrected 𝗕𝗏𝗁, suggesting they were more like a queen and her 3 companions, which made 𝗧𝗪𝗁𝗁 roll his eyes. He clarified their relationship, explaining they had all been captives of the 𝗕𝗪𝗁𝗁. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 expressed her disdain for the 𝗕𝗪𝗁𝗁, while Izuku raised an eyebrow, noting that they didn't seem like the type to be held captive, as the CRC typically targeted those with animal-like features. 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕 demonstrated his quirk by transforming into a giant black pheasant, revealing the reason for their troubles. After a brief moment of silence, Izuku offered them a place to stay, which surprised 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕. Momonoko quickly agreed, excited that someone was willing to help them. As Izuku and Tangle headed toward the house, Momonoko reacted to an unexpected situation, leading to a humorous exchange with 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕. Meanwhile, Whisper and 𝗕𝗏 observed the scene, commenting on the unusual circumstances surrounding the children. 𝗕𝗏 expressed his disbelief at the situation, while Whisper suggested they avoid calling it child hunting. Uminu, feeling anxious, confronted Tangle, demanding she stop whatever she was doing to Izuku. Izuku reassured him that it was just a joke, and Momonoko encouraged Uminu to relax, though he still shot Tangle a wary look. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕 was startled by the appearance of Cow Midoriya, who was excited to see him. She suggested they fly together, and with nothing else to do, he agreed. They soon found themselves outside, preparing to take off. 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕 transformed into his bird form, and Cow, with her fairy-like wings, followed closely behind. They raced around the house, and to 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕's surprise, he found himself enjoying the experience more than he expected. Cow playfully landed on his back, burying her face in his feathers and announcing her intention to take a nap. 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕 sighed, contemplating whether to shake her off but ultimately deciding against it, feeling a sense of responsibility as a sibling. Sleeping outside in his pheasant form was something he had considered trying, and now it seemed he might get the chance. So, slowly but surely, 𝗧𝗓𝗁𝗄𝗕 fell asleep. Eri sat quietly in one of the empty rooms of the house, trying to balance a bunch of apple plushies on top of each other. She muttered to herself, urging the plushies to stay steady. Suddenly, Momonoko burst in, kicking the door open, causing all of Eri's plushies to tumble to the ground. Eri turned to stare at her, her expression unreadable. Momonoko felt a chill as she sensed that Eri, who she had thought was harmless and sweet, was contemplating something ominous. Eri greeted her coldly, and Momonoko shrank under her intense gaze. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Eri patted the spot next to her, maintaining direct eye contact, and invited her to sit down. Momonoko, feeling uneasy, cautiously took a seat, keeping a safe distance. To her surprise, Eri moved closer, and Momonoko, trembling slightly, averted her gaze. After a moment of silence, she looked back to see Eri smiling and offering her an apple, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Momonoko's fear quickly shifted to annoyance as she accepted the apple, grumbling about being scared. As she took a bite, her expression changed to one of delight. The apple was delicious, and she couldn't help but squeal in joy, exclaiming how amazing it was compared to the food they had at the CRC. Eri inquired about Momonoko's visit, and Momonoko explained that she had intended to bring a peace offering, a peach, but Eri's earlier stare had startled her. Eri took the peach and bit into it, her eyes lighting up with joy. She shared that apples had always been her favorite, as they reminded her of her past. She recalled how her original parents had fed her apple-flavored treats before they disappeared due to a quirk accident. Eri's expression turned somber as she explained that her quirk had caused her father to vanish, leading her mother to leave as well. Despite her past, she felt grateful to be with Izuku, whom she referred to as the greatest dad in the universe. The joy in her eyes was infectious, and Momonoko felt a swell of emotion, nearly tearing up at the thought of such kindness. Momonoko expressed disbelief at Izuku's genuine kindness, finding it strange yet heartwarming. Eri explained that Izuku had experienced a difficult upbringing and wanted to help others, using his talents for good. They both shared a laugh, finding humor in how their conversation had shifted from fruit to deeper topics. Meanwhile, Uminu relaxed in the yard, enjoying the warmth of the sun. It was his special spot for peace and privacy. Suddenly, he was startled by the appearance of 𝗕𝗏 Midoriya, who emerged from the trees. Uminu stammered through his greeting, and 𝗕𝗏, despite his bandaged appearance, asked if he could join Uminu. Uminu hesitated, questioning the point of sunbathing with bandages, but 𝗕𝗏 insisted on joining him anyway. As they settled down, 𝗵𝗵𝗄 inquired about 𝗓𝗵𝗄's reluctance to remove his bandages. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 explained that he took them off when bathing but preferred to keep them on otherwise. 𝗵𝗵𝗄 sensed there was more to the story but chose not to press further. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 revealed his paranoia about being recognized, fearing that people might harm him or his loved ones if they knew his face. 𝗵𝗵𝗄 challenged this notion, pointing out that they were in a safe place, far from any threats. 𝗓𝗵𝗄 acknowledged 𝗵𝗵𝗄's perspective, admitting that he made a valid point. 𝗵𝗵𝗄 felt a wave of guilt for being blunt but was relieved when 𝗓𝗵𝗄 reassured him that it was fine. They shared a comfortable silence, and 𝗵𝗵𝗄 activated his quirk, transforming into a giant gray dog. He rested beside 𝗓𝗵𝗄, who commented on the unusual situation, and they both enjoyed the warmth of the sun together. "Are you going to crush me?" 𝗓𝗵𝗄 asked. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 simply replied no. With great difficulty, 𝗓𝗵𝗄 climbed onto 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼's head and settled there. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 was someone who purposefully kept to himself, rarely speaking and not very active since arriving at the place. He spent most of his time eating, sleeping, and occasionally hanging around Izuku. He also never smiled. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 wanted to understand 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 better and see if he needed help, so she leaped onto the couch and sat beside him, her trademark bright smile lighting up her face. She introduced herself as 𝗕𝗵𝗄 Midoriya and confirmed that he was indeed 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼. When she asked about his quirk, he stated that he could turn into a giant monkey. 𝗕𝗵𝗄's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly requested to see it. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 looked up at the ceiling, shrugged, and agreed. They went outside behind the house, where 𝗕𝗵𝗄 watched him with anticipation, which made him a bit uneasy. Nevertheless, he activated his quirk and transformed into a giant white monkey. "Are you happy?" he asked, his tone flat. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 responded with an enthusiastic yes, but her expression quickly shifted to concern as she asked if he was happy too. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 replied that he was fine, but 𝗕𝗵𝗄 pressed further, wanting to know why he wasn't happy. He explained that while he hadn't been there long, the place was better than he expected, but he felt neither happy nor sad. When 𝗕𝗵𝗄 inquired about what he was feeling, 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 admitted he was tired, feeling as if he was just existing until he died. He expressed that he didn't enjoy living, yet death didn't appeal to him either. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 activated her quirk, summoning a pair of white hands that landed on 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼's head. He suddenly felt a rush of warmth and happiness. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 explained that her quirk allowed her to create these hands, which made others feel the happiness they had given to others. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the emotions, 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 found himself tearing up. 𝗕𝗵𝗄 reassured him that even if he wasn't happy, he brought joy to others, especially his siblings. She encouraged him not to give up, reminding him that he would eventually find his way. As 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗼 returned to his normal form, tears streamed down his face, and 𝗕𝗵𝗄 hugged him tightly. He embraced her back, feeling a shift in his perspective and gratitude. Meanwhile, Izuku decided to pause the restoration's efforts to dismantle the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼 for a moment. He wanted to approach the issue of their existence differently. Reflecting on what he knew, he understood that they were extremists who despised heteromorphic quirks and were involved in human trafficking. He pondered their true intentions and what their endgame might be. To gather more information, he sent his reliable stealth robot, 𝗓𝗵𝗲, to infiltrate several 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼 bases. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 would record conversations and hack into computers using a virus Izuku had prepared. Though it wasn't a perfect plan, it was the best he could devise given the circumstances. After several infiltrations, Izuku reviewed the information 𝗓𝗵𝗲 collected and noticed some keywords that piqued his interest. As he pieced together the puzzle, he suddenly gasped in realization. Just then, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 entered his lab with dinner, startled by his outburst. She asked what was wrong, and Izuku explained that he had uncovered something significant about the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼. He shared that he had stopped the restoration from attacking the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼 to take a different approach. Instead of mindlessly attacking small bases, he wanted to understand their true motives and how they planned to eliminate every heteromorph on the planet. He revealed that he had gathered information on something called calamity curses, which were artificial life forms created by the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 quickly connected the dots, realizing that Inko had infiltrated the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼 to obtain these calamity curses, indicating they were extremely dangerous. Izuku expressed his concern about the 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗼's endgame, which involved creating an ultimate life form, a concept that disturbed him. He explained that while Inko aimed to create this life form, the CRC sought to force evolution upon all humans, particularly those they deemed pure. Whisper shuddered at the implications, recognizing the manipulative tactics often employed by extremist groups. Izuku concluded that it was likely the leader of the CRC was a Midoriya, at least until new evidence emerged. He pondered the meaning of the ultimate life form and why it seemed to captivate every Midoriya except him. Whisper reminded him that they needed to act quickly to prevent the CRC from achieving their goals. Determined, Izuku resolved to step up his game, knowing that the Calamity Curses would be formidable opponents. He realized he needed a proper countermeasure, and Metal Sonic might be just what he required. Or, well, an upgraded Metal Sonic. The leader entered the office of a woman with fluffy shoulder-length green hair. She greeted him with a small smile and acknowledged his presence. He informed her that the Omega Ant and Spider, along with their control serum, were almost completed. The woman stood up, pleased with the progress. She instructed him to tell the boys that she could handle the rest, not wanting them to interfere with her incredible work. The man then asked about the naming of their creations, referring to them as the Calamity Curses. She admitted she hadn't thought about it, noting that her sister had all the talent for coming up with names. She decided to leave it to the others. He then brought up the recent attacks on their bases, to which she expressed indifference. She was confident that the curses would take care of everything once they were born, including those minor inconveniences. With a smirk, she remarked that things were heating up, and when they reached the boiling point, it would get interesting. Meanwhile, Eri and Izuku were at the supermarket, where Eri was contemplating 2 beanbag chairs. The left one was bigger, perfect for cuddling, while the right one was a lovely shade of red that she favored. This was a true dilemma for her. Eri struggled to make a decision, feeling the weight of the choice. Izuku, noticing her distress, joked about the situation, trying to lighten the mood. Eri turned to him for help, expressing her frustration at not being able to choose between the 2 chairs. She wanted both but felt torn between size and color. Izuku gently reminded her that they had to pick one of the 2 available options. Eri frowned as she assessed her choices, going back and forth between the 2 chairs. She felt overwhelmed, wishing for a combination of both. After some contemplation, she realized that comfort was her priority. With a heavy heart, she pointed to the larger chair, despite its less appealing color. She dramatically stood before the smaller chair, tears in her eyes, expressing her sorrow for not being able to choose it. Izuku found her reaction amusing and suggested they could paint the larger chair when they got home. Eri was taken aback, having not considered that option. She felt a mix of frustration and admiration for Izuku's cleverness, playfully scolding him for not mentioning it earlier. Their playful banter drew the attention of onlookers, who found their interaction endearing. When they returned home with the beanbag chair, they were greeted with warmth and affection from their family. Izuku laughed joyfully, trying to set down the chair amidst the hugs. Tangle kissed his cheek and asked about their trip, while Eri, still pouting, expressed her annoyance at Izuku for his earlier comments. Izuku explained to the family that Eri had a tough choice between 2 beanbag chairs, and after much deliberation, she had chosen the larger one. Avira teased Eri about forgetting that paint existed, which only fueled her frustration. As their playful argument continued, Izuku reminded them that they should focus on painting the chair. Eri eagerly jumped at the chance to change the subject, excited to start the project. She grabbed Izuku's hand, ready to dash off, but Avira called out to them, wanting to discuss something later. Izuku assured Avira that he was always available to listen, which made Avira smile. In an empty room, Izuku and Eri prepared to paint the beanbag chair. They covered the floor with plastic and donned disposable suits. With an array of paint buckets filled with the shade of red Eri loved, they were ready to begin. Izuku pumped his fist in excitement and encouraged Eri to do the same, though she quickly corrected herself when she realized she had used the wrong hand. They were ready to dive into their creative project, eager to make the chair their own. The plastic lay scattered on the floor for a reason. Izuku wielded paintball guns while Eri took out her own, and together, they opened fire on the beanbag chair. After emptying his weapons, Izuku tossed them aside and pulled out a grenade-like object. He shouted a warning before the grenade went off, creating a colorful explosion that splattered paint everywhere. Both Izuku and Eri were now covered in large streaks of red paint, and they exchanged laughter. They then picked up bats covered in paint and began to strike the beanbag chair. Eri shouted enthusiastically, imagining the chair as 𝗕𝗏𝗍, her former enemy. Izuku, though surprised by her intensity, considered how this playful activity might help the other kids channel their anger in a fun way. The room was dark until a stage light illuminated the red-splattered beanbag chair. Eri and Izuku moved stealthily through the shadows, tossing small paint explosives at the chair like ninja stars. Eri leaped and spun, making playful sound effects, while Izuku performed advanced acrobatics as he threw his explosives. Once they ran out, the lights turned back on, revealing their sweaty faces, but they were far from finished. For the grand finale, they donned pirate hats and set up a cannon, a vintage pirate cannon that, while not dangerous, still had some power. Izuku took a match from a box, lit it, and offered it to Eri with a grin, inviting her to take the honors. Eri accepted the match and lit the cannon, prompting them to dive for cover as it fired, splattering red paint everywhere. They stood up, admiring their colorful masterpiece, proud of their teamwork. Later, Izuku arrived in his lab, taking a sip of water and wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel. He called out to 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏, the mechanical boy, eager to hear what he needed to discuss. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 rushed over, excited but accidentally pricked himself on a hidden mechanism, causing Izuku to express concern. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 reassured him, revealing that he needed to show Izuku something important. As they moved through the lab, they discovered 𝗵𝗃 was present. Suddenly, 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 collapsed, prompting Izuku's concern until he remembered 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏's quirk. 𝗵𝗃 began to glitch, and after a moment, liquid metal poured from his head, transforming him completely. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 announced the upgrade, revealing that he could enhance machines with his quirk, introducing the new and improved Ennio 𝗵𝗃. Izuku stood in awe, realizing the implications of this upgrade. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 excitedly explained how they could create a loop of upgrades and dissections, but Izuku interrupted, expressing his discomfort with the idea. He emphasized that he didn't want to exploit 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏's abilities for his own gain. 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 insisted he was willing to help, but Izuku maintained that his priority was 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏's well-being and childhood. After a moment of tension, 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏 reluctantly agreed to return to his original form, reverting 𝗵𝗃 back to his base state. Izuku reassured him that he could handle the situation on his own and encouraged him to live a normal childhood. They shared a hug before Izuku and 𝗵𝗃 left, while 𝗲𝗏𝗏 remained behind, feeling conflicted about his identity and purpose. He reflected on his existence, feeling different from others and longing for a true sense of belonging. Despite his gratitude for Izuku's kindness, he felt compelled to prove his worth in his own way, determined to give back to the one who had given him so much. After all, he wanted to make the world better, not rule it. He contemplated that he was thinking too small. Even if he desired the world to recognize his authority, which he clearly didn't, that wouldn't be enough. He would need to figure this out over time. But for now, he had other plans. Whatever he wanted, he would get. Inko, Hisashi, and anyone else he wished gone would meet their end. He would ensure it. This would be a lengthy process, but by the end of it he would make Izuku the happiest he could. Be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was one thing he was curious about, one thing that intrigued him. Given Inko's area of expertise, it made him quite uneasy. He checked the room for cameras and, finding none, took out the BLD he had collected from Izuku when he had grabbed his hand. If the Midoriya BLD was inherently evil, regardless of how diluted it had become over generations, then why was Izuku the only good one? What made him different? It could be that environmental circumstances made every Midoriya evil, but there was no way Inko hadn't tried to instill her ideologies in Izuku while she was still around. So, either he was missing something, which he likely was, or something was off. Either way, his answer lay in BLD. Izuku was having a regular day. It was a school day for the kids, and Whisper and Tangle were busy with their own activities. In the middle of some paperwork, he received a call from Lanolin about something very interesting related to Miles and a project he had built. A gift, apparently. He used chaos control to travel to Angel Island, finding it easier to use each time. Once on Angel Island, he met up with Lanolin and Miles in Miles' personal lab, a reward for his contributions. Lanolin greeted him calmly, kissing him before guiding him into the lab. Miles looked tired and sweaty, holding a wrench. In the center of the lab was a strange piece of technology, a sleek suit that Miles had clearly dedicated himself to creating. Izuku greeted Miles, asking about the suit. Miles explained that next time he visited, he would show Izuku something cool. He gestured to the suit, proudly naming it the tech jacket. The tech jacket was predominantly light green and dark green, with segmented black metal plating covering the torso, arms, and legs. The armor had a streamlined design with angular patterns and smooth contours. The helmet was fully enclosed, featuring a glowing circular device at the center of the forehead. The shoulders had rounded armor plates, while the arms and legs had jointed segments. The hands were covered with armored gloves, and the feet were encased in sturdy boots. Izuku was impressed, grinning as he asked what it could do. Miles explained that it allowed the wearer to fly, shoot energy, and enhance strength and agility. It was also invulnerable, resistant to fire, water, and other elements. It took a lot of effort to create, but with this suit, Izuku would be able to contend with almost anyone, hero or villain. Lanolin remarked that while Izuku's variable jacket was great, it wasn't sufficient for more powerful enemies they would inevitably face in the future. Izuku acknowledged that the variable jacket was better suited for self-defense against regular people rather than combat against formidable foes. Miles handed Izuku the tech jacket, which shrank down to an inconspicuous chest plate. He instructed Izuku to put it on under his clothes and think about activating it. Izuku followed the instructions, feeling a surge of strength as the tech jacket covered him, just as Miles had said. It felt natural, and he was thrilled to discover he could fly with it. As he hovered in the air and flew around the lab, he expressed his excitement to Miles. Miles beamed with pride, reminding Izuku of the effort it took to make the suit. Afterward, Miles mentioned needing a break and some mints, which puzzled Lanolin. Their playful banter continued, with Miles defending his choice of snacks while Lanolin teased him about it. Meanwhile, Ochako Uraraka was grappling with her own struggles. She wanted to help her parents, who had worked tirelessly to keep their home. They had tried to shield her from their financial difficulties, but she eventually learned the truth. This realization shaped her determination to improve herself and her quirk to get into UA, become a hero, and support her family. However, she faced disappointment when she failed to gain admission. While she performed well on the written portion, she flunked the practical exam. The weight of her perceived weakness gnawed at her, knowing she couldn't help her parents and had only added to their burdens by needing support for high school. The thought of 3 more years of expenses weighed heavily on her, and the potential costs of college loomed large. Her parents still insisted they didn't want her working for them. They wanted her to follow her dreams. But regardless, she had to go somewhere, somehow, and fast. Yet, she couldn't figure it out, even after hours of research at the free library near her home. What now? What could she do? She didn't have any real talent that would be useful in a regular job. All she had was her quirk. It was her only chance. Being a hero was something she genuinely wanted to do, but it felt out of reach. Each day that passed, an unbearable weight on her soul grew heavier. She felt constantly sick, struggling to hold back tears in her house, which only added to her headache. Living with her parents felt like a burden. The money spent on her could have been used to help them instead. She felt like a failure, a weak, worthless failure who couldn't even handle a few robots. Her parents couldn't support her forever. Sooner or later, they would face severe consequences from the stress of trying to sustain her. She needed to do something, anything. She couldn't bear the thought of being a burden. 4 days on end, she searched for work, any small job that could help. Thankfully, the restaurant she worked at before UA took her back. Finally, a small ray of hope had appeared. But this didn't end well either. She barely slept, passing out wherever she could in the house, despite her parents urging her to rest. How could she relax in their situation? As a result, her performance at work suffered, even though she had excelled before. Her previous boss had been in a car accident after she left to pursue UA and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. The replacement was extremely strict and micromanaging, destroying the comfortable atmosphere that had kept the restaurant afloat. In record time, due to his nature and greed-driven decisions, her ray of hope faded as the restaurant filed for bankruptcy and shut down. Ochako felt a surge of frustration toward her boss. It was as if the universe was actively trying to crush her under the weight of her unfair circumstances. Her lack of sleep and deteriorating mental state led her thoughts to dark places she had never considered before. Could she become a villain? No, she was too weak for that. Her quirk felt inadequate, and she doubted her ability to use it effectively. She would be caught in no time. She didn't have the intelligence to be a villain. She lacked bravery and talent. She felt like dead weight, a source of stress for her parents, constantly needing reassurance that everything would be okay. Why was she even here? Maybe it would be easier for her parents if she weren't around to worry about. And then the ground shook. Izuku wanted to test out the tech jacket. He flew into the city at incredible speeds. Then he saw it, a giant struggle between a villain in a ski mask and a hero in the form of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. It reminded him of a previous battle where 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 had intervened and stolen the spotlight from another giant villain. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 made him uncomfortable, as did heroes like her. She didn't seem to respect herself despite her respected role. Midnight had her charm, which was effective in her battles, but 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 often relied on her size without improving her skills. As the fight continued, they locked hands in a contest of strength. Izuku scoffed, thinking she could easily trip the villain and subdue him, but instead, she chose to risk the safety of those around her. As he flew in, he aimed a laser from his helmet at the villain's eye, causing him to shout in surprise. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, confused, glanced over to Izuku, who floated with his arms crossed. But she quickly returned her focus to the villain, pushing him to the ground and striking him until he was incapacitated. She tried to address the stranger who had helped her, but he had already vanished. Suddenly, half of an apartment complex began to collapse nearby. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 was about to rush in to help when she saw the same figure from earlier lifting the debris, allowing the trapped people to escape. Izuku was amazed by the tech jacket's power, feeling strong enough to lift a building, well, at least half of one. Then he spotted her, the girl who had served him in daimao at the restaurant, now looking tired and disheveled. She seemed to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders, resonating with him in a way that made him want to help her. He winced as he let go of the apartment complex, allowing it to collapse after everyone had escaped. Just as he was about to fly away, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 appeared again, pointing a finger at him and demanding to know who he was. Izuku didn't feel threatened by her but realized he needed a name. "Tech jacket," he said, his voice filtered and distorted by the suit, making it hard to identify his gender. He decided to adopt the name of the suit as his vigilante identity. Was he really going to be a vigilante? He was, but not frequently. He decided to use the suit in the fight against Shadow, Inko, Hisashi, and any other Midoriya that dared threaten his home. Tech Jacket jabbed that he was cleaning up their mess and pointed out that had he not been there, the people in the collapsed apartment complex might have perished. He urged them to do better and stop making excuses. Tech Jacket then flew away, and once he was out of sight, he used chaos control via conduit to return to Angel Island. Avira, despite being virtually unkillable and undetectable, had felt fear before. When he was searching for a family and made his presence known in people's houses, their screams frightened him. When he possessed plushies and got caught, he felt scared. Other people fearing him so viscerally was something he disliked. However, he experienced a new feeling after making a certain discovery regarding Izuku. For the first time, he felt terrified for someone else. After obtaining Izuku's BLD, Avira convinced Tangle to buy a microscope since Izuku didn't have one. Avira was aware that Whisper was slightly suspicious of him, but Tangle suspected nothing, calling him an adorable little scientist when he asked for the microscope. Avoiding Whisper was easy, and he found himself alone in a closet. He prepared a BLD smear and used the microscope, finding nothing out of the ordinary. In retrospect, he realized this was foolish. Simply looking at Izuku's BLD would not reveal why he was the only good Midoriya. It could easily be attributed to a genetic anomaly or environmental circumstances. But then that nagging feeling of fear crept up his metaphorical spine. �𝗏𝗁 Midoriya. Izuku being an apparent anomaly among the Midoriyas and �𝗏𝗁 possessing her skills just didn't sit right with him. There had to be a connection there. It was incredibly obvious, but there was no evidence. Then he had an idea. He left his vessel and possessed the microscope, upgrading it as he had with Metal Sonic. What he saw was unbelievable and vile. The possibilities of whatever this was would have made him cry from fear if he could. But it all made sense to him now. Pitch black cells were in Izuku's body. �𝗏𝗁 had introduced a pathogen into Izuku's system, and he was unaware because it was undetectable. Izuku likely suspected �𝗏𝗁 had tampered with him in some way but had no way of proving it. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 stared at the cells, trying to figure out what they could be. It wasn't sickle cell disease or any other BLD-related disease. Whatever these cells were, they didn't match any recorded virus or disease. It was completely new to mankind. 𝗬𝗃 hadn't seen Izuku get sick or experience any common symptoms, and given that he was the earliest adoption behind 𝗬𝗃, it meant he likely hadn't been sick at all before that. He needed to cover his bases and figure out what this was before Izuku met �𝗏𝗁 in the future. Was it contagious? Probably not, but to be safe, he needed to check 𝗬𝗃's BLD. She was the first child Izuku had taken under his wing, and she had been around him for months. If she wasn't infected, none of the other kids and their mothers were. Why did �𝗏𝗁 put it there? Given the pathogen's inactivity, she likely didn't want to kill him. It was possible that she could manually activate it with some kind of SWV. He had no idea what it would do to him if that were true, but it definitely wouldn't be good, and he wasn't interested in finding out. For now, he assumed it would allow her to control his mind or something. And lastly, the most important question: what would happen to Izuku when it was removed? If the Midoriya bloodline's evil was truly genetic, then would removing the anomaly preventing it in Izuku, these cells, result in Izuku becoming evil? This dilemma frustrated 𝗬𝗃 to no end. There just wasn't enough information. He needed more on the Midoriya bloodline to determine whether environmental circumstances led to their evil or if it was genetic. Izuku had information, but 𝗬𝗃 needed another Midoriya, a control he could manipulate. After some thought, 𝗬𝗃 had another question. Did �𝗏𝗁 know this pathogen would stop Izuku from being evil? �𝗏𝗁 was many things, but she wasn't foolish. Why would she risk creating her biggest threat in the form of a good-hearted Midoriya? What would she gain from that? If her endgame was to control Izuku, why take such a roundabout approach? Why not just act on her intentions with the pathogen right away? Why was she waiting? 𝗬𝗃 returned to his original vessel, realizing he needed to focus on whether or not it was contagious before anything else. It was time to test 𝗬𝗃. Izuku was on Angel Island, likely occupied spending time with Lanolin, meaning the house was currently under the management of Whisper, Tangle, and Metal Sonic. This was his best chance to progress on some plans or at least prepare in case he needed to act later on. First things first, Izuku's bizarre pathogen. If it was contagious, 𝗬𝗃 would definitely have it since she had been around Izuku the longest. If she had it, that meant everyone else had it, and he would have to reveal this to his family. If 𝗬𝗃 didn't contract the pathogen, then no one else had it, and he could keep this a secret while he figured out how to save Izuku from whatever it would do to him. But how was he going to test 𝗬𝗃? He could try the same trick he did with Izuku, but that would raise concerns and almost guarantee Izuku would start a routine of checking his body, which would be bothersome despite how much he adored being around him. So, he decided to do it differently. He approached 𝗬𝗃 during recess, interrupting her playtime with Vanilla's daughter, Cream, and Cow. He asked if he could pull her away for a moment, promising it would be quick. 𝗬𝗃 reluctantly agreed, expressing that it better be important since he was taking up her precious recess time. As they walked to one of the empty rooms, 𝗬𝗃 questioned where they were going, hint of annoyance in her voice. 𝗬𝗃 assured her it wasn't a prank, and once they arrived at a private location, he spoke freely. He needed her to listen carefully and asked her not to tell anyone, not even Izuku, about this. 𝗬𝗃 tensed, unsure of what was happening. 𝗬𝗃 explained he had a suspicion, and if it turned out to be nothing, it wasn't worth their father's time or worry. Taking a deep breath, he revealed that he needed her BLD. 𝗬𝗃 tensed again, asking what it was for. 𝗬𝗏 insisted it was important and would barely hurt, pleading with her for just a little bit. Eri had not forgotten what 𝗤𝗏𝗏 had done to her, and she knew she never would. However, her family and their antics, along with 𝗤𝗏𝗏's demise, made living with those memories significantly easier. She wouldn't lie and say that it didn't sit right with her, but 𝗬𝗏 felt different from 𝗤𝗏𝗏 for obvious reasons. 𝗤𝗏𝗏 had taken without asking and manipulated her whenever she resisted. In contrast, 𝗬𝗏 was asking, and Eri sensed no malice in him. There was kindness and good intentions in his request, along with a clear reluctance despite those good intentions. Eri bravely offered her support, stating that if he just needed a little, then it was fine. 𝗬𝗏 smiled and thanked her, extending his hand. Eri felt a bit confused and slightly offended that he was offering a handshake instead of a hug, but she shook his hand anyway. Then she felt a small pinch. 𝗬𝗏 showed her the tiny amount of BLD he had taken, assuring her that she had barely felt it. Eri was curious about what he needed it for. 𝗬𝗏 pulled a microscope from his chest cavity, and Eri watched in bewilderment as he prepared a BLD smear. Suddenly, his body collapsed. After checking thoroughly, 𝗬𝗏 confirmed that there were no black cells in Eri's BLD relieved. He returned to his original form and declared that his suspicions were wrong, assuring Eri that everything was fine and they could go back now. He insisted they would never speak of this again, to which Eri hesitantly agreed. It wasn't a pathogen, it couldn't be. If it had been, Eri and countless others would have caught it by now. It had been in Izuku's body for months, perhaps years, without causing any chaos. 𝗵𝗃 was not foolish. If she had wanted to create a deadly disease, she could have easily done so, and she was capable of making something far more effective than whatever she had done here. If she had wanted a disease, she would have simply made one and spread it through other means. This meant her intent with the black cells was different. 𝗬𝗏 pondered whether they were nanobots, but he felt that wasn't the case. If they were, Izuku would have noticed them by now, and 𝗬𝗏 could sense that there wasn't any foreign technology in his body. Besides, 𝗵𝗃 didn't create things like that. She could, but her specialty lay in life sciences. Upon realizing this, 𝗬𝗏's eyes widened as everything began to make sense. Why Izuku wasn't evil like other Midoriyas, why those black cells existed, it all clicked into place. 𝗬𝗏 regretted not realizing it sooner. If 𝗵𝗃 had always had the goal she had now, it only made more sense. 𝗵𝗃 had made a catastrophic mistake. Depending on the history of past Midoriyas, she might have made the worst error possible. She had created an entity that could match and surpass the nearly unmatched Midoriya intellect. Izuku Midoriya was not entirely human. Assuming he was correct and 𝗵𝗃 had failed in her attempts when creating Izuku, then she undoubtedly had countermeasures in place for when they met again. No matter how one looked at it, Izuku's black cells were beneficial for 𝗵𝗃 and detrimental for Izuku. 𝗬𝗏 needed a way to counter those countermeasures. He had no idea where to begin, but then he was jolted back to reality by Vanilla's voice. She had called out to him, reminding him that school was still in session. Vanilla noticed he had spaced out and, although she didn't know him well, it seemed out of character for him. 𝗬𝗏 assured her he was fine, and while Vanilla frowned, she, along with everyone else, seemed to accept his response. Eri and 𝗓𝗏𝗏, however, exchanged worried glances before Vanilla and Miss Delight returned to the lesson. As soon as the day ended, 𝗬𝗏 retreated to his room, which was filled with shelves of books at his request. He contemplated what he could create that would specifically target the black cells. Even if he could devise a cure for Izuku, how would it affect his mind? Would it make him fully human, thus fully Midoriya, and potentially lead him down a dark path? There was no way to know. Perhaps the chaos conduits could assist him, but that idea felt foolish. Such power could cause massive devastation if misused. Moreover, Izuku had used all 7 conduits before, and it hadn't seemed to affect the black cells. This led 𝗬𝗏 to consider that the conduits had healed Izuku from fatal damage, suggesting that their immense power might burn any ailments or foreign entities from the user's bloodstream. This assumption supported his theory that Izuku was not entirely human. After all, the chaos energy from all 7 conduits had not eradicated his BLD, it had merely healed his spine to its previous state, indicating that the black cells were a natural part of him that could not be removed without causing irreversible damage. It would be akin to trying to remove a part of 𝗔𝗂 without expecting a significant change, for better or for worse. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏 gasped as a thought struck him. 𝗔𝗂. Principal 𝗔𝗂 found himself shocked and concerned once again as he received an email from someone who had previously warned him to keep his distance from Izuku. The message was simple: they needed to talk. Intrigued, 𝗔𝗂 humorously replied, asking about the topic. The response came swiftly, presenting a hypothetical scenario about being a product of unknown experiments and genetic alterations. It described a being that appeared human but was not fully so, created by an enemy who, after realizing their creation could not be controlled, decided to leave it be. The message warned that this creator was likely planning something significant, something that could be controlled, and that there would be contingencies in place. 𝗔𝗂 read the message multiple times, intrigued by the implications. He then replied, suggesting that one should look at those alterations in a more positive light. He shared his own experience as a being created through experimentation, emphasizing that his creators had brought forth the smartest creature in the world, who had gone on to establish the greatest hero school, nurturing many of the best heroes, such as All Might and Endeavor. He reassured the sender that being a life form brought into existence through experiments was not inherently negative. 𝗔𝗂 encouraged them to consider the reasons for their creation and to explore the abilities that those experiments had provided. The stranger explained that they were created for the sake of knowledge, to help humans learn about quirks. Due to the experiments, they possessed a remarkable intelligence quirk along with several useful senses. The stranger suggested that one might have advantages over their creator, which could be exploited. They mentioned that aside from the obvious solution of eliminating the creator, one could consider altering the signal. The stranger did not fully grasp what 𝗔𝗂 meant by that last part. 𝗔𝗂 elaborated that the creators sought to control their creation, using means to connect their controller to them. Every non-human aspect was vulnerable to manipulation, and the creator would use that to exert control. If one could not eliminate the creator, they would need to assess their non-human traits to regain control before those traits could be mutated against their human mind. It was akin to jailbreaking an electronic device. The stranger acknowledged their understanding and expressed gratitude for the information. 𝗬𝗏 learned a great deal, including a realization he had previously overlooked. The true problem was not the black cells but 𝗵𝗃. The black cells posed no direct threat to Izuku or anyone else, but 𝗵𝗃 made it so. 𝗬𝗏 needed to wrest control from her and eliminate any chance of her taking him away, as he could not harm her. He pondered how to achieve that. He recalled something Izuku had mentioned about using DNA to create sound that specifically targeted Shadow's ears. With the DNA samples Metal had gathered, he could develop more anti-Shadow weaponry. He also thought about how his father had used Shadow's DNA to create a replica, which, while not perfect, could be enhanced with battle data collected by Metal Sonic. 𝗬𝗏 and Whisper were preparing for future encounters with Shadow by deconstructing him. 𝗬𝗏 realized he could do something similar. He needed to obtain Izuku's BLD again, as the previous sample was now unusable. With that, he could explore modifying Izuku's DNA to prevent 𝗵𝗃 from exerting control over him. He would jailbreak him, though he worried about the risks involved. He sighed, acknowledging that he was not a genius like the Midoriyas, but he felt compelled to figure it out for his father. He had to find a way. Genome editing was a possibility, something explored in the past and particularly relevant now due to the existence of quirks. However, he was uncertain if the technology for genome editing in humans was available. A Midoriya might possess it, but he wouldn't be able to find them before 𝗵𝗃 confronted Izuku. While it would have been easier to acquire genome editing technology from elsewhere, 𝗬𝗏 realized he might have to create it himself. He just needed an opportunity. This was it. The end. On one hand, it was somewhat satisfying to see Mount Lady humbled in public. On the other hand, Ochako and her parents found themselves homeless. The Urarakas had little to begin with, and what they did have was destroyed during Mount Lady's fight. The worst part was that while the apartment complex was being repaired, none of their possessions could be salvaged. Even if they returned, they would have to start over from scratch, acquiring new things they could not afford. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 felt a deep resentment toward 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. Why did she fight so carelessly? Why was someone like her allowed to be a hero while she faced rejection? It felt so unfair. Her life was in ruins, while 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 would likely escape with minimal consequences, keeping her hero license and job while those she harmed were left to pick up the pieces. 𝗧𝗏𝗄's anger boiled over as she cursed internally, vowing that if she ever encountered 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 again, she would make her pay. But as her fury subsided, it was replaced by a sense of hopelessness. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 seemed untouchable, and the powerlessness was infuriating. She wished she could tear down the entire system, destroy every selfish hero, and especially 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. All she needed was power and an opportunity. If she had just one chance, she would seize it to change her life. Yet there was a silver lining in the form of a new figure, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃. He had saved her and her family, and she longed to meet him to express her gratitude, though she feared she might never see him again. Her father placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, promising they would find a way through this. But 𝗧𝗏𝗄 was overwhelmed with rage, pushing his hand away and standing up defiantly. She could not accept the situation. Her mother tried to calm her, but 𝗧𝗏𝗄 interrupted, expressing her frustration. They had once managed to navigate tough times, but 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 had ruined everything. Just as she voiced her despair, the sound of metallic footsteps interrupted her rant. It was 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃, who stunned the Urarakas into silence as he handed a card to 𝗧𝗏𝗄 before flying away. Confused, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 examined the card, which bore only an address. In disbelief, she and her parents found themselves standing before the gate of an extremely wealthy person's home. This was where 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 lived. They had not expected him to be so affluent. 𝗧𝗏𝗄's father remarked on the advanced suit, and just then, a voice called out, startling them as a figure leaped over the gate with remarkable agility. The newcomer introduced herself as Tangle and assumed 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 had invited them. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 squinted at the hetero-morph, who wore flashy shades and munched on a baguette, trying to process the situation. Her mother confirmed that 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 had indeed sent them, handing over a card before Tangle pocketed it with a nod. Tangle then welcomed them inside, promising to take them to someone who knew 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 personally. As they entered the yard, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 was in awe of its size, far larger than her own home. Adorable children played around, all adopted, which filled her with hope about the potential of this visit. Then she met the man himself. Izuku Midoriya greeted them politely, introducing himself and the robot beside him, Metal Sonic, whom he referred to as an honorary son. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 stepped forward to shake Izuku's hand, followed by 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and then 𝗧𝗏𝗄, who introduced herself last. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 interrupted, expressing her surprise at recognizing Izuku from a previous encounter at a restaurant. He recalled being there with one of his children, who had been covered in bandages. The realization struck 𝗧𝗏𝗄, and she found the situation surreal. Izuku acknowledged that he had heard of Uraraka Construction and had considered hiring them before. He slid a contract across the table, and as 𝗏 read it, tears welled in 𝗧𝗏𝗄's eyes, though she fought to keep them at bay. 𝗏 blinked in confusion at a mention of an island, prompting 𝗵𝘃𝗀 and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 to look to Izuku for clarification. Izuku explained that they could either live on-site or remain on the mainland, with extra pay but no guarantees of safety. 𝗏 read through the contract multiple times, searching for any hidden clauses but found none. Izuku's straightforwardness impressed him, making it clear that refusing this opportunity would be unwise. 𝗏 asked for a pen, and as he signed, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 nudged Izuku, expressing disbelief that he owned an island. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 quickly reminded her to watch her language, while 𝗏 defended her surprise, acknowledging the shock they all felt. They stood on Angel Island, where hundreds of people went about their lives, working and enjoying their surroundings. Izuku proudly introduced the island as the primary base of the Restoration, a group dedicated to providing opportunities while combating villains. He explained their current mission to thwart the Creature Rejection Clan, a group that sought to eliminate heteromorphic quirk users. A stoic girl with a sheep-like appearance approached, greeting Izuku with a peck on the cheek before turning to the newcomers. Izuku introduced her as Lanolin, his girlfriend and their boss. 𝗏 shook her hand, noting their youth in running such an operation. Lanolin explained that Izuku was a super genius, and she was considered a super talent by others. Izuku and Lanolin gave the 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗏 a tour of the island, showcasing important locations like the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 shrine and the towering 𝗵𝘃𝗁, which kept the island afloat and was heavily guarded. After the tour, 𝗏𝗏 announced their decision. He and 𝗬𝗏𝗍 would live on the island, while 𝗧𝗏𝗁 would stay on the mainland. Izuku expressed concern about safety, reminding them of the potential dangers, but 𝗧𝗏𝗁 reassured him that she was excited about living independently and would frequently visit. Izuku agreed to help 𝗧𝗏𝗁 find a nice place, and she insisted he call her by her first name, feeling they were the same age. 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗍 exchanged glances, wishing Izuku had met their daughter earlier, as he would have made an excellent partner. Later, while working on paperwork, Lanolin asked Izuku if he liked 𝗧𝗏𝗁. He bluntly replied that he didn't have romantic feelings for her, though he acknowledged that he might if he didn't have Lanolin, Tangle, or Whisper in his life. He shared his past experiences with negative attention due to being quirkless and how it had shaped his interactions with others. Lanolin suggested that he consider buying 𝗓𝙪𝙢 out of spite, but Izuku dismissed the idea, feeling that he had moved on from that part of his life. He smirked, confident that those who had wronged him would watch from the sidelines as he thrived. As they finished their paperwork, Lanolin proposed a back rub and some cuddles to unwind after their work. Izuku chuckled, agreeing to spoil her a bit in return for her affection. With everything sorted, life continued as normal. Uraraka Construction officially joined the restoration and quickly became a valuable asset, and 𝗧𝗏𝗁's apartment complex was fully repaired. With the help of Uraraka Construction, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 found herself in a complicated relationship with Mount Lady. While she would always harbor resentment towards the hero, she couldn't deny that Mount Lady's reckless actions provided her parents' company with a much-needed financial boost. Her anger was justified, especially when their first paycheck was enough to clear all their debts. After settling those, her parents generously gave 𝗧𝗏𝗁 70% of what remained, allowing her to afford an apartment and live comfortably for the first time. Although she could indulge in decorations, she preferred a minimalist lifestyle, which was easier to maintain. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 entered Izuku's office, where he preemptively told her not to thank him again. Instead, she expressed her determination to attend a regular high school, pursue a PhD, and become a politician to support him and his endeavors. Izuku firmly stated that she should not base her life choices on his needs, insisting that she should pursue her own dreams. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 remained undeterred, asserting her intention to help him and the restoration, especially after her disillusionment with heroism following Mount Lady's actions. Just then, Izuku received an alert from his supercomputer, prompting him to rush downstairs. He quickly discovered that Shadow was attacking UA with an army. Equipping his tech jacket, he prepared for action as Metal Sonic arrived, bringing a confused Whisper along. Whisper immediately shifted into a businesslike demeanor, demanding they head to the scene. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗁's new siblings, Uminu, Sorikiji, Okazuru, and Momonoko Midoriya, were settling into their family. Each possessed unique quirks, and although they were relatively new, their parents loved them, and so did 𝗧𝗏𝗁. Recently, their father had hired new members for the restoration, including the Urarakas and their construction business. 𝗧𝗏𝗁, motivated by Izuku's heroics as tech jacket, aspired to gain political influence for his benefit. Despite their loyalty, the Urarakas were not a threat to their father. 𝗧𝗏𝗁's ambitions could prove advantageous if she succeeded. Interestingly, the tech jacket was not created by their father but by a young inventor named Miles Prower, who was impressively skilled for his age. While he and Whisper were unlikely to betray their father, the potential threat they posed was not lost on 𝗧𝗏𝗁, who resolved to keep a close watch on them. As for Whisper, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 noticed a change in her demeanor, which made her uneasy. She was determined to maintain trust and protect her family, even if it meant walking a darker path. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 wished her father would utilize her abilities more, believing they could greatly benefit him. However, she was prepared to take matters into her own hands if necessary. In another part of UA, Bakugo found himself frustrated with the current curriculum. The classes had become tedious, filled with essays on hero culture rather than the combat training he preferred. He struggled to keep up, feeling infuriated that he wasn't dominating as he had expected. The thought of how Izuku would fare in his place only added to his irritation. Despite the numerous confrontations they'd had, Izuku remained annoyingly confident, never bowing to Bakugo's expectations. When in actuality he looked down at him and laughed from the safety of his home. A simple conversation, one-on-one, man-to-man, was all he wanted. But Deku was too afraid to face him. After an annoying talk with Aizawa, Bakugo needed a change of pace. Aizawa began the conversation, addressing Bakugo, who was seated in front of his desk. They were alone in the 1A classroom, as everyone else was at lunch. Aizawa explained that he had requested this one-on-one chat because he had noticed something in Bakugo that reminded him of previous students who had struggled. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, initially thinking he would receive praise, but Aizawa's next words made his stomach twist. He pointed out that those previous students had either been expelled or demoted to general studies, never to return to the hero course. Aizawa continued, noting that Bakugo overestimated himself and underestimated others, likely due to his quirk. He mentioned Bakugo's strangely relaxed demeanor, as if he believed everything at UA would be easy. Bakugo scoffed, but Aizawa pressed on, stating that Bakugo was lazy. This struck a nerve, prompting Bakugo to shoot up from his seat, demanding to know what Aizawa had just said. Aizawa's eyes glowed, and he commanded Bakugo to sit down. He warned Bakugo that if he acted out again, he would find himself in the general course. Bakugo reluctantly complied. Aizawa continued, explaining that Bakugo's approach to challenges was flawed. He tackled every problem with brute force, which had led to his failure in the quirk assessment test against Kyokujiro and Shoto Todoroki. Bakugo clenched the arms of his chair in frustration. Aizawa emphasized that a good hero needed more than just a strong quirk. They needed to be smart, calm under pressure, quick thinkers, and capable of teamwork. Bakugo hated this conversation for two reasons. First, he couldn't shake the words from his mind, no matter how hard he tried. Second, it reminded him of Deku. Deku was everything Aizawa described: smart, calm, and an excellent team player. Bakugo couldn't recall the last time he had seen Deku stressed or panicked. He remembered how Deku excelled in group assignments, often completing them alone with flawless grades. Bakugo felt frustrated that he needed others to succeed, especially when he believed he should be able to defeat villains on his own. Even if he somehow reached the bomb room, Bakugo doubted he could defeat Todoroki and Jiro alone before time ran out. Deku, despite being quirkless, would find a way to win, even when paired with someone less capable. Bakugo felt a surge of anger at the thought that Deku's humility and intelligence made him stronger in a way Bakugo couldn't match. As he sat there, lost in his thoughts, Jiro, seated next to him on the bus to a rescue training facility, shifted uncomfortably and pointed out that his hands were smoking. Bakugo glanced down, realizing he had activated his quirk without meaning to. He quickly shut it off and ignored Jiro, who rolled her eyes and returned to her music. When they arrived at the facility, 𝗬𝗏, the space hero, began speaking, but Bakugo paid little attention. As they entered the unforeseen simulation joint 𝗬𝗏 was interrupted by a sudden pressure wave that cracked her helmet. Aizawa and Class 1A were startled as a horde of inhuman creatures appeared, likely through teleportation. Mineta cried out in confusion, while Kirishima tried to maintain a positive attitude, suggesting they were just fake villains for the exercise. However, Aizawa quickly corrected them, stating that these were real villains. Adrenaline surged through him as he assessed the situation, realizing the danger they were in. He knew he had to act quickly. Aizawa instructed 𝗬𝗏 to evacuate the students and call for backup while he prepared to hold off the villains. 𝗬𝗏 understood the gravity of the situation and prioritized the students' safety. As they attempted to escape, they were halted by a figure who teleported in front of them. Shadow stood with his arms crossed, exuding an intimidating presence despite his small stature. He surveyed the class, and the tension in the air was palpable. Then, he pulled out a phone and began speaking, making a comment that piqued everyone's interest. He mentioned that if a certain someone were present, they would likely be in the support or general course, implying that they wouldn't want to associate with those he deemed lesser. Bakugo's eyes widened as Shadow continued talking, leaving him with a sense of unease. That individual had completely lowered his guard. Miniature explosions crackled in his hands as he crouched down. Momo noticed him, but it was far too late. Bakugo charged forward, but the moment his feet left the ground, a gust of wind rushed past him as Shadow blitzed behind. It was both jaw-dropping and terrifying. His speed left everyone frozen and caught off guard. Bakugo attempted to turn, but Shadow was too fast. Shadow's fist connected with Bakugo's face, causing a tremendous impact that sent shockwaves through the ground, forcing everyone to shield their faces from the force. Shadow was too fast, too powerful, far outclassing every hero and quirk they had ever encountered. It was unbelievable. There was no way they could win here. But what kind of heroes would they be if they didn't at least try to fight? Kirishima, filled with rage over his classmate's injury and desperate to protect himself and the others, hardened his arms and charged in alongside Ojiro. Shadow vanished as they swung at him. He kneed Kirishima in the chest and grabbed Ojiro by the tail, throwing him into Kirishima. Shoji, Sato, and Tokoyami attacked next. Dark Shadow lunged forward, but Shadow crossed his arms and kicked the sentient quirk away before grabbing Tokoyami's face and slamming it into the ground, rendering him unconscious. As for Shoji and Sato, Shadow teleported in front of Shoji and struck him across the face. Then he teleported in front of Sato and planted his foot in his sternum. Finally, he brought them together, knocking their heads against each other. Ida rushed in, attempting to kick Shadow in the head with full force, but Shadow evaded, seized Ida's leg, and slammed him into the ground repeatedly before tossing him into Kaminari. Zero launched his tape at him, Mina unleashed her acid, and Aoyama fired his laser at full blast. They attacked from three sides, but Shadow teleported above them all and struck all three in a single second, unintentionally causing Aoyama significant pain. Momo, having created a cannon, fired a cannonball at him. However, Shadow caught it with one hand and redirected it at 𝗂𝗫𝗁𝗄, causing him to collapse. Then he dashed in and elbowed Momo in the chest, sending her to the ground as she doubled over in pain. Tsuyu attempted to ensnare him with her tongue to slow his movements, but Shadow grabbed her tongue and pulled her in, elbowing her in the face. A blast of sound from Kyokujiro briefly stunned Shadow, providing a moment for Todoroki to attempt freezing him with a powerful glacier. It didn't work. Shadow vanished in a red blur and appeared in front of Jiro, his fist crackling with red electricity. Just as he was about to strike, a powerful force began to pull him toward it. Shadow struggled against 13's quirk for the first time, resisting as it dragged him closer. He dug his feet into the ground, trying to remain rooted. 13 shouted at him, demanding he stop. Shadow scoffed, creating a chaos spear in his hand and throwing it at 13, causing an explosion that disrupted her quirk. As she screamed, Shadow charged in with a larger chaos spear, ready to strike, but then 3 figures burst into the earth. Shadow parried Tech Jacket's attack, only to be kicked in the chest by Metal Sonic, sending him flying as Whisper struck him with her variable Wispin in cube mode. While Metal Sonic and Whisper pursued him, Tech Jacket instructed the others to leave. He urged them to call for backup and take care of their classmates. The only conscious and able-bodied members of Class 1A at that moment were Mineta, Jiro, Todoroki, and Toru. Tech Jacket joined his allies. As Todoroki was about to help carry his classmates to safety, Jiro interrupted him, pointing out that 13 needed immediate attention. She urged Todoroki to cauterize her wrist with fire before she bled out. Todoroki hesitated, his expression briefly shaken, but he remained resolute about not using his father's fire. Jiro insisted he act quickly. Thinking on his feet, Todoroki picked up 13's wrist and froze it with his ice, confusing both her and Jiro. However, with the battle still raging, they set that issue aside. Things were surprisingly calm after Izuku, Whisper, and Metal Sonic left to confront Shadow. The children, along with Vanilla and Cream, believed in their abilities and that they would return. Aside from Samurai being present, nothing seemed to change. Everything continued as normal. While Eri was in the middle of a tea party with Cream, Cow, and Vanilla in the living room, she noticed Avira walking away from the corner of her eye. His expression caused Eri to frown. She politely excused herself, stating she would be right back. 𝗵, not thinking much of it, smiled and encouraged her to hurry so her tea wouldn't get cold. 𝗬𝗏 nodded quickly and speed-walked after 𝗬𝗏. 𝗬𝗏 halted, turning to see 𝗬𝗏 standing at the entrance of Izuku's lab. When she asked what he was doing, he replied that it was nothing harmful. He just needed their father's lab for something and urged her to go back upstairs. 𝗬𝗏 noted that he didn't seem surprised by her presence, implying he had known she was following him. She explained that Miss Vanilla and Miss Delight had taught them to be more observant. She then asked why he allowed her to follow him. 𝗬𝗏 hesitated before telling her to go upstairs. 𝗬𝗏 pressed him about a previous incident, but he insisted they had promised never to speak of it. 𝗬𝗏 expressed her concern, asking why he didn't trust her. 𝗬𝗏 assured her that he did trust her and promised to tell her everything one day, but now was not the time. He believed their father deserved a normal, happy family, and that no one could know anything. 𝗬𝗏, feeling sad, asked why it had to be him alone. 𝗬𝗏 simply replied that he had to be. She walked up to him and hugged him tightly, pleading with him not to hurt himself. He reassured her that he couldn't be hurt. As she left, she looked back before heading upstairs, trusting her brother. If he couldn't say anything, it must have been for a good reason. Perhaps this situation was similar to her own backstory, where no one knew the details because Izuku believed it was better that way. Whatever the case, she wiped her face, took a deep breath, and pretended as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏 sighed before getting to work, searching for materials as he rapidly mapped out the design and functionality of what he wanted to create. He was on a time crunch and didn't like having to keep an eye on his father, but he knew Inko could appear after Shadow's attack. Even if he didn't, he had to finish quickly. Izuku felt uncertain about predicting Inko's movements and actions, which meant she could appear at any time and place. It was as if she operated like a highly adaptive AI, constantly evolving her strategies. With this in mind, he set out to create a device that would erase any traces of her influence on his unique DNA, ensuring that his body remained his own. His first invention would be the genome gun. In the midst of a fierce battle, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 engaged Shadow without exchanging words. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 initiated the attack, swinging at Shadow multiple times, but he dodged her strikes with noticeable effort. As he kicked her away, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 rushed in and landed a hit on Shadow's face. Shadow retaliated but missed, leaving himself open for a blow from 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏. The two heroes quickly leaped back as 𝗧𝗏𝗏 unleashed a blast from her weapon in rocket mode. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 activated his anti-teleporter sound function, which Izuku had programmed into him, to disrupt Shadow's teleportation. As the smoke cleared, Shadow was seen covering his ears in pain. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 attempted to close in on him, but Shadow smirked and kicked 𝗧𝗏𝗏 into 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏. Without looking, he back-fisted the air behind him, catching 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 off guard and sending him flying. Shadow declared that it would be foolish to think the same tactic would work twice, especially against the ultimate life form. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, recovering first, spat out a bit of BLD and smirked, taunting Shadow about his cowardice. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏, sensing the tension, urged 𝗧𝗏𝗏 not to provoke him, but she couldn't help herself. Shadow questioned whether they would continue to struggle against him, pointing out their past failures. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 retorted that while he had won fairly once, he had since retreated. Shadow, frustrated, stated his intention to punch her. The fight escalated again, with 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 taking to the air while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 charged at Shadow. He managed to fend them off, blocking 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's attack and dodging 𝗧𝗏𝗏's swings. However, he was caught off guard when a laser shot from 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 struck his eye, creating an opening for 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to hit him with her hammer. Another laser hit Shadow's other eye, leaving him temporarily blinded. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 seized the opportunity and executed a powerful axe kick, sending Shadow crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 stomped down on him with all their might. Shadow growled, defending his head as he regenerated his sight. Suddenly, Shadow prepared to unleash a massive explosion, the Chaos Blast. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 quickly grabbed 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and flew away just in time. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 rushed to rescue Eraserhead, who had been knocked unconscious during the chaos. As the blast went off, the ground shook, vaporizing many of the black arms, but the three heroes and Izuku emerged relatively unscathed. Shadow, amidst the dust and debris, remembered his mission, to capture children worthy of becoming Black Arms and bring them to 𝗵𝗃. However, the kids had escaped during the fight. He scoffed at the missed opportunity, realizing that the base Black Arms could easily overwhelm most heroes, and he could handle top-tier heroes in one-on-one combat. The only real threat to 𝗵𝗃 was Izuku Midoriya, but he believed they would eventually be converted. Suddenly, Shadow felt an intense force approaching. Despite the distraction, he skillfully dodged 𝗬𝗵𝗄 bullets and engaged 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗁, knocking him aside. He quickly evaded a sound blast from 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 and 𝗕𝗁𝗍𝗁, realizing that backup had arrived. Shadow acknowledged that UA had won this round but hinted at more pressing issues for them. He teleported away, leaving the heroes to ponder his identity. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 rushed to Eraserhead, relieved to find him alive, albeit barely. Midnight expressed concern for the injured heroes and students. Meanwhile, Whisper noted that they had defeated the last of the creatures. However, before they could regroup, an explosion in the city caught their attention, prompting them to teleport home. In a different part of the city, a short male figure with red eyes and a metallic exterior casually dispatched a human, while his massive sister, with a human upper body and a spider-like lower body, remarked on their mission to lure out the symbol of peace and the Hellspawn. They viewed the humans as mere soldiers, with the two heroes as their true targets. Heroes began to appear to oppose the ant and spider duo, but they were easily dispatched while conversing. The sister pointed off in a direction, expressing that something peculiar was there, something strangely familiar. Her brother paused, trying to sense what she felt, but he detected nothing. She explained that whatever it was knew they were there and was hiding, which troubled her. He questioned whether one of their kin should be on their side. Izuku deactivated the tech jacket, crouching over Whisper, who lay paralyzed on the ground, clutching her head in distress. The sight deeply concerned the children, nearly bringing them to tears. Whisper struggled to speak, expressing her confusion about what was happening. Tangle, panicked, urged Izuku to do something to alleviate her pain. Izuku, realizing the urgency, reactivated the tech jacket and instructed Metal to take Whisper to the hospital room for monitoring. He then flew off, with the children and Tangle following Metal's Sonic. In his lab, Izuku retrieved liquid anesthesia, just in case, and hurried to the hospital room, setting up 𝗵𝗃 to inject the anesthesia directly into Whisper. Soon she was unconscious. Daimao questioned how they could be sure she was no longer in pain. Izuku reassured him that advancements in technology meant anesthesia awareness was unlikely, and the powerful formula he created ensured she was definitely unconscious. He pointed out the various brain monitors that would indicate if she were conscious. Tangle insisted on watching over her while Izuku prepared to deal with the crisis in the city. As Izuku and Metal Sonic departed, he noticed 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was missing. The children looked around, unsure of his whereabouts. Izuku instructed them to find him and ensure his safety. Using the tech jacket, he contacted the Restoration, informing Lanolin of the ongoing attack. She acknowledged that they were aware and on standby, thanks to Miles' monitoring capabilities. Izuku requested Metal Shadow for assistance if needed, emphasizing the importance of not endangering the Restoration's members. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗵𝗄 attempted to restrain the two calamity curses with his lacquered chain prison, but the ant-like creature easily shredded his attack and nearly struck him. Mount Lady, at her maximum size, tried to step on the Omega Spider, but the creature effortlessly pushed her away and launched a web toward Ryukyu, who narrowly avoided it. The Dragoon hero attempted to slash at the spider, but it swiftly evaded and attached itself to a building. Ryukyu, annoyed by the spider's arrogance, demanded to know who it was. The spider coldly replied that it did not matter, warning her to leave before they would eliminate anyone standing in the way of the symbol of peace and a mysterious figure known as Hellspawn. Confused, Ryukyu pressed for more information, but the spider remained cryptic, insisting that the Hellspawn would reveal himself soon enough. Before Ryukyu could respond, Metal Sonic appeared and kicked the giant arachnid, causing it to slide across a building. Tech Jacket then blasted the spider in the eye, prompting a surprised reaction. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 directed Ryukyu and the others to handle the ant while he dealt with the spider, leaving her irritated but with no choice but to comply. The ant stood firm as Endeavor unleashed a wave of heat, which had little effect. Endeavor snarled, realizing that the creature desired the position of the symbol of peace. He launched a concentrated fire attack, but the ant evaded and approached him rapidly. Just as it was about to strike, 𝗵𝗃 intervened, backhanding the ant away. She remarked on its tough exterior, suggesting it was like trying to swat away a bullet mid-flight. Endeavor, sweating profusely, pondered whether the creature could drown, but 𝗵𝗃 informed him that ants were resilient and difficult to overpower. They needed all might. Endeavor resolved to fight, even if victory seemed impossible. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 urged Yagi to pass on one for all, emphasizing the urgency as the world faced danger. Yagi, in his weakened form, expressed frustration at not having found the right successor yet. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 insisted that Mirio Togata, known as Lemillion, was the right choice, but Yagi hesitated, feeling a nagging doubt that he couldn't shake. Despite Mirio's qualities, he struggled to accept him as the successor, questioning who else could be the right person. He had the qualities for certain, but he wasn't the one. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 asked why, wanting to know what was wrong with him. Yagi didn't like how the question was framed, but he answered nonetheless. The young man was a third-year student who had persistently dedicated his time and energy to making use of his seemingly unusable quirk. Day after day, he built habits with it and trained himself to use it on reflex. Despite all of that, Yagi suggested that 𝗕𝗏𝗃 consider putting him through the trials of one for all again, especially when he was already so adept with his quirk and nearing the end of his academic journey. 𝗕𝗏𝗃, frantic, questioned who else there was. If not him, who else could be chosen? Yagi admitted he didn't know yet. Perhaps one for all would die with him. Either way, he wouldn't give someone with a troublesome quirk an even more unpredictable power to balance with it. He asserted that with all for one gone, it might be time for this power to fade as well. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger but managing a smirk as he acknowledged the honor of working with all might. Yagi thanked him for his service before leaping away. The spider blocked Metal Sonic with 3 arms but was swiftly kicked in the face by 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃, followed by an uppercut from Metal Sonic. She was incredibly tough, likely able to contend with Shadow on her own. The spider retaliated, smacking 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 away to focus on Metal Sonic. She struck him into a building, and as he slid down the front, she made a slashing motion with her arm. Metal Sonic, anticipating an attack, moved down and flew off the building, confused when no attack came. Seconds later, the top half of the building collapsed, as if sliced in half. Shocked, Metal looked back just in time to see the spider rapidly approaching. The two artificial creations clashed fists. The spider swiped at him, but Metal ducked and kneed her in the jaw. The spider recovered quickly, grabbing Metal Sonic with all 4 arms and intending to crush him. Just then, 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 returned and kicked her in the back of the neck, forcing her to release Metal. His body was damaged, far too damaged to fight effectively, yet the robot fought with all its might. Metal uppercut the spider while 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 kicked her head down. They split up, with Metal flying in from the left while 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 punched her across the face from the right. Now on opposite sides, they coordinated their attacks. When one struck, the spider would try to counter, only to leave herself open for the other. The Omega Spider was mercilessly beaten, unable to defend herself against the duo. These weren't opponents she could simply overpower with brute force and size, leaving her extremely distressed. The ant readied his claws, stretching out his arms as he flew toward Endeavor and 𝗵𝗃𝗃. He opted to take out Endeavor first, knowing he was the more powerful of the two. The flames Endeavor unleashed were lackluster, and the ant cut through them without bothering to dodge. In an instant he was in front of the flame hero, shocking him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 defended Endeavor, but her giant hands were badly slashed in the process. Before she could lose her hands entirely, Ryukyu swooped in, biting the ant with her draconic teeth. Despite the pain, she ragdolled him, slamming him into the ground repeatedly before dragging him through the asphalt and concrete. With a powerful breath, she spat him up into the air toward Endeavor and 𝗵𝗃𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, with her injured hand, smacked the creature into the ground, creating a gust that forced Ryukyu and Endeavor to shield their faces. Endeavor quickly shook it off and rocketed down toward the ant, summoning as much heat and flame as he could. Mount Lady urged him to burn the creature to ashes. When the ant was right in front of him, Endeavor unleashed his full firepower, grinning as the ant wailed from the intense flames. He roared that the ant should burn in the deepest, hottest parts of hell. Meanwhile, Eri was on top of a house, trying to calm herself as she lay in a sniper position with Avira's genome gun in her hands. A'Vira wasn't physically present. He was inside his invention, using his original body to upgrade it. One shot from the gun could alter DNA, potentially turning a human into a dinosaur or, in Izuku's case, removing any of Inko's tampering without drastic changes. This was a test run. Through the scope, Eri watched Izuku and a damaged metal Sonic battling the giant spider. She shifted her gaze to Endeavor, who was overpowering a humanoid ant with his flames. A'Vira instructed her to breathe and focus, reminding her to wait for the right moment to shoot. Eri followed his commands, calming down as she steadied her aim. She focused on the Omega Spider, ready to act when the time came. The leader of the Creature Rejection clan observed the fights of the Omega Spider and Omega Ant, feeling disappointment at their performance. He wondered if he had miscalculated. Did she overestimate her calamity curses? To some degree she did. However, she also underestimated the humans, the heroes. They were far stronger and more resilient than she had initially assumed. Clenching her teeth, an angry vein appeared on her forehead. Her sister's creation, Shadow, could handle multiple opponents at once, but her calamity curses could not. This realization frustrated her immensely. She had wanted them to eliminate Izuku Midoriya to spite her sister, but at the rate they were going, one of them would be defeated, and the other would be overwhelmed very quickly. She regretted releasing them too early, neglecting to give them the chance to acclimate to their bodies and powers. With the creation of the Omega Ant and Spider came their control serum, designed to ensure obedience. It was injected into them at 𝗵𝗲𝗏 and could only be removed by her. Alongside complete obedience to Midoriya, it had other functions, such as programming their brains to respond in specific ways to certain key phrases. She activated a microphone linked directly to the earpieces in their heads, commanding them to fight harder. It was known that humans could exhibit hysterical strength in life-or-death situations, and the calamity curses possessed this ability as well. The command echoed in the air. As Tech Jacket and Metal Sonic continued their assault on the spider, it suddenly began to seize. Endeavor, Mount Lady, and Ryukyu watched in horror as the heavily burned ant writhed on the ground. Both sides could feel the tension rising, and fear gripped them as their opponents regenerated, growing stronger. Now was Eri's chance. Without hesitation, she fired. Tech Jacket felt a moment of panic, contemplating whether to leave, knowing Metal Sonic could teleport him out. But what about the others? They couldn't handle both the spider and the ant at the same time. He sighed, trying to communicate with Lanolin, but before he could finish, an energy beam zipped through the air, striking the Omega Spider. It stopped seizing but continued to regenerate, emitting steam. Moments later, it froze and transformed into a smaller, childlike form, appearing around 8 years old, with short black hair, black eyes, and brown skin. The creature stood there, looking lost and frightened. Metal Sonic and Tech Jacket landed in front of her, causing her to flinch. She shielded herself, trembling and begging them not to hurt her. The spider monster, once capable of taking down multiple heroes, was now terrified. Izuku moved closer, kneeling down and expressing his longing not to fight her anymore. He offered to help if she would let him. Slowly, she approached him, hesitant like a scared kitten. Sensing no malice from her former opponent made her more trusting. Between the kindness of this person and the loneliness of a world she didn't understand, she chose to embrace him. Izuku returned the hug, smiling, but her fear returned suddenly as she remembered her brother. Meanwhile, the ant continued to writhe and regenerate. Endeavor approached it cautiously, preparing to end its suffering. However, a mysterious energy beam struck the ant, causing him to freeze and emit steam. Confused, Endeavor backed away, deactivating his flames as the heroines took a defensive stance. The ant stood, almost fully healed despite the earlier attack, and stared at the heroes, who were now prepared for another fight. But the ant bolted instead. The heroes were taken aback for a moment before Ryukyu swiftly pursued and pinned the ant beneath her foot. The tension dissipated as the ant pleaded for mercy, claiming it didn't want to fight and couldn't explain its actions. Mount Lady interrupted, demanding answers, while the ant, overwhelmed, began to tear up. Ryukyu questioned the ant about its identity and purpose. The ant admitted it didn't know who it was or why it had been sent to kill. When asked about the big spider, the ant could only express confusion. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 intervened, asserting that the ant was just a frightened child, created as a weapon. He emphasized that both the ant and the girl were scared and confused, having been subjected to mind control. Endeavor scoffed at the notion of mind control, but 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 pointed out the stark difference in their behavior. If it had been an act, the girl would have attacked him immediately. The discussion turned to how the mind control had suddenly vanished, leaving the ant vulnerable. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 theorized that some force had burned out the control serum, preventing further manipulation. As the heroes debated, Ryukyu continued to press for information, but 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 insisted on treating the ant with care. He argued that it was a child in distress, deserving of compassion. The tension between the heroes and 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 escalated, but before it could lead to conflict, Metal Sonic and 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 swiftly teleported the ant and the girl away, concluding the battle. It seemed everything had worked out, and they hadn't even needed Metal Shadow. Izuku pondered the strange energy beam, curious about its origin. He suspected it might have been a sniper with advanced technology, but ultimately, it was someone who had saved him, and that was what mattered most. He decided to let the mystery rest for now, knowing that if the person preferred to stay out of the spotlight, tracking them down would be nearly impossible. Avira congratulated Eri, who was still reeling from her actions. He had hidden his genome gun in one of the empty rooms and was proud of his sister for making both shots that had saved their father, the heroes, and many others. Avira embraced Eri, who was overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events. The adrenaline was fading, leaving her feeling drained. The successful use of the genome gun confirmed its effectiveness, and while he hadn't planned to test it, it was better to be cautious. However, a new challenge emerged. How could he convince Eri to use the gun on Izuku? Meanwhile, Scarlett Garcia reported live from Station Square TV News, covering what was being called the mutant murders incident. She detailed how two unidentified individuals had attacked indiscriminately in Mizudafu, targeting everyone in sight. According to heroes who had fought against the attackers, their goal was to lure out and eliminate two specific individuals, the symbol of peace, all might, and someone referred to as the Hellspawn. Scarlet noted that many villains wanted All Might out of the picture, but the identity of the Hellspawn remained a mystery, known only to be a male. Just before the incident, another attack had occurred at UA High School, with similar chaotic results. Inhuman creatures had appeared, threatening lives before vanishing. However, a new vigilante named 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃 had intervened during both incidents, while another hero, Samurai, was notably absent. Scarlet expressed her belief that without 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃's intervention, countless lives would have been lost, including those of students and pro-heroes. Despite the Hero Commission's likely disapproval, the vigilante had undeniably saved many. Tangle turned off the news, sensing trouble ahead. Sorakiji shrugged, casually munching on popcorn. They both knew that only a select few were aware of Izuku's identity as 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗃, and the attention could lead to complications. Tangle acknowledged the heat surrounding Izuku and the potential scrutiny of his technology. Despite the challenges, Tangle decided to visit Izuku in his lab, where he was busy working on Metal Sonic. She commented on his dedication, noting how he was already back to work after thwarting 2 attacks. Izuku explained that he needed Metal Sonic to be stronger, especially after facing formidable foes. Curious about the ant and spider, creatures he had adopted, Tangle asked for their names. Izuku called them down, and they appeared nervously. The Spider Girl revealed that they had no names or backstory, having been created by a woman with fluffy green hair. Tangle glanced at Izuku, intrigued. The Ant Boy shared that they had felt as if their bodies were controlled by something else until the beam had changed everything. When asked about the woman who created them, the spider girl mentioned that others called her Midoriya. Tangle and Izuku exchanged glances, and Izuku confirmed that she was indeed his aunt, 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Midoriya. Izuku decided to name them, calling the ant 𝗵𝗃 the spider 𝗕𝗂𝗧𝗏. 𝗵𝗃 was overjoyed, proclaiming Izuku as his liege, but Izuku quickly clarified that he preferred to be called by his name. 𝗕𝗂𝗧, processing the information, decided to refer to Izuku as father, which he accepted. As 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗕𝗂𝗧 rushed upstairs to meet the other children, Tangle insisted that Izuku take a break after finishing his work. He suggested a family trip to celebrate their growing family, which Tangle found appealing. However, Izuku expressed concern about leaving and the potential implications for 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's identity. He considered creating a robotic doppelganger to maintain appearances while he was away. They discussed the status of 𝗬𝗏, who had been suffering from headaches despite being well hydrated and healed from previous injuries. Izuku was determined to uncover the cause of her condition, but for now, he focused on his work and the challenges ahead. By all accounts, she was completely fine. Still, he was determined to bring her along as well as Lanolin. After Metal Sonic was finished, he planned to confirm a suspicion he had regarding her headaches. Tangle was curious about this suspicion. He thought about 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗕𝗂𝗧, as well as the timeline of events. Yes, suspicions. He didn't think he needed to say it, but they had been crushed. Kirishima finished the thought for Iida. Class 1A, while injured, had not suffered as badly as it seemed. They were healed by Recovery Girl before being sent off to the same hospital together, given a few days' break by UA, which covered all their hospital bills. The worst injured were Katsuki Bakugo, Eraserhead, and 13. Katsuki was in a different hospital. Shadow's hit to his face miraculously didn't cause brain damage, and his jaw was easily repaired through surgery. However, the damage to his neck was significant. It wasn't severe enough to paralyze him, but had he been hit any harder, it could have been catastrophic. Unfortunately, the damage was permanent, making movement much more difficult for him. This likely meant he wouldn't be able to continue in the hero course. Eraserhead was the least injured of the three but still ended up worse off than Class 1A. He needed some rest. 13 had sustained severe injuries to her hand. Todoroki had stopped the bleeding, but there was no bringing back her hand. As a rescue hero, her limbs were crucial, especially since her quirk relied on her hands. She would likely have to retire. Kaminari shook his head, wincing as he spoke about how they had all been crushed in just one hit, and all by themselves too. Mina, her whimsy faded, remarked on Bakugo's situation, expressing doubt that he would be able to stay in their class after such damage. The hit to his face had caused serious injury. Mineta bluntly stated that it was good riddance, as Bakugo had always been a piece of work with all his yelling. Kirishima told Mineta to be quiet. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat and asked if anyone planned on dropping out of the hero course after the USJ attack and the MMI. Silence filled the room, and after a moment, Momo smiled as no one raised their hands. Kirishima declared that the beating had hurt, but he wouldn't let it keep him down. Kaminari and Ojiro agreed, and Tokoyami nodded as well. Aoyama chimed in with enthusiasm. Iida adjusted his glasses and vowed to return the favor, expressing his determination to confront the villain responsible. Mina covered her mouth, teasing Iida about his language, but he insisted he would never speak like that again. Principal Nizu personally informed Katsuki that, given the extent of his injuries, it would be best for his safety to place him in general studies. After hearing this, Bakugo felt his world spin. He wouldn't be a hero anymore. It was all over, all because of that spiky bestiality and a hit to the face. He couldn't show up Deku anymore. He felt like a nobody, just like he had before. He suspected that Deku had orchestrated this, using his resources to learn about the USJ and hire villains to injure him to the point of being forced out of the hero course. Why else would he be the only student injured so severely while most of his classmates were merely knocked out? Eraserhead and 13 had suffered serious injuries, and they were pro-heroes. It felt like a setup, and he believed Deku had planned the mutant murders incident to create a distraction. He felt consumed by anger, never having experienced such intense hatred before. He knew who was responsible. Nizu's ears twitched as he listened. Bakugo accused Izuku Midoriya of ruining everything for him. Nizu tried to remain neutral, asking if Bakugo was suggesting that Midoriya orchestrated the attack on the USJ. Bakugo insisted that he was not merely suggesting, he was certain. They had grown up together, and he believed Midoriya hated him enough to ruin his life by paying villains to injure him. Nizu questioned why Midoriya would go to such lengths. The pause that followed only deepened Nizu's doubts. He observed Bakugo, who had been interrupted, and knew that Izuku would not resort to such drastic measures. Bakugo admitted that he had bullied Midoriya, but Nizu found it hard to believe that such bullying would provoke someone to cause widespread harm. Nizu advised Bakugo to focus on recovering and his future studies in the general course, leaving him with a sense of frustration and simmering hatred. Meanwhile, Hero Commission President Kana Kurenai examined an HD picture of the vigilante known as 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏. Next to it was a picture of Metal Sonic. She found it difficult to determine what exactly he was, as his appearance could be attributed to a quirk. These two concerned her, especially 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏. Despite his good intentions, public opinion was beginning to sway against him due to Scarlet Garcia's comments. They couldn't allow a vigilante to overshadow her heroes. One of the top figures of the commission asked what they should do about him, noting their ongoing struggles to control Garcia. Kurenai expressed her endgame, the recruitment of 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏, believing that his death could backfire on them. She wanted to uncover the truth behind his suit, suspecting it granted him multiple quirk-like abilities, which the public misunderstood as mere show. She knew the Japanese government would want it too. Once they figured this out, one of the top figures, a woman, suggested that they should simply ask for his cooperation. If 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 himself created that suit and his quirk had no part in it, he could end up being extremely costly. Kurenai replied that the potential mass production and sale of what he could create for them and Japan would balance the costs. Additionally, showcasing their advancements to other countries might allow Japan to gain an upper hand. She smirked, an unusual display of expression that surprised the other top figures. Kurenai continued, emphasizing that with just this one individual, they could potentially shift the world economy in favor of Japan, away from the United States and China. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 was their future. Once they discovered his identity, they would approach him kindly, offering anything and everything he desired. When someone raised the question of what would happen if he refused, Kurenai responded that refusal had never stopped them before. If he declined, they would make life difficult for him. Someone like 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 only appeared once in a lifetime, and they needed him, at least until they uncovered the secrets of the suit. She was willing to go to great lengths to ensure they obtained his cooperation, even if it meant threatening his family or friends. Kurenai had a theory about who 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 might be and displayed a holographic image of Izuku Midoriya for the others to see. Izuku was a rich, reclusive, and enigmatic boy. They had been unable to trace the source of his wealth. When he next left his home, they would simply approach him. Meanwhile, Izuku was preparing for a family outing, having been persuaded by 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 to take a break after recent events. He chuckled as he shared that they would be traveling to the United States, the so-called land of the free and the largest economy in the world. The children felt a mix of nerves and excitement at the prospect of leaving their home for another country. They were thrilled that Lanolin, the mother they spent the least time with, would accompany them. As Lanolin entered the living room, the children rushed to her, clinging to her legs in excitement. She laughed and patted their heads affectionately. Izuku explained that while they were away, the restoration would be on pause. In case of an emergency, Metal Shadow and Miles would handle things. He hesitated before delivering the next piece of news, which did not go unnoticed by the children. Bru and Taya would need to stay on Angel Island with the restoration. Taya, caught off guard and saddened, asked why. It was then that Izuku revealed the truth about Whisper, who had collapsed from a severe headache when the children had begun their attack. Taya sensed something unusual about Whisper, stating that she was like them. Izuku clarified that Whisper was not a calamity curse. If she were, he would know. 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏 would know too, having been by her side for years. Taya insisted that she could sense the existence of their kin and believed Whisper was indeed a calamity curse. Izuku questioned why Whisper was not obedient to her maker, as he had spent years with her without witnessing any behavior similar to that of 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃. 𝗕𝗏 speculated that perhaps another entity was inhabiting Whisper's body, explaining her strange reactions. 𝗵𝗃 added that there were older calamity curses, and they were among the youngest of their kind. Izuku was puzzled, wondering why only 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃 had attacked the city if there were more of their kind. 𝗕𝗏 suggested it was likely for conservation. She recalled seeing older calamity curses in stasis during her incubation, implying that their maker believed they could handle the situation alone. When asked how many other curses existed, 𝗕𝗏 replied that there were 8, with 2 feeling particularly powerful. She looked up at the ceiling, where Whisper rested, and noted that whoever was inside her was formidable. Izuku reassured them that they should not worry about Whisper acting up during their trip if nothing had occurred prior. 𝗵𝗃 agreed to go to Angel Island without fuss, though he looked a bit sad about not spending time with his siblings. 𝗬𝗏 expressed a longing to stay behind, stating that someone needed to watch the house. Izuku assured him that multiple security measures were in place, including Metal Sonic, who would remain at home. 𝗬𝗏, however, preferred to stay for his own reasons, wanting to avoid raising suspicion from Whisper, who found him suspicious. Izuku respected 𝗬𝗏's choice, expressing his wish for him to join them but understanding if he truly did not want to. 𝗬𝗏 hugged him, reminding him to bring back souvenirs, and then hugged Eri, encouraging her to enjoy herself. Hime pouted, feeling left out, and expressed her disappointment at 𝗬𝗏's lack of concern for the rest of them. After sharing hugs, the family prepared for their journey. In the past, a girl with black eyes and pigtails, wearing a yellow sweater and black skirt overalls, ran desperately through the trees. The rain soaked her hair, mud splattered on her shoes and leggings, and the thunder frightened her. She kept running, pursued by the heavy footsteps of a much larger man. Unlike her, the man remained calm and collected, smiling as he brandished a large kitchen knife, his signature weapon. The girl questioned why this was happening to her, feeling a surge of panic. She stumbled, cutting her leg on a stray piece of wood but quickly stood up and continued to flee. Determined to survive, she pushed herself to keep running, knowing that her life depended on it. To survive. Cassidy had to survive. It hurt so much and it would continue to do so, but she had to live. For her best friend in the whole world, she had to make it out of this alive. The voice of her father cutting through the darkness caught her by surprise. He called out to her, urging her to come home, but it sounded as if he could barely contain his laughter. Cassidy knew it wasn't him, it was fake. She had to ignore it. Then came her mother's voice, pleading for her to return. Cassidy fought against the rising panic, trying to drown out the voices. But then, a particularly special voice cried out to her, and she slowed down. It was filled with desperation, asking for help and expressing pain. Cassidy stopped running, her panic replaced with unyielding rage. She felt betrayed and furious. How dare he use David's voice against her? Cassidy clenched her fists so hard that blood trickled from her palms. The footsteps grew closer, and she turned to face the man, no, the monster, approaching her with predatory yellow eyes and a wide, toothy smile. Fueled by anger, she rushed at him, but her attack had no effect. The man effortlessly grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. He could have ended her life in an instant, but he chose to taunt her instead. Cassidy struggled, kicking and biting, but it was futile. The monster mocked her, telling her that their lives were being used for a greater purpose. Cassidy's muscles burned as she fought against him, shouting for him to stop. Tears streamed down her face as the monster continued to manipulate her feelings, reminding her of their friendship. The fight within her began to fade, but the anger remained. She waited for her fate, feeling utterly defeated. Then, with a sickening sound, the monster ended her life, leaving her lifeless in the forest. He sucked back to his own smooth voice and walked into the darkness, carrying her away. In the present, Tangle shouted into the sky after getting off the plane in the USA. Izuku had bought out every seat on the flight for his family. Organizing everything had been a challenge, but seeing his loved ones smile made it all worthwhile, especially Whisper. Though she hadn't been awake for long, her happiness brought Izuku joy. Lanolin threw an arm around Izuku, asking where they should go first. Izuku revealed an old-timey scroll filled with a timeline of events and places for their trip. After landing, he explained that their first stop would be the hotel, where he had booked an entire floor for everyone. Lanolin grinned, jokingly, asking if the rooms were soundproof. Tangle and Whisper exchanged glances, blushing at the comment. Izuku called for everyone to get moving, and after about an hour, they arrived at the hotel. The children wasted no time, chasing each other around the floor, laughing and enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Tangle, Izuku, Lanolin, and Whisper unpacked together in one room. Lanolin asked how long their stay would be, and Izuku replied that it depended on whether any villains showed up. Whisper, armed with her weapon, declared her intent to deal with any surprises. Tangle giggled at the thought of potential surprise adoptions, and Izuku candidly stated he would make it possible to bring any children they found home, regardless of immigration laws. As they settled in, chaos erupted in the hotel. Momonoko was throwing circus peanuts at Okazaru, who was distressed and complaining about the situation. Momonoko insisted that he was just trying to cheer him up, but the playful banter escalated into a humorous confrontation. Izuku observed the antics with a smirk, then pointed to the next destination on his scroll. Daimao read it aloud, confused by the mention of the Thorndike Museum of the Supernatural. Excitement filled the air as they prepared for their next adventure. Izuku contemplated choosing a concert instead, aware that some of the more reserved individuals in the group might not enjoy such a loud environment, regardless of its privacy. Daimao, Sorakiji, and Okazaru raised their hands in acknowledgement. Izuku gestured to Sorakiji, who expressed his thoughts with respect and affection, noting that the idea was not practical. He pointed out that they had all come from difficult backgrounds, having faced villains and unfortunate circumstances. Sorakiji shared that he and his siblings had been confined in cages, and they had little experience with the world outside. If there was an opportunity to try something new, they were eager to seize it. Lanolin agreed, emphasizing that they would never know if they liked something unless they tried it. Izuku conceded that they would visit the Thorndike Museum first to pick up souvenirs for Avira, Taya, and Baru, but he promised to arrange a private concert for them afterward. Tangle inquired about the museum, prompting Izuku to explain that the Thorndike Museum of the Supernatural was owned by Chris Thorndike, who had established it using his inheritance after the loss of his parents. His father had been a businessman, and his mother a movie star. Izuku noted that Chris had never explicitly stated his reasons for creating the museum, but it seemed he had a genuine interest in cataloging and preserving the supernatural. In a world where superpowers were commonplace, the concept of the supernatural had evolved, and Izuku teased that they would discover more about it during their visit. Eri raised her hand, curious about why Izuku referred to Chris by his first name. He explained that in informal settings, most Americans preferred to use first names rather than last names. Eri nodded in understanding. Before heading to the museum, Izuku suggested they watch a movie. After preparing plenty of popcorn, the Midoriya family gathered around the TV, excitement filling the room. It quickly became apparent that nearly everyone wanted to be as close to Izuku as possible, creating a bit of a dilemma. To avoid favoritism, Izuku decided to leave it to chance by flipping a coin. The outcome favored the mothers, leaving the children slightly disappointed but accepting of the situation. Whisper and Lanolin took hold of Izuku's arms, while Tangle proudly claimed her spot on his lap, teasing Lanolin in the process. Despite the minor rivalry, they enjoyed their movie night together. Meanwhile, Avira observed Izuku's situation from afar. He recognized that Izuku was not the type to take advantage of opportunities, even when the stakes were high due to the threats posed by Hisashi and Inko. Avira noted that while Izuku had Metal Sonic, it was not enough to confront the dangers they faced. He realized that Inko's abandonment of Izuku meant she had no responsibilities, allowing her the freedom to pursue her own interests without constraints. Izuku, focused on his family, was not seeking power for himself. Instead, he prioritized teaching and spending time with his loved ones. Avira understood that this was holding Izuku back, as he had the potential to create powerful tools and even artificial life forms, but his time was consumed by family obligations. Avira felt compelled to step in and use his talents to assist Izuku when he couldn't. The dilemma arose: Could 𝗲𝗏 utilize Izuku's resources without being discovered? He knew that if anything went missing, suspicion would fall on him. Yet, the thought of using Izuku's materials, which could help them all, was tempting. 𝗲𝗏 considered starting his own ventures to acquire materials, but that would take time and could lead to complications with villains and heroes alike. Then an idea struck him. Izuku was unaware of the genome gun he had created, and he trusted that Eri would keep his secret. With Izuku preoccupied with family matters, 𝗲𝗏 decided to proceed with his plan, intending to play the innocent child if caught. As he entered the room, he addressed 𝗵𝗃, the robot, asking him to keep his activities a secret from Izuku. 𝗲𝗏 explained that what he was creating would ultimately benefit Izuku, and he couldn't afford to wait while threats loomed over their lives. 𝗵𝗃 regarded him with an unreadable expression before nodding in agreement. 𝗲𝗏 expressed his determination to help, knowing that Izuku's pride often prevented him from accepting assistance. He believed he could create powerful tools, capable of standing against formidable foes, just as 𝗵𝗃 had done in the past. 𝗵𝗃 nodded, expressing his longing to reach those heights again. 𝗲𝗏 revealed that he was the only one capable of achieving this, but his father would not allow it. If his father discovered their plans, 𝗵𝗃 might never become Neo-Metal Sonic or would ascend far too late. 𝗲𝗏 pleaded with 𝗵𝗃 not to inform his father, promising to make both him and his creator stronger, eliminating threats from Inko, Hisashi, and others. 𝗵𝗃's Sonic approached and knelt, revealing that the form had occupied his thoughts ever since he had experienced it. He expressed his willingness to become a better weapon for his creator. 𝗲𝗏 smiled, acknowledging the agreement. He turned to the large tube of green liquid before him, aware that time was limited. He needed to maximize efficiency, giving this creation the purpose of 3. 𝗲𝗏 required the genome gun to be used on Izuku, but he recognized the challenge of convincing Eri to aim a weapon at him, even if she were willing. The first shot had to be the last one, always. Therefore, he resolved to make his creation an expert marksman. Unable to dissect Neo-Metal Sonic himself, 𝗲𝗏 needed a reliable pair of hands for that task. His creation might not match Izuku, Miles, or himself, but it would be sufficient. Furthermore, his creation needed to possess strength. Although he had yet to figure out how to create an artificial life form capable of harnessing chaos energy like Shadow, he decided to focus on enhancing its physical abilities. This being would be loyal and obedient, yet possess free will, strong and brave, ready to assist in battles against Shadow if necessary, and highly intelligent while remaining unassuming. This would be 𝗲𝗏's right hand in all his endeavors. 𝗧𝗵𝗵 placed his hand on the large vat of bubbling green liquid. 𝗲𝗏 prepared to possess and upgrade the machine, hastening the process while enhancing its effectiveness. He had high expectations for Amy Rose. In the past, Cassidy found herself confused, questioning her existence. She couldn't be alive. The monster had snapped her neck, leaving her with a fleeting moment of excruciating pain before darkness enveloped her. Yet here she was on a stage in a restaurant, surrounded by children. She attempted to move but found herself unable to do so, feeling constricted as if trapped in a cage or suit. Cassidy looked around and realized she was inside a towering mechanical golden bear, adorned with a dark purple bow tie and a purple top hat. It was a strange sensation. Despite her attempts to move, she remained immobile. She was dead but still present on Earth, leading her to ponder the absence of an afterlife. Everything clicked into place when she saw the monster enter the restaurant, dressed in the same purple attire he wore when he killed her. Her soul was trapped within the animatronic. Cassidy's anger and hatred surged every time she witnessed him smiling and interacting with children and their families, as if he were a saint. Day after day, she felt nothing but rage at his continued existence. During the day, her animatronic form would dance and sing, but at night, she was left alone with her thoughts, unable to eat or sleep. Her soul was trapped, and she occasionally experienced brief, unpredictable spikes of pain. Desperate to move, Cassidy tried again while the restaurant was open, with children nearby. She called out for help, her voice filled with urgency. Another voice responded, expressing confusion about her presence. Cassidy felt a rush of emotion upon recognizing David's voice. They exchanged their grim fates, realizing they shared a similar experience of being trapped in animatronics. As they discussed their circumstances, Cassidy suggested they find a way to confront William, determined that he would not escape justice for his actions. David hesitated, but Cassidy sensed they were not the only children he had harmed. In the present, Inko stood before Black Doom's incubation chamber, addressing Shadow as he teleported in. She informed him that Black Doom was nearing completion, while her sister's creations had malfunctioned, finding humor in the situation. Unaware of the true events, she dismissed them as mere incompetence. Inko expressed her boredom, lamenting the lack of excitement in her life without terrorizing others. She presented a brightly colored wheel to Shadow, inviting him to spin it to determine their next adventure. Shadow remained unimpressed, his expression unchanged. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the task ahead, but he didn't have much of a choice. He turned to the wheel and read the options written on it in erasable marker: cancer epidemic, leukemia epidemic, new virus, new virus, new virus, new virus, and new virus. Shadow glanced at Inko, noting the variety of choices. Inko smiled back, pleased with the options. Shadow pointed out that cancer and leukemia weren't contagious, to which Inko replied with a playful tone that such facts had never stopped her before. She expressed her longing to cause some mischief today, suggesting they target the British instead. With that, Shadow spun the wheel, and against all odds, it landed on the new virus option. Shadow remarked on the surprising outcome, while Inko eagerly anticipated what the new virus would entail. Meanwhile, the wing hero, Hawks, smugly addressed his superior, Kurenai, as they reviewed footage of Tech Jacket assisting Backdraft in extinguishing a fire and helping an elderly lady cross the street. Hawks pointed out that since Midoriya had recently left the country, it was impossible for him to be Tech Jacket. Kurenai grimaced, acknowledging the point. They were also puzzled by the presence of a mysterious metal figure, Metal Sonic, whose identity remained untraceable. Kurenai bluntly suggested they visit Midoriya's house to gather more information, instructing Hawks to use his feathers equipped with miniature cameras to capture footage without entering the premises. Hawks humorously accepted the mission and left the room. The process of attaching cameras to Hawks' feathers proved more challenging than anticipated for the Hero Commission's science and technology team, but they eventually succeeded. Hawks took to the skies, positioning himself discreetly atop a building close enough to observe Izuku's house. He wondered about the size of the place before sending his feathers in to gather intel. Apex, a robotic feline, was resting and conserving energy when he sensed the approach of several high-speed objects. Reacting swiftly, he dashed toward the source of the sound, realizing it was a flock of feathers with small metallic devices likely designed for audio capture. He quickly assessed his options, knowing he couldn't take them down alone without alerting their sender. Instead, he focused on tracking the feathers back to their origin. Using his stealth capabilities, Apex moved silently through the public space, undetected by passers-by. He soon spotted Hawks, who was crouched and seemingly on high alert. Apex noticed the earpiece Hawks wore and realized he was spying on Izuku, likely under orders from the Hero Commission. This raised concerns for Apex, as he wondered if they suspected him of being Tech Jacket. Hawks felt an unsettling sensation as if he were being watched. He looked around, feeling an unexplainable fear creeping in. His instincts urged him to flee, but he remained in place, confused. The voice in his earpiece urged him to return his feathers and leave the area. Just then, Apex seized the opportunity and knocked Hawks out with a swift movement. Apex picked up Hawks' unconscious body and dropped him from the building, hoping he would survive the fall. He then leaped away, moving swiftly from building to building, ensuring no one could spy on his creator. Back at the Hero Commission, panic ensued as Hawks was incapacitated, leaving his feathers vulnerable. The man in charge of the operation slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, demanding to know what had gone wrong. They quickly activated a 𝗘𝗁𝐴, ensuring that the devices on Hawks' feathers would self-destruct, leaving no trace behind. The ashes would be carried away by the wind, erasing any evidence of their failed operation. The man pinched the bridge of his nose, overwhelmed by the situation. And now they had to find a way to cover up whatever had happened to Hawks. Just what kind of defenses did Izuku Midoriya have? Apex sent the footage his eyes recorded to Izuku's computer, which 𝗵𝗃 promptly accessed. 𝗵𝗃 stated that Apex had warded off a spy. 𝗬𝗏, still possessing the machine to create Amy Rose, questioned who had attempted to spy on Izuku's home. 𝗵𝗃 revealed that it was the wing hero 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗬𝗏 paused ominously, contemplating the implications. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who worked under the Hero Commission, had been caught trying to gather information on Izuku's home. 𝗬𝗏 wondered why that was. 𝗵𝗃 expressed his belief that the situation was exactly what 𝗬𝗏 thought it was. He mentioned that as much as he would like to confront 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Amy Rose was the priority. Once Izuku returned, he would be informed, and he would decide what to do about the situation. 𝗬𝗏 dismissed concerns about others, stating that Samurai was busy with his vigilante work, Cream and Vanilla were out of the house, and Delight was in stasis, focusing on her role as a teacher to 𝗬𝗏's siblings. They were on their own. 𝗵𝗃 acknowledged this and assured 𝗬𝗏 that he would ensure they weren't interrupted. 𝗬𝗏 thanked him and mentioned that once Amy was completed, they would have enough time for 𝗵𝗃's upgrade into Neo Metal Sonic, promising that his patience would be rewarded. After the movie, the children prepared for their museum trip, leaving Izuku, Lanolin, Tangle, and Whisper alone once again. They sat together in silence, enjoying each other's company. However, Whisper appeared conflicted, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Tangle. When Tangle playfully slapped Whisper on the back, Whisper jolted and turned to glare at her. Tangle casually asked what Whisper was thinking about. Whisper turned to Izuku, who was lying on the floor, and asked if he trusted her. He responded affirmatively, curious about her question. Whisper hesitated, feeling that this was her chance to voice her suspicions about 𝗬𝗏. She recalled his strange behavior, his interest in quantum physics, and the unsettling things he had said after she and Izuku started dating. However, she also considered that perhaps it was just a kid trying to protect the one person who had taken him in, a kid wanting to learn, and a kid with his own quirks. 𝗬𝗏 hadn't truly done anything alarming as far as she knew. Not wanting to offend Izuku or come off as strange for being wary of a child, she decided against confronting 𝗬𝗏. Instead, she remarked that Izuku's taste in movies was lacking. Izuku froze as Tangle and Lanolin burst into laughter. He stammered in defense of his movie choices, while Whisper teased him about his taste in girls, pointing out that he had chosen 3 complete heteromorphs from millions of people. Izuku turned bright red, flustered by the teasing. Lanolin nudged Tangle, suggesting they bet on whether the 4th would be like them. Tangle smirked, and they agreed on a wager. Whisper joined in, and Izuku deadpanned about their collective agreement on a 4th. As the teasing subsided, Izuku announced that it was time to go to the museum. He had hired a chauffeur to take them all there. After a ride that was definitely a bit cramped, the Midoriya family arrived at the Thorndike Museum of the Supernatural. They stepped out, stretching their legs and gazing in awe at the impressive structure. Eri expressed her disbelief that 𝗬𝗏 was missing this experience, to which Izuku replied that they were getting souvenirs for him. Inside, Lanolin received a magazine from one of the workers. The light from golden chandeliers reflected off the clean marble floors as people chatted and marveled at various attractions. Tangle commented that if Izuku hadn't mentioned Chris, she would think he owned the place. Izuku clarified that if he were to create a museum, it wouldn't focus on the supernatural but rather on preserving history. Lanolin acknowledged this, and 𝗓𝗏 pointed out the dinosaur skeletons on display, questioning if they were real. Izuku explained that those were not fossils but actual skeletons of dinosaurs that had lived in the modern age. 𝗓𝗏 cringed at the thought of reviving dinosaurs, and Izuku shared that some wealthy individuals had wanted exotic pets, leading to a science program that aimed to revive and contain them. However, the revival had not been successful, as the dinosaurs experienced rapid decay shortly after being brought back to life, leaving only their skeletons behind. Sorikiji speculated about the reason for the dinosaurs' demise, and Izuku confirmed that it was a mystery. As they moved on, Uminu remained quiet, his powerful hearing picking up something unexplainable from below. Not wanting to impose or ruin the trip, he kept his thoughts to himself. Eri's eyes widened in wonder at a strange object encased in glass, prompting her to ask Izuku what it was. He explained that it was called a gold ring, a mysterious, shiny, perpetually floating and slowly spinning ring. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scoffed at the name, suggesting it could be a technological trick, but Qiao insisted that it was not. Maybe it's due to my quirk, but I can feel some strange energy in that ring, Izuku remarked. He noted that it was nearly impossible to deceive others about such matters these days, given the variety of quirks. If this place were a scam, someone would have exposed it by now. Sora agreed as Izuku scanned, recorded and photographed the item. Uminu shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the floor. The next intriguing object was a sword made of gray and black stone, its blade embedded in a large chunk of ancient rock. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 stated the obvious, a sword. Lanolin, after reading the label, informed them that it was called Caliban. She showed them the magazine she had picked up earlier. It detailed how a caver named Starline discovered it deep in a cave in Europe but could not remove it from the ground. No one, regardless of their quirk or strength, could budge the sword. Eventually, they cut around the stone to move it, and after many failed attempts, Chris acquired it for the museum. Tangle commented that this sword might be the origin of the Excalibur tale, while 𝗓𝗵𝗲 smirked, finding the idea of an immovable sword intriguing. He wondered what would happen if someone ever managed to move it again. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 joked that perhaps the person would become king of Europe. Uminu continued to stare at the ground. You'd think this place would have more guards, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗼 noted, observing a golden, ornate magic lamp in its containment, which seemed to emit smoke continuously. Izuku explained that Captain Celebrity and Star and Stripe, two top American heroes, occasionally visited, which deterred thieves and villains. Lanolin added that the lamp was found by an anonymous diver from the Middle East, who later passed it to a woman named Shara, who donated it to the museum. She continued, explaining that the lamp constantly released a strange gas, which had yet to be identified, but it was known to be non-lethal. Like Caliban, no one could open or damage it. Momonoko expressed excitement about the museum, while 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗼 muttered nonsensically. Momonoko then asked Izuku if he had any circus peanuts, causing 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗼 to flinch and move closer to Whisper, who giggled. As they moved to the next area, Uminu ran up and took Kao's hand. She raised an eyebrow, wondering if something was wrong. Uminu subtly distanced himself from their parents but stayed close enough not to raise suspicion. He whispered to her that he could hear something beneath the museum. Kao turned pale and asked why he hadn't told their parents. Uminu replied that he didn't want to be a bother and suggested that since she could teleport, she might be able to find out what it was. Kao agreed to investigate later, once they were back at the hotel. After an eventful trip to the museum, the girls kept the kids entertained while Izuku visited the museum shop. He pondered what 𝗲𝗏𝗏, 𝗕𝗏, and 𝗵𝗏 would like. Since 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏 were newly sentient, they would likely appreciate anything he gave them, but he felt that 𝗲𝗏𝗏, being studious and intelligent, would prefer something more substantial. He realized that 𝗲𝗏𝗏 loved information and learning, so he decided to gather books and puzzles for 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏, which they could share with 𝗲𝗏𝗏. With his shopping done, Izuku returned home. He crossed off the Thorndike Museum from their list of adventures and noted the next item, a private concert. He suggested they vote on whether to attend that day or the next. Lanolin organized the vote, and out of the 8 children, 3 chose to attend the concert that day, while 5 preferred to wait until tomorrow. Eri, 𝗕𝗵𝗲, and Momonoko wanted to go today, but the majority decided to hold off. Eri expressed disappointment but understood that they might be too tired to enjoy the concert after their long day at the museum. Momonoko playfully called them lamioids, but acknowledged their reasoning. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗼 muttered in response, and Momonoko smiled brightly at him. Izuku gently reminded them to rest before anything else, including banter and fun. Momonoko agreed, stating she had enough of teasing her brother for the time being. Finally, the kids were asleep, but their parents were still awake, preparing for bed. Tangle burst into Izuku's room while he was changing, and he noted that she seemed to be changing as well. In the past, this would have flustered him, but he felt comfortable now. She urged him to hurry up so they could sleep. Once he finished changing, he joined her in bed, and shortly after, Whisper and Lanolin entered the room, with Lanolin observing the scene with a deadpan expression. Tangle pulled Izuku into her chest with a smirk, noting that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had technically gotten to him first during their first meeting. Lanolin eyed 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who remained silent and avoided their gaze. 𝗃𝗃 then freed Izuku's face, allowing 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to hug his free arm while Lanolin nestled against his abdomen. 𝗃𝗃 wrapped the blanket around them with her tail. Izuku felt grateful that his girlfriends were all heteromorphs. They made for excellent cuddles. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗵𝗄 whispered to 𝗬𝗏 in the hallway, confirming that they were asleep. 𝗬𝗏 nodded, concentrating as she summoned one of her conduits. She grabbed 𝗬𝗏's hand and confirmed their destination below the museum. With a focused effort, she activated chaos control. Despite not knowing the exact location, the chaos control worked, and they found themselves in an underground area. 𝗬𝗏 whispered to her brother, asking if he heard anything. 𝗬𝗏 responded uneasily, noting the absence of others and the unsettling presence of whatever was down there. He urged 𝗬𝗏 to lead the way. As they navigated the metallic halls, they discovered there were no security cameras or traps. The sterile environment felt like a lab, and they wandered through the maze-like structure, relying on 𝗬𝗏's keen hearing to guide them. Eventually, they stumbled upon a small child sleeping against the wall of a gray room behind a large pane of glass. 𝗬𝗏 stared at the child, who had long wavy hair and wore an oversized white shirt. Upon closer inspection, they realized the child was around their age. 𝗬𝗏 excitedly exclaimed about a potential new sibling, waking the child. The child stood and approached the glass with a wide, unsettling grin that seemed involuntary. The child asked who they were, and 𝗬𝗏 introduced himself and 𝗬𝗏. The child analyzed them with large, dark eyes and inquired about their presence. 𝗬𝗏 explained that 𝗬𝗏 had heard them from above, leading them to this location. The child expressed disbelief that anyone could hear them, but 𝗬𝗏 countered that it was possible with ears. The child revealed they had no name and were brought there for experimentation by 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏, who feared their capabilities. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏's stomachs dropped at the mention of experimentation. The child explained that they could theoretically cause global annihilation if the right conditions were met, but they had no longing to harm anyone. They calmly stated that nothing the scientists had tried to hurt them had worked. 𝗬𝗏's anger flared as she expressed her longing to confront 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏. 𝗬𝗏, stepping back, asked if the child wanted to escape. The child affirmed they would like to leave. 𝗬𝗏 proposed that they could help if the child became their sibling. 𝗬𝗏 hesitated, but 𝗬𝗏 eagerly teleported into the child's containment, took their hand, and teleported outside. She made them hold hands with 𝗬𝗏 before activating chaos control again. Upon returning home, 𝗬𝗏 quickly sent the chaos conduit back to Angel Island, hoping they hadn't disturbed anyone. Unfortunately, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, being a trained soldier, had awakened during their teleportation, and soon Izuku, Lanolin, and 𝗃𝗃 were awake as well. 𝗬𝗏 felt a sense of dread as 𝗃𝗃 demanded answers. They explained that they had been below the museum because 𝗬𝗏 had heard something frightening. The child raised their hand, identifying themselves as the source of the noise. Izuku knelt down and introduced himself, but the child remained silent, their gaze fixed on him, causing 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to shift uneasily. When asked for their name, the child replied they did not have one. 𝗬𝗏 suggested giving them a name, emphasizing their shared experiences as orphans. Izuku sighed, cautioning against randomly adopting children. He then confronted 𝗬𝗏 about not mentioning the scary noise at the museum, leaving 𝗬𝗏 to reflect in silence. Izuku reassured 𝗬𝗏 that he was never a bother. In fact, he cherished their company, having grown up in a cold, lifeless environment with no friends or family, only his robots for companionship. The absence of human interaction had been unbearable for him, and he welcomed their conversations. The child suddenly expressed a realization about Izuku, stating that he was not like 𝗃𝗏 at all. The atmosphere grew tense as Izuku's perception of the child shifted dramatically. He inquired about how the child knew 𝗃𝗏, his tone sharp and curious. The child explained that 𝗃𝗏 often spoke to herself about Izuku during their creation, her voice tinged with fear and frustration. This revelation left Izuku bewildered, questioning why 𝗃𝗏 would feel such emotions regarding him. The child revealed that they had been created almost a decade ago, and Izuku struggled to comprehend why 𝗃𝗏 would make them or why she would feel fear towards him. The child, Lanolin, expressed displeasure at Izuku's self-deprecating remarks, challenging him on what he meant by being someone like him. Izuku, feeling inadequate, insisted that he was not remarkable and couldn't fathom why anyone would fear him, especially someone as eccentric as his mother. Suddenly, 𝗓𝗨𝗏 transformed, their body growing larger, and sharp antlers sprouting from their head. With a fierce expression, they declared themselves an abomination, capable of great destruction, yet Inko had never considered them a threat. They pulled Izuku closer, demanding to know why they had been created out of fear of him. Izuku, feeling the weight of the moment, admitted he had no answers and wouldn't until their journey concluded. 𝗓𝗨𝗏 released Izuku, accepting the situation with a resigned fine. Tangle suggested they get some sleep, reminding them of their recent escapade in a wealthy individual's underground lair. 𝗬𝗵𝗄, realizing that in trying to avoid trouble, he had inadvertently caused it. Izuku offered his understanding, stating that regardless of circumstances, children should not be treated as experiments. He extended a hand to 𝗓𝗨𝗏, proposing they live together, promising to care for them and give them a name. 𝗓𝗨𝗏 considered this, ultimately expressing a longing not to be alone. Izuku welcomed 𝗓𝗨𝗏 into his family, naming them 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Midoriya. Overwhelmed by this newfound affection, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 embraced Izuku, who smiled warmly at the moment. After a brief separation, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shapeshifted into a different appearance, sporting wavy, short blonde hair and a more approachable outfit. Tangle found this new form adorable, while Izuku acknowledged that although 𝗧𝗵𝗲's original appearance could be frightening, it didn't define their worth. As they settled in, 𝗓𝗨𝗏, now 𝗧𝗵𝗲, expressed a need for comfort, prompting Izuku to assure them they would get everything sorted in the morning. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃 stood before Amy Rose, who had just received clothing from 𝗵𝗃. Amy flexed her arm, feeling strong and excited about her new identity. Curious about her purpose, Amy pressed 𝗬𝗏 for answers, insisting that she needed a role to avoid an existential crisis. 𝗬𝗏 explained that she would be his right hand, assisting him with tasks he couldn't handle alone. Eager to begin, Amy equipped herself with tools and prepared for her first task, to dissect 𝗵𝗃 after 𝗬𝗏 possessed base 𝗵𝗃 and upgraded him. The plan involved using the findings to grant 𝗵𝗃 a form of permanence without alerting 𝗬𝗏's father to the changes. Amy recognized the challenge ahead, recalling how her sister, 𝗏, could extend her power to others without direct intervention. 𝗬𝗏 reminded her that while 𝗏 drew energy from the world, he had to rely on his own, which he barely understood. The two were ready to embark on their mission, determined to navigate the complexities of their new roles. Amy smiled as 𝗬𝗏 had an epiphany. She explained that the chaos conduits were originally created by 𝗏 gathering energy and 𝗕𝗏𝗁 shaping it into gems. Now, they were made by 𝗏 placing chaos energy into specially designed containers resembling the original conduits. Over time, the shell and the energy would merge, creating a chaos conduit. 𝗬𝗏 proposed that they could create a container for his power that 𝗵𝗃 could use to transform 𝗵𝗃 at any time, without any alterations that their father would notice. Amy clapped in agreement, excited about the plan. They wouldn't be dissecting 𝗵𝗃. Instead, they would work on a way to make the upgrade aspect of 𝗬𝗏's quirk usable without possession. 𝗬𝗏 expressed his frustration that their father had not accepted his help, which he had offered multiple times. Determined, Amy suggested it was time to create their knockoff chaos conduits and put on some heavy-duty gloves. 𝗬𝗏, already having a design in mind, also donned gloves to protect himself. They decided to call their creations upgrades. Although Amy found the name a bit boring, she agreed it worked and was eager to get started. In the past, David and Cassidy were confused about why their spirits were trapped in an animatronic. They soon realized that the animatronics were described as astonishingly lifelike by adults, particularly the yellow bear known as Freddy. William explained that his friend, Henry, had designed the animatronics to be lifelike, claiming it was the reason for the restaurant's success. It became clear that human souls were likely being used to enhance the animatronics, making the restaurant more profitable. They deduced that children were chosen because of their liveliness, with 2 souls likely trapped in Golden Freddy, the mascot of the establishment. Cassidy felt uneasy thinking about how many lives had been lost to create this horror. They needed to understand how their souls were trapped in this animatronic. William's quirk allowed him to mimic voices, but Cassidy wondered what Henry's quirk was and if it had a role in their entrapment. Until they encountered Henry, they had no answers. Despite being dead, they sensed their bodies were still present, not buried. It seemed no one suspected anything was amiss, even with so many people close to 𝗲𝗬𝗏. Cassidy theorized that a special material must have been used to mask the smell of death, but what could completely hide such a tragedy? As they struggled to control their shared metal body, they witnessed another incident unfold. It was late at night and the restaurant was closed, but a boy with curly brown hair and brown skin had broken in using a quirk that allowed him to walk through walls. He seemed proud of his accomplishment as he communicated with someone named Fritz over a walkie-talkie, dismissing the rumors about human souls being involved in 𝗲𝗬𝗏𝗧's lifelike appearance. Fritz expressed skepticism about the soul theory, suggesting that if someone could HRSS souls, they would be hunted by villains and authorities. Gabriel, frustrated by static interference on his device, eventually managed to restore communication. He was startled when Fritz urged him to leave, sensing something unusual nearby. Gabriel reluctantly agreed to exit. The silence that followed was unsettling for Cassidy and David. Suddenly, they saw a familiar figure enter the restaurant, a man in a large golden bunny suit. William's eyes glowed ominously as he dragged in the bodies of two children, one of whom was Gabriel. He muttered in Fritz's voice, expressing disdain for the intruders. Then, in Gabriel's voice, he addressed Cassidy and David, taunting them about their situation and hinting at new friends soon to join them. William lifted Gabriel effortlessly, explaining that he would be placed inside the other Freddy, while Fritz would be put into Foxy. He revealed a checklist to Cassidy and David, detailing which animatronics had souls and which did not. The list indicated that 𝗲𝗬𝗏 had 2 souls, while others had varying numbers. William's twisted pride in using the souls of children for profit was evident, leaving Cassidy and David seething with anger at their captor. That makes David almost as evil as Disney, he thought. He couldn't believe they were still around, honestly. But no matter. Cassidy screamed and slammed against her animatronic containment, her soul feeling powerless. David grimaced at his best friend's rage as William sauntered away. Cassidy's anger was palpable as she expressed her feelings about him. Cassidy had been in a remarkably sour mood ever since Gabriel and Fritz had been taken from them. On the plus side, they had a new pair of friends to talk to. Surprisingly, they could indeed communicate with each other. David felt that this shouldn't be the case. After all, he couldn't do anything before Cassidy awakened him. So why could they all communicate like this now? It felt strange, and aside from their situation, it felt unnatural. Cassidy was quirkless, right? David called out to the soul in Freddy Fazbear, Gabriel. Gabriel responded evenly. David continued, explaining that since they would be there for a while and Cassidy was a swirling storm of anger, they should get to know each other. He introduced himself and shared his quirk, which granted him thermal, night, and X-ray vision. Gabriel took a moment to respond, understandable given the circumstances. He introduced himself and explained his quirk, which allowed him to walk through matter, but only if he was moving. David then turned his attention to Fritz, who took even longer to respond. He shared that his quirk was called quad arms, allowing him to grow 2 extra arms from his back. David, unsure of what to say next, acknowledged their grim reality. They were all dead, and they had all been killed by the same person, William. Gabriel confirmed this, prompting David to mention Cassidy's longing for revenge. Gabriel asked who Cassidy was, and David explained that she was his best friend and their permanent roommate, both crammed into the same animatronic, 𝗲𝗬𝗏. David encouraged Cassidy to introduce herself, but she remained silent. He reassured them that she was there, just in a bad mood after what William had done to them. Fritz acknowledged the strange feeling he got from Cassidy's presence, sensing her strength somehow. Cassidy finally spoke up, bitterly stating her name and that she was quirkless. Fritz tried to lighten the mood, expressing hope for friendship, and Cassidy responded, sounding a bit less angry. They all understood they would be together for a long time. The following day, the Midoriya family gathered. Izuku and 𝗕𝗁 excitedly presented their newest child, 𝗬𝗏 Midoriya, announcing that he was their newest sibling and encouraging everyone to be nice to him, as he had faced a difficult life. 𝗬𝗏 questioned the use of instead of ki or she, and Izuku explained. 𝗬𝗏 shrugged in acceptance. 𝗕𝗁 mentioned that 𝗬𝗏 had been brought to them by 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏, which struck Lanolin as amusing. Eri, with her innocent charm, asked if she could bring more children to their father, and 𝗕𝗁 enthusiastically agreed. Izuku, however, firmly stated that he didn't want any more children brought to him from the streets, emphasizing that while helping people was important, he couldn't give every orphan the same affection he had for his own children. 𝗕𝗁 shifted uncomfortably, suggesting that if Izuku really put his mind to it, he might be able to manage. Izuku remained steadfast, causing 𝗕𝗁 to huff in annoyance. She remarked on his resistance to her charm, which he acknowledged, claiming to be practically invincible against their cuteness. Izuku then shifted the conversation to concert day, and when 𝗬𝗏 raised his hand to ask what a concert was, Izuku explained that it was a musical performance for an audience, and their concert would be private. 𝗬𝗏 thanked him, and Izuku informed the children they had an hour to prepare. As the Midoriya family arrived at a pleasant forest clearing, the breeze was perfect. 𝗬𝗁 flew around before dramatically falling into Izuku's arms, asking where such spots existed in Japan. Izuku promised to help her find them someday. He noticed the band setting up on a small stage and approached them. 𝗕𝗁, Lanolin, and Whisper responded to Izuku's greeting, freezing when they noticed a cute heteromorphic cat girl wearing predominantly red leap down from the stand to meet him. They all exclaimed in unison, prompting Izuku to realize that Honey was her name. Honey introduced herself, explaining that she used her brand, Honey Clothing, to promote her band, The Fighters, and vice versa. Izuku fondly waved at Eri, who smiled at him. Honey expressed her respect for Izuku's dedication to his children, asking how he managed them all. He replied that he had help and that they were well behaved. I guess I'm lucky that I currently don't need to implement any kind of special quirk-related care. Honey tilted her head, curious about the word, currently. Midoriya explained that he didn't plan to stop adopting anytime soon. Honey giggled and wished him luck in his ongoing efforts, acknowledging the good work he was doing. As she returned to her bandmates, Honey let out a nervous breath, trying to steady herself. She expressed her anxiety about their upcoming performance, feeling the weight of their opportunity. Bark, the bassist and vocalist for the Fighters, noticed her distress and asked what was wrong. Honey, initially startled, quickly quieted herself and revealed that this was their chance for a big break. She had gone into serious debt to keep their band and Honey Clothing afloat, and they were on their last legs. This performance could lead to greatness, and she was determined not to mess anything up. Bean, the drummer, encouraged her to relax, reminding her that they would succeed as long as she didn't panic. Honey, equipped with her guitar, asserted that Midoriya was wealthy and had requested their best for his kids. They were going to give it everything they had, hoping to establish a profitable business relationship and gain traction in Japan. Bark smirked, and Bean looked determined, promising to exceed their best efforts. Honey sighed, hoping it would be enough. As everyone took their seats and prepared, the atmosphere shifted. For the Midoriya family, it was simple entertainment, but for Honey and the Fighters, it was everything, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon, the first song began, and the breeze grew crisp as Honey poured her heart into the performance. In Japan, the upgrades were essentially knockoffs of the chaos conduits created by 𝗬𝗁. These conduits were extensions of 𝗬𝗁's power, capable of empowering various things. Hypothetically, once a conduit was used, 𝗬𝗁 could manipulate the power of those things further. She could grant or take away super forms, empower or depower entities fueled by chaos energy, and much more. Her potential was vast, and chaos energy was her domain. 𝗬𝗏 sought to replicate and surpass 𝗬𝗁's abilities, realizing he needed to understand more about himself and his power. He discovered a key difference. While 𝗬𝗁 drew power from the world around her, he had to rely on his own latent power. Despite their differences, their powers shared similarities. 𝗬𝗏, along with Amy and Metal Sonic, successfully created the first upgrade, which took the form of a dark purple rhombus diamond. Amy cheered, holding up the gem proudly, while 𝗲𝗏 prepared to test it. 𝗵𝗃 absorbed the upgrade and transformed into 𝗵𝗃, prompting Amy to celebrate their success. However, 𝗲𝗏 noted that the transformation wasn't as smooth as Cow's, but he was determined to improve. He instructed 𝗵𝗃 to use the upgrade only in true emergencies, emphasizing the need for caution. As they discussed their next steps, 𝗲𝗏 expressed his longing to minimize trouble for his father, recognizing that the biggest threat to him was the black cells in his bloodstream. He had the cure, the genome gun, but needed to find a way to administer it without raising suspicion. Amy pondered how far 𝗲𝗏 was willing to go to protect his father, to which he firmly replied that he would do whatever it took. The stakes were high, and the well-being of everyone depended on his father's survival. In the USA, Honey and the fighters felt a wave of relief as the children cheered and passionately chanted for another performance. Bark reflected on the risk of bringing out one of their best unreleased songs, but it seemed to have paid off. Honey celebrated internally, knowing that if the kids enjoyed it, their father would likely support them. With a smirk, she announced her readiness for another song, asking the children a question before the music began to play. Meanwhile, in Japan, Hawks had survived a fall and awakened, though he would be unable to perform hero work for a while. He recounted his experience, insisting he hadn't seen or heard anything unusual before losing consciousness. Kurenai, sitting by his bedside, sighed deeply, explaining that doctors believed he had been slammed and crushed by something. Hawks was incredulous, questioning what could have possibly caused such an injury if it were invisible. Kurenai acknowledged the mystery, suggesting that someone in Midoriya's camp might possess a unique quirk or that there was a crucial detail they were missing. Despite their efforts, they found themselves with more questions than answers. Kurenai stood up, expressing her thoughts on the situation. She acknowledged that she was the best chance for gathering information and Midoriya.